If Tremble can make his way up here to call us to order. One thing, there's a fundraiser today for Ernie Peter at the Tribal Hall from 2 o'clock to tonight. They've got Mark Brown playing and a bunch of raffles and stuff. Also, I was asked to announce that the FNA potlatch is 5 o'clock at the Tribal Hall on Saturday. So I want to go over while Tremble's coming up here. Please, Tremble. Meeting rules. During the full board of directors meeting, Wednesday and Thursday, today and tomorrow, only tribal directors or their alternate in the director's absence will be recognized to speak. Traditionally, tribal chiefs and past presidents will be recognized to speak as well. All others must be recognized by their tribal director to address convention. So remember, as I said last night when we adjourned, the first 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, are the membership meeting. We all learned this and memorized our bylaws the last couple of years. And today and tomorrow is the official call to order meeting. That's why you'll be seeing after we call to order where we read off all of the delegates and all that stuff, because we're in the official, or we will be in the official meeting. A copy of the meeting rules is also at each of your tables. And we want to welcome back Lisa Yeager as our parliamentarian tomorrow. So at this time, I'll have First Traditional Chief Trimble Gilbert call us to order. Yes.
TCC annual meeting conventions and full board of director meetings comes to order.
Thank you, Trumbull. So we call to order at 8:32 I've got. Thank you. So at this point, I'd like to invite the Credentials Committee chairperson to the stage. Please welcome Chief Olvey. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, good catch. I almost got in trouble again for forgetting the prayer. I apologize. I asked Daisy Northway if she would open us up in prayer, please.
Thank you, Father God, for today. Bless and keep each of us in strength and continued thoughts of the people we represent. Allow us to be true and good representatives of them. Let us also be mindful of our staff. Bless them with continued strength to move forward. And we ask all of this in our Father's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. So now I'll call up the Credentials Committee chairperson to the stage. Please welcome Chief Olvey.
Good morning, everyone. The Credentialing Selections Committee was called to order at 7:22 a.m. on March 13, 2023 to go through its agenda for the March 2023 convention and annual meeting of the full board of directors. 5 of the 6 members of the committee were in attendance and quorum was established. Those present included Chief Robert Walker of Lower Yukon, Chief Karma Alvey of Upper Tanana, Don Honey Jr. of Yukon Koyukuk, Chief Rhonda Pitka, and future Jackie Balaam is the new representative for Yukon Flats, and John Dementif of Yukon Tanana. Staff members Robin Brown and Jerry Simon were also in attendance. First, the committee nominated and elected myself as chair. Next, the credentialing committee reviewed the credentials for each tribe and verified the resolutions. The committee noted that this is the first time in several years that there is a representative from each of our 42 tribes present at TCC's annual convention. The committee also noted that when the credentials report is presented to the full board, to note that the native village of Allakaket recently moved to the Yukon-Koyukuk subregion from the Yukon-Tanana subregion. The move was made by resolution as approved by a vote of the Yukon-Tanana subregion to accept the move and the Yukon-Koyukuk subregion to release the native village of Allakaket. A motion was made to adopt the credential resolutions by Chief Rhonda Pickett, and it was seconded by Don Honey Jr. The vote was unanimous to accept the resolutions and certify credentials. As no further business came before the committee adjourned by motion by John Dementif and second by Chief Rhonda Pickett. The meeting recessed at 8:16 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Foley. Is there a motion to adopt the Credentials Committee report? By Herbie, a second by Lori. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Now, I'd like to call on Charlie Wright, Secretary Treasurer, to come up and read the roll call to establish a quorum.
Good morning to you all. Okay, we'll start with ANVIC, Director Robert Walker, Alternate Director Isaac Tickner.
He went to get a COVID test.
Okay.
He let me know what happened after. Thank you.
Okay. Graylin, Bruce Deacon, Director.
Here.
Alternate Director William Painter.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
Holy Cross, Director Eugene Paul.
Here.
Alternate Director Alfred Dementif Jr. Shagaluk, Roger Hamilton Jr. Alternate Director Harvey Benjamin.
They might be online, maybe, Charlie. I'm not too
Okay.
sure.
Okay, nobody online. Okay, we'll move to the Upper Kuskokwim subregion. McGrath, Director Alice Dale. Alternate Director Debbie Hartman. Medfra, Director Leonard Andrews.
Yeah.
Alternate Director Leonard Andrews. That's what the list says. Nikolai Vernon John. Alternate Director Claude Petruska.
Here.
Takatna, Director Thomas Abram. Alternate Director Robert Perkins. Talida, Director Olin Tickner. Alternate Director Jimmy Nikolai. Upper Tanana Subregion, Dot Lake, Director Tracy Charles Smith. Alternate Director Chance Shank. Eagle, Director Karma Alvey. Alternate Director Benjamin Junaby. Healy Lake, Director Ashley Luke. Alternate Director Evelyn Combs. Northway, Director William Albert. Alternate Director Carla Demet. Tanacross, Director Herbert Demet. Alternate Director, Diane Titus. Tetlin, Director, Michael Sam. Alternate Director, Marion Young. Toke Native Association, Director, Daisy Northway. Alternate Director, Bruce Irvin. Yukon Flats Subregion, Arctic Village, Galen Gilbert.
Here.
Alternate Director, Michael Lee. Beaver, Director, Rhonda Pitka. Alternate Director, Arlene Pitka. Birch Creek Director, Jacqueline Balaam. Alternate Director, Oscar James. Canyon Village Director, Ethel Alaskas. I hope I said that right.
Yeah.
Alternate Director, Patricia Salmon. Circle Director, Dennis Carroll. Alternate Director, Jessica Fields. Fort Yukon Director, Nancy James. Alternate Director, Michael Peter. Pinatai Director, Paul Tritt. Here. Alternate Director, Gary Simple Jr. Yukon Kaikuk Subregion, Loudon. Director, Charlie Green. Here. Alternate Director, Stanley Huntington. Huslia Director, Chief Norman Brigette.
Here.
Alternate Director, Speedy Sam. Caltech Director, Georgiana Madras. Alternate Director, Kevin Saunders. Kaikuk Director, Leo Lolnitz.
Here.
Alternate Director, Percy Lolnitz. Dulado Director, Rebecca Agnes. Alternate Director, Shelley Agnes. Ruby Director, Patrick McCarty. Alternate Director, Don Honey Jr. Yukon Tana Subregion, Alatna, Hardin Sam. Alternate Director, Vanessa Edwards. Alakakit Director, Lawrence Williams. Alternate Director, Gordon Bergman. Evansville Director, Frank Thompson. Alternate Director, John Dementive. Fairbanks Director, Tanya Garnett. Alternate Director, Renee Linton. Hughes Director, Wilmer Bedis. Alternate Director, Thelma Nicolai. Lake Minchumina Director, Robert Thompson. Alternate Director, Jonathan Blackburn. Manly Hot Springs Director, Leah Woods. Alternate Director, Elizabeth Woods. Minto Director, Lori Baker.
Here.
Alternate Director, Cameron Winfrey. Nenana, Caroline Ketzler. Alternate Director, Victor Lord. Rampart Director, Don Newman. Alternate Director, Margaret Moses. Stevens Village Director, Chief David Kriska. Alternate Director, Peter Jellum. Tanana Director, Lois Huntington. Alternate Director, Victor Joseph.
Here.
I guess a quorum has been established. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chief Wheel.
And I think you skipped Chuck Heatzik when you were going down the list. Can you verify?
Charles Keatsick, Director, Stephanie Herbert. Alternate Director, Patricia Solomon. Sorry about that. Thank
And
you.
then Victor Joseph is online.
Okay, thank you. Victor Joseph is online. What village? Shaglip. Okay, Shaglip, Harvey Benjamin is online also. Yeah, I guess a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Charlie. Whew, that can be difficult when we have people online and whatnot. So trying to track all that with everybody in the room, we're doing our best to keep track of everybody. So as I believe Chief Alvey mentioned, one of the things that's really exciting, because I don't know, it's probably been over 20 years or more since we've had all 42 of our delegates at convention. So that I think is pretty cool to be able to discuss and vote on all the stuff that we're going to be going over the next 2 days. So at this time, we'll have the elections committee chair, again, Chief Alvey, come up and give the elections report. And to clarify later when we approve the agenda in a bit, this was on the agenda for tomorrow, but then we corrected it because it's supposed to be at the start here.
The Credentials Elections Committee was called to order at 7:22 a.m. on March 13th, 2023 to go through its agenda for the March 2023 convention and annual meeting of the full board of directors. 5 of the 6 members of the committee were in attendance and quorum was established. Those present included Chief Robert Walker of Lower Yukon, Chief Karma Alvey of Upper Tanana, Don Honey Jr. of Yukon Koyukuk, Chief Rhonda Pitka, and future Jackie Balaam is the new representative for Yukon Flats, and John Dementif of Yukon Tanana. Staff members Robin Brown and Jerry Simon were also in attendance. First, the committee nominated and elected myself as chair. Next, the committee went through the draft FY 2023 election rules. The committee had a few questions regarding Rule 14 on the display of numerical ballot results, as well as clarifying per the rules that nominations are not accepted on the convention floor for the IRHA trustee positions. Next, the committee went through the schedule for the elections committee during the convention. Specifically, the committee discussed and approved candidate speaking order, time limits, and questions for the chief chairman and IRHA. The questions will be the first part of elections on Thursday. A motion was made to adopt the proposed election rules for 2023 by Chief Robert Walker and seconded by Don Honey Jr. The vote was unanimous to accept the rules as written. As no further business came before the committee adjourned by motion by John Dementif and seconded by Chief Rhonda Pitka. The meeting recessed at 8:16 a.m. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Alvey. Is there a motion to adopt the elections committee report? Moved by Nancy. Do I have a second? Second by Tanya. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Elections committee report is adopted. Now we'll move on to the agenda. In order to get it on the floor, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, by Lori, I think. Do I have a second? By Rhonda. Now with that, I want to take a second here and make sure and ask if there's any motions to amend the agenda, because I know that there were discussions about Ambler Road. We already covered it for an hour. But I do want to check and see, in order to, as I said the other day, I'm going to talk about it a little bit in my speech that's coming up. And maybe between my speech and the finance report this morning, we can add it to the agenda, but I need a motion if that's what the delegates would like to do.
Chief Lyons, make that motion.
Okay? Motion by Leo, second. Is there a second? By Chai? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So back to the agenda. Are there any other amendments that anyone would like to make to the agenda? Chief Olvey?
I'm just wondering if maybe we should try to propose to hold an elder summit, or talk about maybe an elder summit to where we can really delve into ideas, more ideas about how to help our elders in the villages.
Would that be separate from the Denakanaga conference? Because this year there is a Denakanaga in Huslia. So I think it's the first week of June where that will be going on. So would this be in addition to, separate from that? Or is that something that could be done at that conference where I think most of us are going to be at that? Is Denakanaga good, or do you want a separate elder conference on top of Denakanaga's annual conference?
Sharon, are those things that's talked about at the Denakanaga conference, like housing and all that kind of stuff?
We can make it so. We are just working on finalizing the agenda right now. And we do have reports from the different organizations and presentations from different entities and organizations that work on elder issues, but we're happy to entertain any topics that you feel as a body that should be addressed at our conference.
Okay.
That's
fine.
acceptable?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So back to the question on the agenda. Are there any further amendments to the agenda? If not, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. The agenda is approved. Next up, I'll ask Vice President Sharon Hildebrand to take care of the next agenda item, which is adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Ridley. Good morning, everyone. We have the adoption of the 2022 meeting minutes next up on the agenda, and that is for March 14 through 17, 2022 delegates and full Board of Directors meeting, as well as the November 15 through 17, 2022 special full board meeting. I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of March 14 through 17, 2022. Is there a motion on? It's made by Rhonda, Chief Rhonda. Do I hear a second? It's made by Chief Lori. We are under discussion. Any discussion on the motion? Do I hear a question? Question has been called. All in favor of adopting the minutes of March 14 through 17, 2022, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The minutes of March 14 through 17, 2022 is adopted. Moving on to the next one. I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of November 15 through 17, 2022. It's been moved by Chief Harding Sam, and it's been seconded by Wilmer Beedis, Chief Wilmer Beedis. And we are now under discussion. Do I hear the question? Question's been called. All in favor of adopting the minutes of November 15 through 17, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The minutes of November 15 through 17, 2022 is adopted. I will now welcome and introduce Chairman Brian Ridley back to the stage to deliver his president's report.
A quick question before you start. We had an addition to the agenda and I was just wondering like what time that addition would happen?
Let's see. So I didn't bring my phone, so I don't have the time, but I'm on the agenda right now at 9. The break's at 10, so I'm thinking somewhere around 10. It'll be between the chief chair report and the finance report.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'll try to keep us on track here. Bear with me. There's a lot to go over. Well, thank you. I'm Brian Ridley, and for the last year, I've been your chief, chairman, president, and CEO. I'm from the native village of Eagle. I'm the son of Ruth Ridley and the late Mike Ridley, and the grandson of the late Louise and Susie Paul. I found out at sub-regional meetings that Trumbull actually worked with my grandpa Susie, so I thought that was pretty cool. It's been an honor serving you in this capacity for the last year. It's just truly been an honor. I think it's my old tradition was to start out with a joke, so if you'll bear with me. You know, Charlie over here was talking about, I think in the sub-regional meetings, he said, hey, next week, I got six-pack training. And I said, gee, all the stress in this job, I've been stress eating too much. I need to work on my six-pack too. So with that, I want to cover a little bit about our theme. This year's convention theme is The Future is Indigenous. And we hope that this year's theme empowers our people and our tribes to continue to thrive and occupy spaces where Indigenous people have not had that opportunity before. This is why we had Q as our keynote speaker, and I think you can all agree she did an amazing job. Whether it's her literally everywhere all over the magazines, or we all know Res Dogs recently has gotten pretty popular, Martin Sensmeyer in the movies, or one of my new favorite movies, Prey. We have a lot of Native people doing great things all over the place. I want to touch on our strategic plan because that's one of the key things that directs us as an organization, and it really comes from all of you. In 2021, TCC established a new strategic plan which operates under the 6 strategic pillars that you see on the screen. Healthy people, educated and empowered tribal members, strong tribes, safe and strong communities, stewardship of our lands and resources, and economic sovereignty. These 6 guiding pillars were developed through tribal directives conveyed during meetings with village leadership, councils, and from priorities listed in village community plans. The TCC Executive Board guided the development process by sharing their vision for the organization over the next 10 years. Each year after this convention, the 6 guiding pillars are reviewed by the E-Board and executive management to make sure TCC remains in alignment with our tribes. Now, so I don't get in trouble, I want to take a moment and recognize our executive board. First up, we have Vice President Sharon Hildebrand. Then we have Secretary Treasurer Charlie Wright. We have Upper Canada Chief Herbie Demet. Yukon Flats Chief Nancy James, Yukon Tanana Chief Lori Baker, Lower Yukon Chief Eugene Paul, Yukon Kayukuk Chief Charlie Green, Upper Kuskokwim Chief Claude Petruska, Joe, Elder Advisor Peter Demoski, and Youth Advisor Alex Hanna. All of these people work hard on your behalf and our tribes, and they've been doing a great job over the last year. So please give them all a hand. One thing that I'm really proud of is after last March's meeting, to hear the board and hear the staff all say exactly the same thing, that it feels like a whole new board and a whole new company with everyone happy and working together. Next up, of the strategic pillars, healthy people. Our health department, as you've heard me say over the years, makes up about 80% of the company by revenue. And you've also heard that last summer, we opened the Chief Andrew Isaac expansion, which included new services, ophthalmology, audiology, hematology, oncology, and ambulatory surgery, while also expanding other health services. And it more than doubled the size of our clinic. The expansion was actually slightly larger than the original clinic. In regards to expanding our healthcare, we're expecting to open the cancer care and infusion clinic later this year, eliminating the need to travel to Anchorage or even out of state for certain treatments. We're always looking for opportunities to improve, expand, and increase the healthcare services to our patients. And remember, in regards to all that, the whole point of it is so you can receive a higher level of healthcare closer to home, be that in Fairbanks, a sub-regional clinic, or your village clinic. I worry sometimes if you only look at social media or some of the comments from yesterday, that you wouldn't even know that 99.3% of the visits in our clinic, the patient encounters, are happy with the healthcare they received. So with that, I'd like to recognize our health services staff for all of the hard work that they've put on over the years to make this possible. Masi Cho. Now, as you've heard me say before, I'm not saying we're perfect. There's still that 0.7% where our people aren't happy. But like I said yesterday, we need to, I think, work together, and we need to be notified as soon as possible when you're not happy. My concern with some of the issues I heard yesterday is I never want our people to feel like this convention is the only time you can tell us. If you have an issue with healthcare or your families or whatever, let us know as soon as possible and we'll work on it. And like I said, I commit to working with the health staff and making sure we review what happened and what could we do better next time so those things aren't happening to our friends and family. Reclaiming our people. At the direction of your executive board last fall, TCC revitalized the Reclaiming Our People initiative, which focuses on the prevention of substance abuse, which you'll see on the agenda later, and the improvement of the overall health and wellness of our people. This initiative is guided by the Tribal Advisory Council, or TAC for short. After gathering input from tribal leaders, community members, elders, and youth throughout the region, TAC developed new goals to carry us through the year 2027. The group is currently in the process of updating new objectives and initiatives, which should be updated by the end of April. Healing and wellness. One of the things I'm really proud of is last fall, we had our first traditional healing gathering where they did cultural workshops. They had traditional healers and language lessons, just to name a few. Maintaining our culture and value and identity is deeply connected to our health and well-being as Native people. TCC will continue to explore how we can expand cultural activities throughout the region. Now, I want to take a second and just talk about that traditional healing gathering. We'd never done it before, as far as I know, and it was really well attended. I think we had 250 to 300 people packed in over at the Wedgwood, and our people enjoyed it so much that I believe since then, they've done the same training out in Caltag and Loudon and Galena, I believe, because it shouldn't just be our people living in Fairbanks that get to experience and do those things. We're trying to push those out to the villages. I want to take a second here and congratulate a couple of our health service employee pharmacists. First, Upper Tanana Health Center pharmacist Samantha Irvin and Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center Pharmacy Director Dan Nelson. Both were recently recognized by the Alaska Pharmacy Association. Samantha received the Distinguished Alaskan Pharmacist Award, and Dan was awarded the Bowl of Hygeia Award, the association's highest honor. Thank you both for your amazing work on behalf of our tribes, tribal members, and patients. Please give them a hand. Next up on the pillars, educated and empowered tribal members. TCC works to support our tribal members in their education journey from birth through adulthood. It's also important that our tribal members are educated, one, in our Western culture, but two, in our traditional knowledge. Now, when I talk about higher education, I always have to emphasize, while my path took me through college, that's not the only path. The trades are also very important for our people. And one thing that I'm super proud of is that my oldest went into sheet metal work with my buddy Chad and helped build the air ducts for our clinic expansion. My youngest, if he graduates this spring, hopes to join the IBEW and go into electrical work. So I just really want to emphasize college isn't the only option. And I keep hearing that the trades, a lot of our kids aren't going into them, but so far, 2 of the 3 of my kids are going into the trade. So I'm really happy about that. Building for our future, our youth. Our youth are our future. And one thing I want to share that came from your subregions is that the subregion asked to have one youth from every village at the spring meeting and at the fall subregional meeting. And I think that's a great idea. The reason being, if we can get to that level of the younger youth, the under 18, I believe it is, then those can then feed into the emerging leader group. TCC has 2 programs that support the development of our youth, TCC Go and our emerging leaders. The TCC Go currently has 110 students enrolled, including 64 rural students. With help from academic advisors, students are provided with the opportunity to participate in university-level courses, develop a career pathway, receive tutoring, engage in job shadowing and internship opportunities, and encouraged to graduate. The emerging leaders were formed in 2017 during this annual convention. The group works to provide guidance to the youth advisor to the executive board to keep them current on issues youth in our communities are facing. The emerging leaders participate in tribal council meetings, trainings, and events to learn the structure of tribal governments in the region. It's important to be an emerging leader because someday it will be the emerging leaders sitting at these tables governing our tribes, just like Tristan Madros did a few years back when he went from being an emerging leader to the chief of his village. I really want to take a moment here and recognize our youth advisor, Alex Hanna of Minto. Alex has been doing an amazing job recruiting youth to join the emerging leaders, revitalizing that program, and he shows up at all of our meetings, including state and national advocacy events. He's been with us at Board of Fish, at North Pacific, at AFN, at NCAI, fighting for all of you. So can we please take a second and recognize Alex for his hard work? I also want to remind everyone that the deadline for youth to apply for the emerging leaders is March 31st. It's for youth ages 18 to 22, and you can find that information on our Facebook page and website. Higher education and scholarships. Another important factor to ensure our future is Indigenous is ensuring our tribal members have a strong education. Recently, scholarship funding levels were increased to $2,000 for full-time and $1,000 for part-time. TCC now receives the Alyeska Alaska Native Scholarship Fund to support students pursuing education in information technology and in health and safety occupations. TCC established 2 new competitive scholarships pursuant to the resolutions tribes passed here. We now have a scholarship for students pursuing aviation and education. Safe and strong communities. Public safety and good quality infrastructure is essential to every community. If we want to foster growth in our communities need to feel safe and have operational facilities and infrastructure such as water and sewer, energy, and broadband. One of the things that we've worked on a lot over this last year is the MMIP. And as you know, we have several tribal members still missing here in the interior. We're encouraging anyone with information on these missing people cases to come forward. Willis Derendorf, Frank Manano, Debbie Nicktoon, Doran Sanford, and Lorraine Guinness are still missing and their families want answers. Tips can be submitted anonymously online or by text. We encourage everyone to continue sharing information to help us raise awareness. We're not giving up hope that we will bring these missing loved ones home to their families. On MMIP, TCC and FNA have co-hosted many events and rallies. As you heard on Tuesday, TCC and FNA are working with Operation Lady Justice Task Force on an MMIP response plan for the city of Fairbanks. Our communications department is running 30-second and 1-minute radio ads on KRFF and updated our missing persons posts on our digital signage across our company's monitors. I just want to take a second and acknowledge Steve Guinness and Shirley Lee at the Fairbanks Native Association. They have been great partners with us over this last year, not only on MMIP, but other Native justice issues. So please give them a hand for all of their hard work they've done with us. Strengthening tribal justice systems. TCC works with our tribes to build capacity in having holistic and accessible public safety that includes tribal courts, child welfare services, advocacy, and direct services for victims, opportunities for reentrance, and overall safety through law enforcement presence. TCC recognizes that protecting tribal members, natural resources, and our communities is one of the hardest jobs that our tribal leaders take on. We hope through support and technical assistance, tribes will continue to expand and assert tribal jurisdiction. TCC's Government and Justice Division will kick off the Intertribal Court and Healing to Wellness pilot project with 8 pilot tribes and plan to begin hearing cases no later than October this year. Pilot tribes will be able to refer families with open tribal child protection cases to the intertribal court to participate in the voluntary Healing to Wellness program. The division is restructuring to address unmet needs of our tribes, tribal courts, and TFYS to receive quality support services for child welfare and tribal court assistance. With the creation of itinerant TFYS, and TFYS supervisor will support our tribes and help to prevent initial removals from families and increase family reunification. One of the things I'm really proud of is the work that Daryl Hildebrand has done with our VPSO public safety program. He's increased the staffing from 4 VPSOs to 10, plus 2 TPOs and 1 TPO drug unit, which is the TPO and a canine dog, which I believe you'll meet later this week. TCC now has at least 1 officer assigned to each of the 6 subregions, and it's probably been about 8 years since the last time we had this large of a public safety presence. Infrastructure and development. In order to have a greater focus on infrastructure in our communities, we developed a new division called the Community Infrastructure and Development Division that will include energy, broadband, and housing. To date, the Infrastructure Division has submitted more than 100 million in grant applications on behalf of our tribes and received 35 million in federal broadband funds. Anyone interested in a solar project should contact Dave for assistance. My hope by having Dave PM running this department that we can help our tribes take advantage of all the federal funds that are out there for the next 3 to 5 years so that we can help tribes decrease electric costs, broadband, you name it, for the long term, so that when the dust settles and that money's gone in 5 years, that those things will be better for our people for the long term. Strong tribes. Today, we're facing many challenges, including the decline of fish, struggles in education, ensuring the safety of our communities, and facing COVID. Our tribes have shown perseverance and strength in facing these challenges head on. One of our strategic plan pillars is to ensure our tribes continue to be strong. This means our tribes have the training and resources to be self-determined and knowing how to assert your sovereign authority in the complex issues we're facing today. It also means that TCC and our tribes have a voice and can advocate for meaningful change in our communities. TCC is only as strong as its tribes, standing true to our mission of healthy, strong, unified tribes. One thing I want to remind everybody when it comes to our strong tribes is something I said back when I was a CFO, that I want you guys to graduate through the MOA, EMOA, to the contract level. We want you guys to graduate like Nulato or Tanana or Fort Yukon, Wichita. And I think when I said that probably 10 years ago, people were like, really? I want you guys, we should be helping you guys with technical support. That's why we created the bookkeeping department at TCC, for one of the ways we can help you guys improve. And so that's what we would really like to see. Some of our advocacy highlights over this last year, and there's been a lot. In April of last year, TCC leadership met with Secretary Deb Haaland, focusing on the salmon crisis, federal subsistence management, which you'll hear a little bit later, and upholding the trust responsibility to protect our traditional ways of life. In May of last year, TCC and FNA held a joint meeting with Assistant Secretary Brian Newland to talk about BIA priorities, including small and needy tribes funding, realty funding, and tribal court funding. A number of state bills important to our communities passed, so I want to touch briefly on last spring, the VPSO bill passing, which TCC started work on way back in 2016. And it will give us flexibility and allow us to operate our VPSO program in a way that works best for our region. We also secured consultation for National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, $2.6 billion in coastal resiliency funds that includes the conservation, restoration, and protection of coastal and marine habitats of Pacific salmon. We were successful in getting NOAA to start the process for a system-wide North Pacific environmental impact statement, as the agency did not consider cumulative impacts of commercial fishing in conjunction with climate change. Fresh off the press last week was the FY24 President's Budget, which included the transfer of the Office of Subsistence Management from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to under Indian Affairs, which I talked about previously. We talked to Deb Holland about that last spring. This is to ensure OSM advocates for the interest of our tribal members and subsistence versus being directed by the interests of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Lastly, we've heard a couple of times, and I think specifically from Murkowski, that in this last year, TCC secured $500,000 for a mid-river sonar that was in the FY23 Interior Appropriations Bill. And we also hired a new fish biologist to operate it, which many of you met in your sub-regional meetings. Economic sovereignty. Economic sovereignty supports our tribes being self-sustainable and have financial freedom and not having to rely solely on the volatile federal and state funding. This pillar supports tribes to bring revenues into their communities and to be able to use those funds for what they see fit, which is foundational to tribal self-determination. It also means our communities have good paying jobs to foster economic growth. Now, with the increase in broadband and low Earth orbit satellites, I really hope that those things will help our tribes further their economic development in the future. Now, I have to take a second on this slide and go over some of these things. It's been a priority for TCC to get funds into our communities. In 2022 alone, TCC got over 12.1 million into our rural communities. This is a snapshot of a few of the programs, and this number is larger when you consider Department of Justice grants that TCC supports tribes to apply for, housing funds, and broadband. TCC is committed to growing our communities and will continue that commitment into the future. Now, I have to take a second here because I want to preview part of Ben's finance speech next. It's been an interesting transition. I've tried to stay out of his lane and stay in more of the management, but I do want to give you a preview that last fiscal year, our investments decreased, which also affected the fund balance distribution. But keep in mind that our investment policy we have with the executive board is super, super conservative. We're very low risk. So while our investments decreased 5%, the rest of the stock market, people's 401k, all that kind of stuff decreased by 25% or more. To break that down a little bit better, only about 13% of our cash and investments are in equities of stocks or mutual funds, while 87% are in fixed income safe investments. But because of that decrease last year, the fund balance distribution that we would normally do That's broken down as a 3-year average of those investment returns, and then we pay out 40%. Because of that decrease, we weren't able to do it per the policy. Now, one nice part is over time that will come back, and the e-board actually changed the fund balance distribution policy so that in the years ahead, when we are able to do a payment, not only will we be doing the 40% that goes out to the tribes equally, we'll also be doing 20% to the subregions, much like the subregional IHS shares are. So that 20% will go to your subregion, and your subregion can decide what you want to do with it. Is it split up equally? Is it going into a project? That's totally up to you. The nice part is the market's already bounced back about 10% of that loss, although it is taking some time to recover. And with that, we do plan on doing about a $50,000 per tribe economic development grant, because we also know that in the middle of all this, the tribes need help and need that funding now. Employment opportunities. I think many of you guys have heard me say one of the things that shocked me in, I think it was December, was when I was told we have over 300 open positions at TCC. Now, what I've been trying to emphasize to our tribes is that I want to make sure you know, and the tribal members know, that they can go to our website and search positions that are open region-wide. And why that's important is because with the broadband and low Earth orbit satellites, I hope that more of your folks have good internet so that they can apply for those region-wide positions. As we review job descriptions, we're reviewing whether that job can be performed region-wide, and currently TCC has over 150 vacant rural positions, which includes 12 positions that are posted region-wide. The TCC fire program supported the Lower Yukon Paradise Crew Type 2 fire crew and went out on their first fire assignments in 2022. And employment and training partnered with the tribes to hire sanitation and expediter workers to sanitize and reduce the spread of COVID, putting to work 39 tribal members in 21 villages as sanitizers and 8 tribal members in 8 villages as expediters. From the discussion last year here, TCC increased the summer youth employment wages to $15 an hour, and 20 villages participated last summer, providing 150 youth employment experience. And remember, that's how I started with TCC over 37 years ago, was as a youth employee. Lastly, IT has region-wide service desk technicians posted, and these are entry-level positions that don't require prior experience, with starting pay over $50,000 a year. This week during the sub-regional meetings, we heard your concerns about cost of living out in the villages and the need to provide jobs with adequate pay. So we'll be doing a review of all of our rural positions to make sure the pay is competitive. And we heard from one of the subregions that really, to be competitive in the villages, the minimum wage should be at $20 an hour. So we'll look at that and we'll try to make sure that we're competitive, so we're filling more of those rural positions. Stewardship of our land and resources. Our people have been stewards of the land, waters, and resources for thousands of years, with a basic traditional value of take only what you need. TCC understands the importance of this TCC pillar, and it's our top priority of the organization. The full board of directors passed last year Resolution 2022-12 to enter into negotiations for co-management agreements. Currently, our team is negotiating a co-stewardship agreement with the Department of Interior. So I believe, compared to how Yukon Flats, I think, initially focused on fish and wildlife, ours is working on the whole Department of Interior. There will be an annual joint work plan meeting and quarterly consultations with tribes, refuges, fisheries, BLM, parks, and preserves, as well as the Office of Management of Subsistence Management functions will be negotiated as well. We're planning for the draft self-government agreement to be reviewed by Department of Interior in July and be reviewed by the tribes in September with an effective date of January of 2024. And again, that was another thing that we discussed with Secretary Holland last spring. Ambler Road. We have it on the agenda after my presentation, but for those that haven't heard the discussion up to now, I'll give a quick recap. In 2019, the full board of directors passed a resolution that directed TCC to stand in opposition of the Ambler Road. TCC remains committed to protecting our lands, animals, and ways of life, and will continue to pursue all avenues to ensure the protection of these priceless resources. Now, currently, where we're at in the whole grand scheme of things is the environmental impact study and supplemental environmental impact study are being worked on as we speak. Those reports, I think, are due this summer, this fall, and we should have a decision, I believe, by the feds by next winter. So pretty much at this point, we're just on hold waiting for environmental to be done and a decision to be done next winter. As I said before, you know, it's been a tough experience this last year because trying to go up against the state and the feds at the same time, oftentimes we can really feel alone in that fight. And it wasn't until we were at the Tribal Nations meeting in DC with the president that I finally heard other tribes say they're in the exact same fight in their areas. And so that kind of, you know, I don't know, made me feel like we're not alone in the fight, I guess. One of the things I want to mention that we've become aware of through this fight isn't even directly related to the Ambler Road, but that the state's trying to take over the 404 permit process from EPA, which is in regards to the Clean Water Act and wetlands review. That should be concerning to all of us that the state wants to act in place of the EPA, which would then fast track the state to be able to do whatever they want without the EPA's oversight. Protecting our ways of life. This summer, when we were on the boat trip in the YK subregion, I want to share with you a story that an elder told. I think it was down Caltech Nulato area, but we had an elder tell us during the Great Depression, we didn't even know there was a Great Depression going on because we had all the fish and game we needed. And that really hit home for me when you think about it. Also, when we were advocating at the Board of Fish, the vast majority of our village residents live below the poverty line. So taking away our ability for them to put food on the table through subsistence is so vitally important to our people. Now you compare that to Area M that we were going up against and the commercial fishermen who made $1 million per seine boat. And that's what we were up against. When we were there advocating, we talked about that salmon fishery being 64 million. Later, I saw a statistic that said Area M with all of their seafood and everything going on is actually more like 600 or 700 million. TCC has been utilizing a four-pronged approach to address the salmon decline, which includes seeking legislation and policy, shaping regulation, enhancing management and assistance on the ground. The plan includes training and educating subsistence advocates, increasing tribally owned data, advocating to legislative officials, and providing immediate relief to tribal communities through efforts like our salmon distribution. Now, I guess I want to take a second on the salmon distribution. We heard loud and clear from a lot of our folks about the low quality. We have been trying our hardest to buy, and I think we spent close to $500,000 this last summer with high quality red salmon. But there were still donations that came in of chum that was freezer burnt, that was diseased and things like that. We're trying to totally get away from that. So now we're telling people if they want to donate, they can donate money for the fish distribution so we can keep the quality control involved. And we're going to try to up the timeline so that we put in our order by the end of May and you can hopefully have your fish in the month of June. Building strong advocates. TCC's Tribal Resource Stewardship Program, or TRSP, has hosted workshops and trainings that give tribes and tribal members the necessary tools to successfully participate in local fish and game advisory committees and provide testimony at meetings such as the Alaska Board of Fish and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. I want to take a moment to recognize our Tribal Resource Stewardship Program staff for all of the work that they've been doing behind the scenes. So please give them a hand. Now for, I think, the discussion, one of the discussions that you guys really want to hear about. So I want to take a second and slow down here a little bit. And you've heard me in some of the subregions talk about really our fight for our salmon has been a two-pronged approach. You saw at AFN where we had an Area M intercept resolution and bycatch resolution that was specific to North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. We then, after getting those approved at AFN, pushed the bycatch resolution at the National Congress of American Indians, where that was passed by unanimous consent. Now, since that time, we've then been to North Pacific Fisheries Management meetings and a couple of the Alaska Board of Fish meetings. And so I want to take a second and talk about the last State Board of Fish meeting that happened a couple of weeks ago in Anchorage. Now, what we learned from that meeting was that our fish needs 72-hour closures in order to swim all the way through Area M. Now, we didn't want caps built into any of our proposals, but the Fish and Game Commissioner wanted it to help him manage the fishery, honestly, because I felt like he was too scared of the commercial fishermen in that area to see what's going through and say, okay, you have to stop fishing. I don't think he felt like he could do that to such a big fishery. And so he wanted the caps in place so that he could say, oh, you went over the cap, you're done. But as we learned at that meeting, there's something called chum chucking, and there's about 10 different ways that commercial fishermen can hide the catching, the intercept of our chum and king salmon in that area. Now, you can't help, you know, having been there for a week, and you got to keep in mind, we were there 7 straight days. The shortest day was a 12-hour day. The longest was a 15-hour day. And there was about 50 from our region and over 300 Native people from across the state. But the one thing I learned, and I don't think you can put it any other way than to say the State Board of Fish is just corrupt. It's made up of commercial fishermen, some of which are from Area M, who are being asked to regulate themselves. Now, the Board of Fish isn't all bad, so I do want to commend the board chair Merritt and our local board members, McKinsey and Stan, who did a great job on our behalf. We just couldn't get the 4th vote through to get one of our proposals passed. Now, I had staff make up this slide in front of you to try to explain what exactly happened at the Board of Fish. On the far right, you see last year they fished 352 hours. Our proposal 140 that we pushed like crazy for about 6 months would have cut their fishing time by 60%. It was a very aggressive plan, but the same plan that was done in 2001 to 2003 in order to help bring the fish numbers back to our rivers. The fishermen countered with a 12% reduction. We then countered with a 27% reduction. They didn't even want to, first they voted down proposal 140. They didn't even want to talk about our counter. Then Chignik countered, some of our new allies down there, with a proposal of only an 18% reduction in fishing time, only 6% more of a reduction than what the Area M fishermen brought. That proposal was also voted down by the Board of Fish. What they ended up approving was a proposal not only from the Area M commercial fishermen, but also written with the Fish and Game Commissioner. Now, one of my favorite testimonies that I heard down there wasn't even from a native person. It was one of our Chignik allies down there who, to summarize it, basically said, there's no other way you can say it, but this is a modern day genocide. The states, first they took our land, then they take our fish and game in an effort to starve our people out. So the fight's not over, and I think that's really what a lot of our people wanted to hear. What are we going to do next? Now, I tried my hardest to let the governor and the commissioner do the right thing and step in and hopefully take on the Chignik proposal that was only 6% more of a reduction. Last week, the governor and the commissioner were on my phone, and I was optimistic, but then they handed the phone to the commissioner who said, you guys just got to give it a year and see what happens. And I told him, I said, I'm sorry, Commissioner, but a 12% reduction won't do anything to bring our fish back to our rivers. We also spoke with Secretary Holland's office. Unfortunately, she can't intervene in state waters, so there's no help there. And I think what we're down to, what I talked to the subregions about, is really our only option at this point is a lawsuit. I'll have my lawyer plug her ears over there. But I think we need to sue the State Board of Fish, and the Fish and Game Commissioner. And what we really fought for down there was that they're not following state law with a subsistence priority or managing our rivers for sustained yield. We're not even meeting escapement. And all that brings me to my next point, which is twofold. I've heard our people, including our elders, say, and I hate to say it this way, but screw them. If they're gonna, make their own regulations and govern themselves. And one of the things they said down there at the Board of Fish was, trust us, give us plenty of time and we'll avoid your fish. And to that, in one of the follow-up testimonies that they allowed us, I basically said, since when did the residents of Alaska that the state would just say, oh, trust us? Because I said, darn sure when I'm in moose hunting, the Fish and Game and whatnot, don't just let me do whatever I want. And that's exactly what they're doing down there. So because of that, our people have said, well, screw them, we're gonna protest fish. Now, this is another discussion I want to have in the Q&A afterwards, is to get us on the same page, get us all in agreement of what we want to do. Now, I'm not a fish biologist, but I've heard enough about the whole situation that one of the things that concerns me is the low numbers. I think it was 22,000 summer chum and 12,000 kings, either last year or the year before. And so I would hate for us to protest fish out all the rest of the fish that are in the river. Now, I'm not against protest fishing. I'm just saying protest fishing has its place, And if that's what we collectively decide to do, then I stand with you. But I just want to be careful when we make that decision, twofold. Either we protest fish, or what I felt like was a slap in the face by the commissioner when he had me on the phone, was he said, well, what if I can give you guys 40 or 50,000 summer chum next year? Would we be able to figure out how to split that up among AVCP and TCC tribes among the Yukon? Which I'm sure we could do. But remember, right before they passed the proposal at the Board of Fish that they ended up passing, the Fish and Game Commissioner stood up in the meeting and said, well, what are those Kuskokwim people complaining about? We gave them a little bit of fish, so they should be happy, is basically what the commissioner said. And I'm afraid if we either take a little bit of fish or protest fish, they're going to say the same thing about our region in 3 years at the Board of Fish. So again, I'm not against taking fish or protest fishing. I just want to make sure we're on the same page and we're all in agreement on that after my speech, so that I can get that clear direction from all of you of what we want to do next summer. Okay, I swear, almost done. So back to our theme for the week, the future is Indigenous. Because as we look forward to our future, it's important that we also honor our past, honor our history, and honor our lineage. Because we have many people who have come before us who have helped us break a trail toward a brighter future. In this picture is Robert Lord, our IT service desk tech of Gwich'aghé, and the moose hide jacket that he's wearing belonged to his late grandpa, Robert Atla. We find strength in who we are as Native people. When I stepped into this role a year ago as chief chairman, I know that I did not do that alone. I had the mentorship of our past chiefs with me, the strength and resiliency of my ancestors within me, and all of you right here beside me. As we move forward, it's important that we do it together, united and as one. Thank you for the time today. And before I take any questions, I just want to give a big masicho to all of the CC staff that work hard every day for our tribes and tribal members. Without their work, we'd not be able to advance many of the issues we're facing today to reach TCC's vision of healthy, strong, unified tribes. So let's give them a big hand. Masicho. So with that, I'll open up the floor for any questions or comments. Rhonda?
Hi, there's something going on with my mic. I apologize in advance. I have a couple of questions. First off, you mentioned the ICWA challenges briefly. And I wanted to ensure that we make the NARF donation that TCC makes every year. And you know, that donation is made. And you mentioned about 700 things. So one thing that you did mention briefly was the investments. I think that probably Ben will talk about that further.
Yes.
That would be a really interesting discussion to get into. The OSM transfer to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to Indian Affairs, that's actually a really big deal, because the Fish and Wildlife Service takes off about $2 million from the top of the Office of Subsistence Management budget every year. And that money could go to better serve the people in Alaska for subsistence laws. You mentioned something that really concerned me, and that was protest fishing. You know, I sit on the Yukon River panel on the Federal Subsistence Board, but also my family fishes in Beaver every year. And this last summer, the only fish that we got was for a potlatch for Grandma Clara Joseph. And that was not very successful. So I think the numerous studies that are going to be done this summer and the additional funding for research and some of the big time changes that you guys mentioned are going to be pretty effective. Probably 2 or 3 years ago, I would have been the first one to say, we should go protest fish, we should go put nets in the water. But if there's no fish in the water, then there's no point. I don't want any of our advocacy and any of those actions that we take, those civil actions that we take to be feel-good actions. I want them to have real weight and meaning. And I think as many times as I've been sued by the state of Alaska from the Federal Subsistence Board, that's a very good plan of action and we should go forward with that. And I'm really happy that you guys have moved forward with the self-governance agreements with the Department of the Interior. That will benefit our tribes in the long run, and that will encourage more tribes across the nation to enter into those agreements. They're not inexpensive, but what they do is they form a relationship with the federal government. And, we all in turn benefit from that. This particular state administration is pretty damaging to Native people right now. They've made a very concerted effort to extinguish any of the rights that we've all fought for. So my main question, I think, would be around the state ICWA laws. Is there a plan at Tanana Chiefs Conference to advocate and ask for state ICWA laws? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I'll have to lean on some of my staff a little bit for that. I know that we've been tracking, is it the Brackeen case? And we've got concerns with that, but I'm not sure about state ICWA laws. Who would be good? Marna looks excited to jump into the mix.
So there has been some discussion, I don't know if Brittany's here, but there has been some discussion with some of our partners around pushing a statewide ICWA law. And the education efforts around that will probably begin soon, probably not soon enough. I think that given the current state of the state, it's going to take probably a couple of years to get that moving within the legislature. But all of our partners are excited that it does include NARF, who we are working with, Alaska Legal Services, a lot of really great minds at ABCP and around the state to get that effort moving.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to NARF, I think we used to do 10,000 a year. So when we get out of here, I can make sure that we do that annual donation to them as well. Okay, any other questions? Back here, Victor?
Yeah, you mentioned something about the Secretary of Interior not being able to manage the state waters. But the subsistence priority on the rivers here, Yukon, Tanana River, and Kayakuk, it's subsistence priority federal, and we got federal people up here, biologists, cops. They retire, people that they are, most of them are retired from the state that retired from the state, moved on to the Fed system. And the state has never recognized our rural priorities for fishing and stuff like that. And I've asked them, the state biologists, for years and years, what's going on with the salmon? They're getting smaller. Oh, gee, we don't know. Here I'm reading books pre-1972 fishing policies and stuff like that for Alaska, and they're talking about size of fish and things that happened in 2000, way back then. So that's a study book from the University of Alaska. So they must knew. There was just some things that were there. Their people up in Juneau or whatever were telling them not to discuss with the fishermen or the people are concerned. And the subsistence priority on river disappears as soon as it gets past that 3 mile limit and gets chopped up, commercialized out there. Out, when it goes out, then when they're coming home, there's no more subsistence priority and we basically lost it right there. So I think she can make some of her concerns that work with our preservation out there. There's a Dr. Howard for the state of Alaska that does some good studies out there. And she can answer the question, what I'm trying to get at better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We can definitely have our legal team, when we get out of convention, take a look at that. But because the focus is on Area M, that was what she had responded to. So thank you for that. And we'll look at that. And if there's a way we can argue that, by all means, I'll try to argue that.
Those fish swim in federal waters in the area.
Right.
Yes, Nancy? Chief James?
Thank you for your report.
Oh, I can't.
thought that one of the things that we took action for previously, and we need to be very careful and keep the delegates informed in the reports of TCC is the submerged land issue. Because the state of this governor has stated that he will reactivate the submerged land issue, and that's water rights. So
Okay.
I think it's very important because it has something to do with water use and fishing. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you for that, Nancy. In the words of Marna, the governor's done some pretty interesting things over the last couple of weeks. I won't go into a lot of details about that, but it's been interesting. So as we come out of convention, I think we're going to have a lot of work to do to fight for our people. And we'll definitely get on top of that and get you guys as involved as possible, because we're basically being attacked from all angles on a lot of different things from this governor. As a last termer, basically, he doesn't have to worry about getting reelected at this point. So I was glad that his budget wasn't, half the size. It was a reasonable budget. But it's over these last couple of weeks that we've seen some very concerning things come out that are attacks on our people across the state that we're going to have to fight. So I just want to mention that briefly. Are there any other questions or comments over here?
Yeah, hi, I'm First Chief Vernon John. I just wanted to touch point on the Ambler Road. First of all, there's 5 phases. I mostly want to talk to the upper Yukon area, lower Yukon, that you have only one chance to speak. I've dealt with the state before on this. The only time there's 5 phases to this, and the only time you will have a chance to say anything to the state and put your words down is this first phase. After that, it's all up to the state, and you won't have no say in what happens. So I strongly encourage you to put your voices heard when it comes down to the Army on the first phase of it, because after that, you won't have any say whatsoever. The second one is Area M. I was at the meeting. I feel bad that we lost, but I also look at it as a win because we're noticed, and we need to get up there and tell them we're not going away. We're going to continue, and we're going to be back in 3 years, and we need to come back stronger. So we got 3 years to get ready for the next meeting and have more people show up. That way we're a stronger force out there, and we're not going to be denied anymore. We need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And if I can comment, I totally forgot that at that Board of Fish meeting, if we could take a positive from it, because I try to do that as best as I can in these kinds of instances, it's that we've got alliances with Chignik, which is on the other side of Area M, Bristol Bay, AYK, which is the whole west coast of Alaska, Otna, and Southeast. We've really got a strong contingent. And I think as we move forward, it sounds like in a lawsuit, we need to call on all of our allies to be with us, to stand with us. Now, I felt kind of bad, like I heard some comments in sub-region saying, where's Doyon? I apologize that we didn't better call on our allies like Doyon to come to that meeting with us. So that will be something that I asked Doyon. Now, Doyon did, towards the end of that meeting, say, hey, with all your people down there, we need to make sure we do our annual, I think it's a $50,000 contribution to our fish fight. And so they're doing that. But I think having them at the table with us, trying to fight for our fish with us would really go a long way. So we'll be working on that. In addition, when I commented to the news miner, I told them I worry that at AFN, they saw it as a native versus native issue. When we went to Board of Fish, it was our native versus non-native commercial fishermen primarily issue. But what we were missing in the fight was all the interior non-native folks. So Fairbanks, North Starborough, you name it, who also want to see salmon come back to the Tanana, Chena, Salcha, you name it. And we really have to call on all of the folks in interior and Western Alaska, any allies possible. We're not always allies with sport fish, but we were down there, things like that. And the more we can get on our side, the better. Now, I want to take a second and go over here to the chief of Denakanaga.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank Canada Chiefs for trying to help us by sending us fish. It was really appreciated, but you know, before you ship something, you should look at it. And just don't assume that it's good. We got the fish, but something I noticed was they were all females and they were all gutted. So if you gut a fish and try to freeze it, it'll get freezer burnt real fast. Because I used to run dogs and I used to have 3 freezers filled with fish. And by the time spring comes around, they're still good. They're still rich because they got their guts. They're frozen with their guts. But I'd still like to thank Tanana Chiefs for really trying to help the people out. Like I said, you should look before you ship because they were all freezer burned. And if you walk into a house and you smell that boiling, you'll know. You'll know it's freezer burned. You'll want to walk back out. You wouldn't eat it. And another thing that I'd like to bring up is the behavioral health issue. You know, I've seen a lot of death in my time, and most of it is suicide. Because people, the natives especially, are proud people. They wouldn't tell their troubles to anybody. They wouldn't bring it out to your best friend because they're proud. They think they could handle it themselves. And Tanana Chiefs is trying to help us to see when we could recognize a suicidal person. You know, with all my experience, seeing people, being in Vietnam, seeing my best friends come back and commit suicide because they were over there, there's no way you could really recognize a person that's suicidal. they say, oh yeah, he'll start giving away his stuff. You know? That's not a sign of suicide. I give away stuff all the time. But I'd still like to thank Ten Trees for trying to improve our way of life. And also the health system here. You know, you try to make a dental appointment and they're so backed up that you can't get in for maybe 5 months. In glasses, I tried to get a new pair of glasses because my glasses were scratched. And they said, we'll see you in 3 months. I said, the heck with it. I'm on a fixed income. Prism Optical came to my village and I got a prescription for 78 bucks. And I went over here and I bought my own pair of glasses. I can't wait that long. I don't know, I don't see why they could get more people to run the business over there. They've got to get the people's input. Instead of just hiring 2 people that works on glasses or 2 people that gives prescriptions. You made a big building over there. And just recently, about 3 weeks ago, I ripped my tendon and ripped my rotator cuff in my arm. And I went over there to see a chiropractic. And they said, oh, we have a surgeon in there now. And man, you know, really happy like, she was building up my feelings. Oh, boy, I'll get it fixed. I'll call you back this afternoon. And that was almost 2 weeks ago. Never heard from them since. So you have to have different management or go in there and yourselves and see what's going on, see what they're doing to the people. We appreciate Chief Andrew Isaac. Not everybody's perfect, though. The E-board's got to go in there and take a first-hand look at see what's going on. They got to hear the people's version of what's going on. You can't run a business by yourself. You're working for the people. You're working for us. So start working for us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can try to respond to some of that. On the behavioral health and suicide issue, you know, I mentioned the restarting back up the Reclaiming Our People and the Tribal Advisory Council. We can try to make sure, because I'm not sure, when I met with you guys hadn't been invited to some meetings. So I want to make sure that they're invited to those meetings, because what I really want to get to is, are people helping come up with solutions to the problem? I think that is going to be key of partnering with all of you to find solutions to these issues that we've had for years. And I think with that, that's how we can finally move forward, hopefully, and find some solutions. Now, I can't underscore how tough it is to hire people during the pandemic and after the pandemic. Staffing has been an issue, and we've done our best with the clinic to have it staffed up. But I'll definitely take a look at dental and eye care in the other areas. I do know that when Dr. Bird used to be under dental, that he had said, darn it, if right before the pandemic, we were almost down to no wait list. And when that pandemic happened and everyone was on lockdown, it was one of the last services, because they had to be in your mouth during, you know, when we started coming back to work, that got behind further and further because of the pandemic, and they've been trying to play catch up ever since. But I think they're working on that wait list and trying to get it down. So I hope that that continues to improve. And we did hear our elders loud and clear. By all means, if we can get the fish back in our rivers, I know that that's our #1 priority. But in the absence of that, we're trying to do the best we can to get just a little bit of fish out there. And it's not just us. Some of the tribes in our region this last year did the same exact thing and used their money to buy fish for their villages, to the point that between our 500,000 and the tribes buying fish, we feel like it's probably close to $1 million a year our region is spending on fish for our people. So with that, past President Spud.
Yeah, Brian, I've heard this freezer burn fish thing for the last few years. And what's really strange is most of the fish in the canneries anymore are vacuum packed. There's no reason to get freezer burn fish anymore. Vacuum packing. I go to Dillingham and I catch over 300 fish in a couple of days. I vacuum pack them. I've got fish in my freezer. I thaw it out and it's like I caught it yesterday. There's no reason for freezer dried, freezer burned fish. So when you're getting fish this year, demand half and half, because it costs about 2 bits a bag for really good bags for vacuum packing. And get half and half so that when you distribute that fish, they can dry some, but the vacuum pack, put it in your freezer and it'll stay fresh for 2 years. It's the best way to handle fish. And another thing that I haven't been hearing on fisheries is this is an international issue. I used to have meetings in Old Crow and Whitehorse. They're as concerned about this fishery as we are. Get the Canadians involved. They're our brothers. This is an international issue. We should have the State Department involved. Get them to overrule this state because it's an international issue.
Thank you for that, Spud. That was one of the points I made to the Board of Fish, was that a lot of my native family is actually in Canada, and that they haven't fished for over 10 years at their own direction because they saw the low numbers over a decade ago that they haven't been fishing. So you're right, when we talked about allies, we need to make sure that our Canadian family is on that list advocating with us. Because one of the things the board talked about was down in Southeast, they have those treaties down there, but I really heard little to nothing from the state about the treaties that we have with the Yukon. So thank you for that, Spud. Eugene, Cuz?
Thank you, Chief, for your report there. I just want to reflect on, the DOJ, you said that we're going to do, talking about compacting, contracting with our wildlife refugees, or wildlife. What I want to see is not just TCC doing it. Like us as I'll let you know, our sub-region down in our village there, we have the Inoko Wildlife Refuge. And that refuge, it spans across our whole part of our land there. It goes from one end of the Inoko and it goes all the way across almost to the Yukon. I wanted to be able to let you know that we have a lot of bright people in our sub-region. We need to be involved in some of these discussions with the Secretary of Interior, because these things that we want, we need to be the ones that are making those decisions. I'm not saying that I know I have full faith and credit in our staff up here in TCC, but as us to be leaders in driving these things, I think our villages need to be involved, especially in these kind of negotiations.
Yes.
This is a big thing. As we know that the Fort or Yukon Flats, they were the first organization to do the compacting direct to the DOJ and the, federal government. The second one was Queric, where they did the signing on and taking the funding and going directly to the nonprofit in Queric region. So that was one of my points that I wanted to bring it across your report.
Yeah.
And the other thing about is, we have formed a Bering Sea Tribal Commission. I'm the chair of the commission. That's I could say 32 tribes signed in so far that spans across from one end of Alaska down to the other end, touches two oceans. Two of those, from three different nonprofits, Tana Chiefs, ABCP, and Queric too. And we've been battling with this INCSA D1s. We've been talking with Steve Cohen and a bunch of his staff in Anchorage, having meetings with them. So I wanted to bring it on your radar that I do appreciate Bob and all the staff that we have from TCC that joins our meetings. So I just want to bring that across to you that I do have a lot of help and resources that TCC has given us, but to bring it to you and your attention that we need to be able to focus on some of these things that are really in our backyard that BLM is pushing to open up basically, what is it? I don't know what, 1.5 million acres. And most of those acres are just right in our backyard of our lands. Like mine is only like 10 miles away from where my doorstep is.
Okay.
And it's dealing with BLM, a big constellation or just talking with them. That's why we kind of formed all these tribes. That when we get together, that we're like one whole force to deal with instead of individually. So I just want to bring that across to you that we need to start talking and retaining these conversations with BLM and letting them know, some of these D1s that INCSA 17 that they're doing, that we need to pressure them to retain those and not open those. So that was one of my spiels I wanted to bring across to you, Chief Chairman.
Thank you.
One more quick thing before I forgot to mention, in our sub-region, we did talk about protest fishing, and I don't know if we're going to open up the floor or we're just going to talk right now directly to you.
I think right now.
So I don't want, like I said, I don't want to be the one to kill it off. I don't want to tell my children, I did this to you, that I tried to fight so hard to retain this fish. As being the one of the first chairmans of the Tribal Fish Commission, getting elected in Canada when we had our first meeting in the village, we had a lot of tribes there. And I got elected as the interim chairman. I was telling the tribal leadership there that, every egg counts to go up to Canada to spawn. Every one of those salmon that are females that need to be up there got to be there to spawn. Every one of those males got to be there too also. To do this, we need every one of those. That's like putting, cash and your cash away. I know we're trying our hardest to fight these other organizations, but I don't want to, me as a leader in my community, I just want to tell my people that we can't be the ones. I can't be the ones that turn around and said to my children that I was part of it. I was part of the person that killed it. As our people in our native way is that we got to protect what we have, and that's what we need to do. Our elders told us, this is all what you have. This is what I'm going to give you. So protect it. So that's why I was saying that I'm just, yeah. It's kind of hard to, like how you have to walk two different paths. And one of those paths we got to protect our resources. And I think that protest fishing, if we take even 100 or 200 fish, it's gonna make a big damper on what we have, not allocated, but what we have up there to spawn. So it's gonna be a difficult decision for me to even think about doing. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I agree, that's where we came up with that slogan when we were down there, that every fish counts. I mean, at this point, with the numbers so low, every fish that we're able to get back to the spawning grounds can mean the difference. And so we try to emphasize that. Definitely your Bering Sea Commission, we can partner with you guys and help you guys by all means. I believe they even said they want to partner with us on our lawsuit, I believe. And finally, Department of Interior compacting. My report, I did the best I could. It was still 45 minutes. And so I wasn't able to say what we covered at the special convention in that dinner at Pikes was that any tribes that want to do your own, it's just like compacting. Either TCC can do it for the area or your tribe, or by all means, your tribe can compact as well. They mentioned right at the start that Galena Loudon already works really well with Fish and Game and whatnot. And so by no means do we want to step on the toes of any of our tribes. And so as we go through this process, anything we do, we want to make sure it's in step with the tribes and make sure we know who wants to do their own and who wants it to go through TCC, basically. Go ahead.
Brian, Rampart wants to recognize Charlie Wright.
Okay. Go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to talk a little bit about the D1, the BLM Central Land Use Plan that's coming up. It's going to really affect everybody. So I'm really concerned that the villagers really need to have their land use plans in order. We need to protect our hunting, trapping, gathering, berry picking. This is going to change everything. All this advocacy that we've been doing, fighting for our resources, our fish and our animals will mean nothing if we don't have our land. So we got less than 180 days to work on this BLM Central Land Use Plan. So we really need to step it up and make sure you got all your ducks in a row. As like Eugene says, that when you step out your back door, you're not going to be able to go do what you want and gather what you want no more. It's going to change everything. So people, there's people that can help with that. People that need help can contact TCC and make sure you got all your ducks in a row. Protect your people's land and where you gather. But I'm trying to say, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Oh, right here. Chief of Tanana. Oh, you just, once it lights up red, there we go.
My tribe was wondering if there was any fishery projects going around Tanana this summer.
Boy, I'd probably have to lean on our fish staff. I don't know about projects necessarily, but I do know in subregions with our new fish biologist, with the $500,000 that we got from the feds for mid-river sonar, we are going to be working on, they'll be working on trying to figure out the best location for the mid-river sonar. So how close that ends up being between, you know, I don't know, Caltag and Tanana, that part I'm not sure. They don't have a location set yet. I think they talked about doing some test fishing to try to figure out where the best location for the sonar would be. And they'll be working with the tribes so that you guys can have input on where you think the best place would be. And then we can take a look at those. Oh, we have a fish expert back here. I hope. Red means go. It's kind of the opposite.
Yeah. Not a fish expert, but the state of Alaska is going to do their ichthyophonus studies again in 4 villages along the Yukon. They said Pilot Station, Tanana, Fort Yukon, and Eagle. So there will be that around Tanana this summer, besides what the chief just said.
Other questions? Oh, right here in the front.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is June Walker. I'm from Hughes, and I was listening to what Spud was saying. I think we should try and invite like other fishery councils from around the world? Because they probably have the same type of problem. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, now right here.
Yeah, I have one concern about getting isolated. And one of my tribal members requested that we have behavioral health. I think she was seeing some signs on different people, so I'm not there all the time. And another concern is medical travel. One of our patients is waiting after 2 weeks in Fairbanks after being rescheduled for the appointment, and housing is needed as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Maybe what we can do is all have Jacqueline work with you one-on-one to try to work through some of those issues. I know that medical travel, she talked about it quite a bit yesterday in her presentation, some of the issues that we ran into. With the pandemic, staffing has been an issue, and it's way more than anything that's come up in the past years. The pandemic really knocked out a lot of folks that would normally be working. And I know that the medical travel department was one of those, to where we had to start calling on other departments to jump in and fill in the gaps. The one thing I did say to the subregions, I don't think I covered it in my speech, was that I did meet with Wrights and Everett's, who both said they've got plenty of pilots now and plenty of planes. And I hope it's okay for me to mention this, that Wrights even said during the pandemic, they doubled the number of planes that they have, so much so that they even opened up the possibility, a request that we had had a decade ago, to start serving the lower Yukon subregion through McGrath. So that is something that they're talking about and considering. And I don't want to get ahead of myself by any means, because totally up to that subregion. But if they do start doing that, and if they're happy and they can get the service up, I think initially they said they could start with 3 days a week, and depending on demand, they could, I think, probably go to 5 or 6 days a week. But if they get to that point and they have regular service coming here, then it could get us to the point where that subregion may come back under our healthcare at some point. Again, no rush for that. That's totally up to the tribes of that subregion, but it's kind of exciting to think that that could happen in the years ahead. Comment? Oh, no. Okay. Don't raise your hand, because then that's comments. Okay. Any other questions or comments? There's one way back here. I think it's Second Chief of Wichage. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mike.
The Nakanaga.
My name is Margaret. I'm from Circle. I just would like an explanation from TCC. Back in 22, you've given TCC staff 5% raise. And then there's community, the villages, the people that work in the villages was not given that raise. I want to know why you've given that 5% raise and not the community people. They're the ones that paying more in their communities. And I believe they deserve that 5% raise as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All of our TCC staff, I believe, get the 5% raise. The thing that we run into, unfortunately, though, is if you have tribal employees working for your tribe, I can't control what raises they get if they're not TCC employees. So all the TCC employees should have gotten the 5% raise. And in addition to that, right before Christmas, the rural employees get, I believe it's a $1,500 cost of living bonus that the in-town people don't get. And is that all correct, Heather? Okay. But one of the things we've been looking at is because of the rise in costs, you know, the things we've been doing the last couple of years, does it still make sense, or do we need to adjust that further? So that's definitely something we can take a look at. Does the 1,500 make sense, or do we need to raise it to keep up with the increased cost? That was one of the things there. But by all means, afterwards, we can get with you to try to figure out who specifically you're speaking about, and we can see if they got that raise. Now, keep in mind, on the list, there are folks like our VPSOs and things like that. Their raises are dictated by the state of Alaska and the VPSO program. They get their own raises, and for years, those raises were more than the 3% COLA we'd done traditionally, and those are all mandated by that program, not by TCC. And there's other ones in there. I think there's a list usually of about 8 to 10 positions where they get it separately.
Right here. It's the Tribal Workforce Development Specialist, the Elder Cook, the TFYS, employees that paid from the village funding, temporary and seasonal workers. And the bonus that's given out, as far as I know, they don't get 1,500, they get $1,000. That's all I know. Thank you.
Oh, they said it's because taxes come out. So definitely on those kinds of things, if we need to gross it up so they get the 1,500 or more, for that matter, we can consider that. So the ones that you mentioned, I think, are the ones on the list that are dependent on the grants that fund the position. And usually I think we try to do something for those folks where they get a small bonus in place of the 3 to 5% raise. So some people get that and some people get the COLA. So it just kind of varies. Go ahead. No, I don't. Push the button up if it's, or push the button. I've seen both here.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, Michael Peter, Gwich'in Tribal Government. My condolences to our region. I know we're going through a lot with our loss and everything else that's going on, but I just want to make a comment that I think now is the time with everything going on, the threatening of our fish, our animals, our land, and our water. I think now is the time for Alaska, as TCC and other tribes. I think now is the time for all of us to unite as Native people. And I think we stand a lot stronger together with all the issues that's happening, you know, us getting pushed aside. You know, I mean, enough's enough. I think we all need to unify Alaska as one. Thank you.
Thank you. You're not stretching, are you? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. When I was a TCC employee in the rural division area, I was told we weren't getting the raise because we get the bonus at the end of the year. And I just remembered earlier in the week, you said you were going to put the Willow House on the agenda.
It's one of the resolutions that we'll be covering tomorrow, the Willow House, and that whole discussion is on, I think we said resolution 13, I think it is.
13?
Yes, 12 or 13, but I'm pretty sure it's 13. Yep. Okay, let's see. Any other questions or comments? One way back here. Now we are in the official meeting. So the last 2 days was more laid back, that, you know, open comments and questions. If you could be recognized by your tribe's delegate. And as long as they recognize you, you can make comments from the chairs back there. Okay. Leo?
Yeah, that's a tribal member from my village there. If she has something to say or whatever, I recognize her. She's one of my council members also.
Okay, thank you, Chief Lonitz.
Thank you, Chief Lawlence.
I just wanted to come up here and thank you for the fish that you sent us last year. I was able to make salmon strips and half-dried kyoga. Put some food safe or freeze safe. We got some good fish. We did get the gutted out fish before, but we managed to clean that up. I prefer king salmon. I was born and raised with that food. I just want to thank you for everything you do and let you know that, when we protest fish in my location, we're endangering our lives going out there because we wait till the river is rough or the storm so that we don't get caught. Well, last year Fish and Game got sassy and they made a big camp across the river from our village and stayed there throughout the fishing season. And I was outside my house and here comes one of those drones all the way from across the river and flying over the smokehouses in front of the village there. So we got cut off on the protest, the sneaking, the seining, which wasn't happening all the time. I just wanted to say thank you for the fish. I processed it and I'm giving it to family now. And another thing with the health, I want to agree with everything Jackie said, because that is the way it is. A little touch up there on the health program would be nice. And thank you, Chief Leo, for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. We have a comment here, but again, because it's the official meeting, you have to be recognized by your tribe, please.
With Anvik?
Anvik?
Yeah.
Do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Melinda Chase, and here as a tribal member, but also have been involved off and on with the Bering Sea Western Interior long-term resource management plan that both Eugene and Charlie brought up. And one of the things that is happening, and I just want to reinforce what they're saying and expand on this a little bit. D1 were protected lands that were identified during ANCSA, right? So just over 50 years ago. And right now, BLM is looking at, they're pulling together an EIS, Environmental Impact Statement, that is looking at whether or not they should lift those D1 land protections. So it's a protective status that the Secretary of Interior has the power to either keep or lift on those lands. And right now they're compiling this EIS for 5 resource management plans across Alaska. It affects 28 million acres. It is huge. And so that EIS is going to come out this spring, and it's going to have 180 days to comment on. It's looking at the lifting of those protections and climate impacts, because we know the climate impacts are projected to vastly increase, and thinking about that in relationship to all these issues with fish and encroachment, like looking at that whole picture. So I encourage you to learn about this D1 land issue. And then also potentially there's a letter that's going out right now that tribal governments can sign on to, that's going to go to the Secretary of Interior. In the Hunt, Fish, and Gather Task Force room, Suzanne Little is here, and she can help explain. And there's a one-page flyer that will give you more information and a map out. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Pat? Chief McCarty from Ruby, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. Patrick McCarty, First Chief of Ruby.
Yesterday, I just wanted to mention that yesterday we had some really great suggestions, some comments coming from concerning our health, particularly from Josephine Malmute. I think I'd really like to see something written, a report given back to the tribes on some of those concerns, so they don't just get heard and then not reported back again on. You mentioned Brian, jobs. Lots of positions need to be filled. Is it possible to have those jobs in our villages, meaningful jobs now, by the way, with the salary to match? Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. On the health discussion yesterday, as I said, one of the things we run into here is, and I forgot to put that disclaimer at the beginning of the morning, but that we can't talk about personnel issues or patient, we don't want to violate HIPAA. One of the things I always think in the back of my mind, because I always think worst case scenario, is if we violate either of those, it could mean millions of dollars of penalties to TCC. So we have to be really careful how we do that. That being said, that's why I mentioned the health department can report to me what's going on. And so I'll just have to work with them and legal and whatnot to see how we might be able to report back to you guys in more generalities of, be it patient travel and things like that, and not specific to patients, because that's the one thing is we want to make sure we don't violate that. And then on the jobs, yes, definitely. Like I said, I want to go through, I think we said 160 something jobs that right now are posted for the tribes. I want to relook at the wages out there, because I think one of the subregions that talked to us said minimum wage in a village because of a high cost should be 20 an hour. I don't think we're doing that currently. So I need to relook at that and make sure the wage scale makes sense. And then hopefully, if the wages make more sense in the villages, then hopefully they'll start filling those positions better.
Oh, okay, thank you, Brian. One thing we really need, probably in all our villages, is grant writer.
Oh, yeah.
And we have TCC department, but they take so much off the top of the grants, that it should just all go to the individual tribes once it's granted. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Pat. And definitely if we can, as much as possible, set you up with a template to where it's pretty much ready to go and you guys can do that, that's what we'd like to do. So be it solar or whatever, if we can take successful grant applications and share it with the tribes so you guys can do it and get it direct, by all means, if you're able to do that, we should be able to support you with that. Georgiana?
On your employment, you have a high rate of turnovers, and according to your, I don't know if your TCC policy states that if you get fired or you let go at TCC, you can apply at TCC for 3 years. Is that correct?
It depends on the circumstances. So when an employee leaves, depending on what those circumstances are, they're either eligible for rehire or not. And it really depends on the circumstances. So not to say that this happened, but if somebody committed fraud or something like that, I mean, I don't want to next week be forced to hire them back. So it really depends on why they were let go or why they left. That goes into that. And so it's kind of case by case, and it just depends on those things. I'm hearing my phone buzz, so I'm guessing that's HR or legal telling me don't talk too much about staff issues.
I have another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe about 10 years ago, the county tried put in a resolution for that crime, that we do a little bit crime and we cannot work for the federal government. And about 4 years ago, I think one of the elders, Anna Frank, brought that up at the convention here and was never addressed. That's why a lot of our Native people cannot work, because they have that criminal background check. And we need to look at changing it or make it a waiver like the state of Alaska. They do it for 5 years waiver. This is the only way we can use our Congress and senator to change that bylaws, to make a waiver in it, because a lot of our Native people can't work for our organization. They have to work outside, and there's a lot of discrimination when they work for non-Native organizations.
Thank you. Yes, that is something we tried to advocate for in DC. Unfortunately, I don't know that any of the congressional delegation wanted to pick up and push a bill to waive background checks on federal funds. That's a big deal there. So I don't know that we can fix that. So I'm getting a big line here. I'll go here and then I'll go to that microphone. So again, we're in the official meeting. So your tribal delegate, if you could be recognized, please.
Recognize Philip Solomon.
Okay, thank you, Chief James. Go ahead.
Philip Solomon, Gwich'aghé, Fort Yukon. I traveled with Yurdfa almost 20 years ago from Eagle up to Teslin Lake where the salmon spawn. There's three salmon streams up there. So I have a little insight, but it's mostly the Canadian side. But there's three items that I wish we would deal with. Number one is when and if we get our salmon back, selling salmon roes should be not allowed. 3 basket fish wheels should not be allowed. The reason for that is you'll never have a lag where the salmon can shoot by. With 2 basket fish wheel, there's a lag. My fish wheel, I have a big lag, so I let them go by, but I only want a certain amount. Fish wheels at the rapids, it's a choked off point, and people capitalize on that, and that's mostly where I heard they were selling salmon roe. Possibly, maybe not allow something. We got to do something about that. Fishing at the choke off, you know, that's just, they're taking too much salmon right there. And also, I'm picking on your village now. Eagle is the last village in Alaska. And I think we need to help the salmon to put more eggs in the water. I think that would be a good place to put a live well fish wheel, so we can get the females and the males get their eggs and take it up to Teslin Lake, up to the streams, and go ahead and just help the salmon. And just to let you know, downriver and upriver, Teslin Lake, I've never seen a fish cache that looked like about the size of, I mean, I've seen outhouses bigger than that. They have 1 salmon hanging in there. That's all they get. Downriver at the mouth, they get first chance to get the salmon. So I remember they used to have 72-hour openers. So at the mouth, you get 72-hour openers, but you have no tributaries that the salmon came in. So they capitalize on the salmon right there. They can get all the salmon they want in 72 hours. When they get to Fort Yukon, there's dozen rivers, streams that the salmon go. So by the time they get to Fort Yukon, the 72 hours that they get at the mouth is not the same as we get in Fort Yukon. So by the time they get to Fort Yukon, we don't even know which tributary or which, we're braided rivers. So we don't know where to set our fish wheels sometimes just to try to find them. So that 72-hour thing just doesn't work. And like upriver, we only have 1 tier fish cache. It just means you hang it right here. We don't have another layer and another layer. So maybe we can do something about that 3-tier fish cache or something like that and limit it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Back here on the microphone.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor being here to listen on everybody's proposal and comments. But we came a long way, Minnetonka and Arctic Village. And we know the population of the salmon is going down and other species. But we all have to maintain and do our homework and protect a lot of those habitat areas, including just about everything in Yukon Flats. We got to look into the future under that emergency impact services or energy impact services, or those are the things that you put on black and white. Those are identified. Where are the fishes at? So those are the habitat that we need to protect. The habitats of the caribou, the 1002. Those are the birthplace of the caribou. We need, just like Minnetonka Arctic, we put everything on black and white. I expect each community in Alaska to put their document in place so we can use as the keys to fight the federal and state government. I just want to bring that up. And, you know, there's over 215,000 caribou, including moose, including Western herd. And the Western herd caribou are mixed with reindeer. 40-mile herd is a very important for the 40-mile herd users. So, for example, a few years ago, the summit, I had a lot of caribou, but it had been slaughtered from the last 2 years. So those are a habitat of caribou goes in those areas. We need to put it on black and white, just like the Minnetonka Arctic, because we got to have tools like what David Salmon says. We have to have tools to fight the federal government, not fight, but this is our rights as a human being. When are we going to be, when we are being threatened by our own kind and also the federal and the state government? Fish and wildlife. A few years ago, like 10 years or 20 years ago, Minnetonka put up, the government was threatening us over the oil field and also the habitats in those areas. And over 285,000 fish went into the Channel River. That's salmon and also king salmon. It's the birthplace of the salmon there. So we need to form some kind of protection on these areas, identify those areas. Yes, I could fight for the caribou for the next 30 years. It's been that long now. And the state of Alaska is not doing their part of their job. Also, the fish board are not doing their job at all. They're against your way of life. So we need to put these things on the table with them. I like to be part of that. There's a lot of people here who wants to be part of that, to make a decision making at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got here, and then I'll come back to you. Oh, okay. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Oh,
here
there we
we
go.
Carl? I'd like to recognize who's this tribal member, Daryl Went.
Go ahead.
Yes, it's good to see you again, Brian. I've been, really trying to represent, our people with our traditional and cultural uses of our land. I've been, in this, learning about the process of the federal and the state, which is heavily regulated We're, compared to lower 48, we are the most regulated. So in order for me to get involved, I had to understand from all aspects. So on the state side, I'm an advisory only on the Kaikouk River Advisory Committee for the state. Now on the federal side, I'm on the Western Ontario Regional Advisory. So my capacity is, we understand what they're trying to make us live with, and it's frustrating. I'm also sitting on the Hunting Fishing Task Force for TCC and the Fish Commission as an alternate. It's frustrating sometimes because we get into the talking situation like we did down there with Area M, and you're only recognized as advisory. We have to understand that we have rights in there, whereas we could sit on the same level as the state and the federal government, which is co-management for now, until we get, more involved with our situations. I'd like to say that, fish is not the only animal that we harvest out there. We harvest we have a cycle. Every summer, spring, fall, and winter, we have these animals that we depend on. And the state is not allowing us to continue our lifestyle. That's the way I see it. We're losing all these animals. When you go sit down with them, they tell you, okay, give me an example of what you guys utilize. And if we did this 20 years ago, that circle would have been full. Now we do it now, we're maybe 25%, maybe 15 we utilize. And they want to do more exploration, mining, road building. So we're talking about, the situation with D1, which in our terms, when we first started this was with Yardwa under Wayne Jenkins, it was considered areas of critical environmental concerns. We brought that up to them and told them, we need to really consider how we could try to protect our people, to protect our way of lifestyle. So I've been in this battle for a minute. I understand, how frustrated people can be. I just want to tell you guys that, we're out there trying to do something. We're really trying, but it's a really conflicting situation when you have to battle up against the state and the federal government when you don't have the dollars to provide that opportunity. But I'm glad TCC is here to help us with that. And we got to recognize that, TCC is, putting in the battle for us right now, which we've been doing all our life. I see my grandparents fighting this fight. Now it's getting a little more critical. Our people are going to be really hurting here pretty soon. We're going to find out that, you can't live on what they're trying to provide for you. The fish that they give you is not good no more. We have people out there that kitchen fish up in the Kobuk River, some of my friends, and they say, these are pretty good salmon. I said, well, you're kitchen Yukon Rings River salmon, but you got to learn how to utilize it. I wish I could go up there and say, hey, put a fish camp up, start making these strips. I think they make good progress up there. Where our people is depending on fish from down around Dillingham or those areas that's freezer burn. We could, look at other avenues and how to get this fish to these people, but we have to improvise. That's something that I see. And also, we lost in our area, back to 72, 76, we lost our caribou herd, which was the central caribou herd, the central, they migrated down to central Alaska. And that was a big herd. It was a very huge herd. A lot of these villages depended on that, all the way from down around Holy Cross, Shagluk, all those areas. That big herd came down, went all the way down that way. Now, once that pipeline went through, we lost that herd. And that was one of the battles that my grandparents fought. So I'm telling you, I've been in this battle for a little bit and understand what the process we're going through. I just hope that we could continue with your guidance to try to alleviate the situation for our people. because our people really depend on that cultural and traditional use. And I thank you for giving me time to speak for you.
Masicho, thank you. So we can try to do Tanana and Chalkitzik, and as best as we can, if we can get through the questions, what I'm gonna try to get us to is some form of a decision on the fishing as far as protest fishing or not. And then we've already had an hour of discussion on Ambler Road, some sort of a decision maybe, and that'll be at your direction of reconfirming or rescinding the resolution that we're under, something like that, so we can get to a decision from all of you. So right now I am on to Tanana.
I'm Lois Huntington, first chief of Tanana, and the second chief, Julie Highslop, wants to call in on my phone. She wants to ask some questions about veterans. So I don't know how this is going to work. I'm calling her right now. Hello? Oh, you're on? I'll put my phone next to the microphone, Julie.
Speaker, yeah.
Yeah, it's on speaker.
Okay, go ahead, Julie.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is Julie Roberts Highslop. I currently serve as the second chief for the native village of Tanana. And although I can't be there today, I've been listening in on the internet. And I just have something that I really need to express. You probably all know, well, most of you probably know that my family's been through a really rough month. Recently lost two of my older brothers. They were both very honorable veterans. They served in the United States Navy during the Vietnam War. And you know, I really have a lot of respect for the military, and I really value, you know, all of our veterans. And, you know, the way I see it right now is we need to do more to help our veterans. We have probably only a handful here left in our village of Tanana, but they deserve every respect and honor, especially when we put them away. I haven't had any response back from the military in regards to, you know, some of the long overdue respect when it comes to medical care, when it comes to housing, when it comes to their last final burial. These are some of the issues that our veterans have had no help with from the military. Recently, I was attended an AFN Day, Alaska Day in Washington, D.C., where there was 4-star generals present, and how they're building up Alaska with all of the military and how they need our support. And Senator Sullivan really didn't say much yesterday about the veterans like he usually does. And I'm just kind of, you know, a little bit upset over the whole process of the treatment of our veterans. And that's what I wanted to express today was we need, as a region, we really need to have more of our veterans involved and making sure that they are getting everything that they deserve for serving our country, sacrificing their lives to make sure that we have what we have today, and that is our basic freedom. So that was my comment that I wanted to make to the convention today. Thank you, President Chief Brian Ridley, for everything that you're doing for our villages, our region, not only statewide, nationwide, and we need to go worldwide as far as, you know, I can see with some of the issues that we have as Native people today. Protecting our Indigenous sovereign rights has to be at the forefront of each of us as we go forward as leaders in our community. advocacy.
Thank you, Julie. And again, sorry for your loss. And I totally agree on the veterans. I think we can do better. When my dad passed, he was Air Force and it was really hard to get, I think it was DD 214 or something like that. When a veteran passes away, it was very difficult to get them at the funeral and present a flag, but last minute they scrambled and did it here in Fairbanks. I think what we can do at TCC is try to help with a contact of when that happens, because I know how rushed it is and crazy it feels of trying to figure out, okay, who do you contact for that? So I think we could definitely do better. I think maybe Speedy has something in regards to the veteran, because I got a bunch of other people in line too. So if it's specific to the veteran.
Yes, good morning. And I'd like to thank Julie for bringing that up. You know, you guys heard it before that Alaskan natives, we got the highest percentage out of any kind of natives that served in our country, Alaskan natives. You know, we got to be proud of that. Because, you know, we lost a lot of our people during that time, Vietnam, World War II, and other wars. You know, I served in 89 and 93. I went through that Black Hawk down in Somalia, Africa. And, you know, not very good, nothing to see, but I know there's a lot of our native people that live in the villages or even here that not signed up with the VA. It's so much paperwork that we had to go through. And I brought this up a few years ago with Dan Sullivan. I spoke to him about that. I told him our native veterans need more help on getting their paperwork through so they get better care system. I brought that up to Dan Sullivan, right there in this convention. And they're bringing it up again. You know, we, the native veterans, that we need you guys' help. Because it's so long process doing this paperwork, it goes back and forth and it get dropped. A lot of our native veterans, they're not getting care that they need. And you know, we're talking about people that served Vietnam. You know, there's not much, there's a few left that was served in World War II. We just lost a native veteran this year. And he was supposed to be presented one of the highest medals for Navy. And the paperwork didn't get to the family. Only way they found out was they told him at the death certificate, hey, he's supposed to be presented this medal. And that, sadly, that didn't happen because of the paperwork. And this was a guy that served in Vietnam, and all he told stories. The family said that he saved lives. That was it. And he didn't even know he was getting this medal, supposed to be presented to him. And they had to lay it on his casket. That was it. So we do need a lot of help with. I know our native veterans that need this paperwork. So we brought this up many times already. Thank you.
Thank you, Speedy. So to get us back on track here, we're on to Chalkitsik, and then I believe Robert Walker after that. Go ahead. Red, it's got to be on solid red. And there's a little delay. There you go. Oh, you turned it off. Now it's on.
Okay, I'm Patricia Salmon from Chalkitsik. There was a message that was sent to me by Shelby Fisher Salmon from Beaver. Can someone at TCC convention mention jobs in the villages? We do have people in the villages wanting to work, but it's so limited. TCC jobs would be good because they could offer benefits there definitely is proof from the pandemic, many of the jobs could be done remotely. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree, we talked about it a little bit, but if there's one thing we learned in the pandemic, hope it's okay to mention some of my old bosses, but Victor really had us with the e-board work to try to figure out how many jobs could we push from Fairbanks out to the villages. And at the time, honestly, it wasn't that much. It was, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15% of the jobs. What we learned during the pandemic is a lot of the jobs at TCC can be done remotely, because when we were on lockdown, many of those jobs were done from home. So we learned a lot through that, so that way more jobs should be posted region-wide when they become available, and we'll do our best to make sure to do that. And as I said before, on the 160, 170 rural jobs that are posted right now, as soon as we get through convention, I'm going to look at the wage scales on those to make sure they're competitive. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just got a notification from our Lower Yukon subregion that sometime about 10 or 12 years ago, we put a resolution in for the Lower Yukon subregion and other subregions that in times of a disaster, if I could remember right, was done, each family in the 6 subregions would get $25,000. And I think that you should go back and have your staff research some of these resolutions that were passed back then. Because I think whatever was done, we did, we know, I remember, but I don't remember all the wording, how it went, but it was for fishing, I think, in moose and probably caribou too, that would impact our areas. And just another thing, speaking of a veteran, my dad was a World War II veteran, and he was an MP down the Lucian chain, and James Solomon from Caltech. They were pretty good buddies hanging out together. So that's something I just want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief James?
You know that Chief of Kuchaja, that VA, I'm a VA, Veterans Services and Benefits is not actually being provided or going out to the rural area for those that have been in the service. We have the largest within the TCC region.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, the military buildup in Eielson and Fort Wainwright is happening. And we need to not talk about this VA and the need for it. We need to help those that have served. And we need to consider centralizing an office within Tanana Chiefs region. So I know this is a time for us to do that, and I'd like to make a motion that we have an VA office centralized in TCC. To provide services.
Okay.
And to coordinate, to collaborate with other organizations. So it's centralized for all the VA people that would like to get the services.
Let me clarify something real quick before we move on that. I was trying my darndest to text Amber, because when we did the big Fort Wainwright potlatch with FNA, Doyon, everybody, we were working internally, I thought, with our VA person. It's not Echo Hawk, it's like something Hawk or Eagle Hawk. Is that our VA person, or what is her position? Just to clarify, down on the 5th floor, I think it was.
That was our vocational rehabilitation program that works with individuals with disabilities and helps them gain self-sufficiency in our region. And so they often work with our veterans on gaining work.
But we don't have a VA office currently.
Not within TCS.
Okay.
Jacqueline?
There we go.
We don't have a VA office, but we do have alternate resource staff who can help with the paperwork for the VA health benefits. And we have pretty good collaboration with the local VA as well as the statewide folks, and they're more than happy to come out to our communities and help everyone with their paperwork and determine what veterans might be eligible for, because they have a lot of programs and it depends on your level of service connectedness, I guess, what all you're eligible for, but they can help with that. And before the pandemic, we had started taking VA folks out to a number of our rural communities.
Okay, then with that, I think we have a motion on the floor by Nancy, basically to start a VA office within TCC. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Eugene. Any further discussion? Question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief James. And on to past President Steve Guinness.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's a lot of talk about the jobs, and rightfully so. I just want to share with you that, you know, for many years, our elders have advocated that our young people go get an education and come back and work for our people. And I recognized that when I was at FNA. And some 8 years ago, I had a policy change. I call it developmental hire. And you know, what that did was people had the education, but they didn't have the experience. So through that policy then, I have a couple of my senior management staff that I hired under that policy. They had the education, but they didn't have the experience. And on my part, I mentored them. And they're one of the best employees in my senior management staff, those two individuals. I hired another individual that is no longer there, working for her own tribe now. And she's on our board as well. So I guess I'm kind of advocating that maybe that's a policy that you all might want to take a look at. And I would also encourage Doyon Unlimited to look at a policy like that. Because our people that have that education, they have to have an opportunity. And they carry around that education with them, but they're not given that opportunity. And I think through a policy like I initiated at FNA, that would be very helpful to those that were trying to encourage to go out and get an education and help their people. On the veterans issue, you know, we have the Alaska Native Veterans Association. And they're a 501c3 organization. They incorporated. But they need help. And if we can some way provide the kind of help they need in terms of seeking grants and that type of stuff, I think they can become a very powerful organization. And so that's something to kind of consider too. We already have an existing Alaska Native Veterans Association in place, but they need help. They really need help. And other than just presenting colors, they can do much, much more than that if we just gave them the help they need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Steve. Masicho. I'm getting lots of questions and we're coming up on lunchtime pretty soon. So I've got two here and I've got one at the microphone. I'll go with my elder advisor first. Please bear with me. Peter?
Okay. Yeah,
I'm a Navy veteran from the Vietnam era. And since I got out, we're unable to take advantage of the military housing allowance for veterans. You have to live in Fairbanks or Anchorage or along the highway system to be eligible for it. Now, I had to work and earn my own money to buy materials to build my house. I couldn't get the allowance from the military. Maybe we need to get that changed. They put that rule into effect because the villages had no electricity, no running water, etc. But a lot of us villagers do now. So that needs to be looked into maybe by the Alaska Veterans Association and see if we can get that changed for our veterans.
Thank you for that. I think that's definitely something we can partner with Senator Sullivan on. I know he's a strong advocate for our veterans, so that'll be something that we bring up with him. Leo, and then we'll come to the microphone. And if we can try to wrap these ones up so we can get to the two decisions we need to make, hopefully before lunch.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I just want to commend Julie on her comments this morning on the veterans and everything. That was very powerful for her to speak and what they're going through now, that family especially, you know. And it's really proud of her to bring that up. And I'm really thankful for that, for all the veterans. You know, the veterans are really having a hard time now to even get the benefits that they fully deserve. You know, I always thought in my mind that this should be automatically, regardless what war you've been in, you know, because we sacrifice our lives going over there, no matter where we went, Iraq, Vietnam, World War I or II. Those people should automatically get these, but yet it ain't happening like that. We have to practically go out and just almost beg for these benefits. You know, I myself haven't received any benefits yet. I've been trying, but yet I haven't got any response from anybody. So I went to this one lawyer online, but I'm supposed to hear back from him probably sometime, maybe end of this month, I'm pretty sure. He said to give him about 2 months or something like that. But I'll see where it goes from there. I've been trying to work on it, but yet to my view, there's nothing happening, you know. And I'm not the only one probably. There's a whole bunch of us up here in the state of Alaska, especially in our region. And it's probably throughout the whole state. And I want to thank Julie once again. And I want to give our greatest condolences to her family. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. And back here. Hopefully the microphone's on. Hopefully last question.
Hello. Yeah, now thank you, Chief Chairman Brian, Bruce Hervin, Token Native Association. I'd like to recognize Karen Linnell to give a little quick talk.
Thank you, Bruce. Brian, and the rest of the delegates. I'm Karen Linnell. I'm from the Otna region, but my grandfather comes from South Jacket. So we're related up this way too. I am one of 2 Alaska representatives to the Tribal Interior Budget Committee. And I just wanted to talk to you folks about some of the things that go on at the Tribal Interior Budget Committee. They send out a ranking tool, and I know the tribal administrators have seen it many times, but it's very important to our budget process. And we've gone from doing it every year to every other year now. And so that just happened. But that ranking designates about 75% of the budget for BIA. And then the other 25% is done through negotiations at the Tribal Interior Budget Committee meeting, which will be happening mid-April in DC. One of the things that I try to do and have been working on is trying to get funding to our smaller tribes. It used to be called Small and Needy Tribes, and now it's called Small Tribes Supplemental. And right now, every tribe should be getting a minimum of $300,000. And And this has been going on for a few years now. I still have tribes getting 28 or 98, less than $100,000 a year. And it was increased to 200,000 about 3 years ago, but this year it was raised to 300,000. I'm hearing what you're talking about, jobs and being able to do more in the villages. And this is one of the things that can help address that. So I wanted you to know that. I also have an email set up specifically for TBIC issues. So if you'd like to email me, because I'm the OTNA representative and then the Alaska representative, it's OTNA, TIBC, at otnatribal.org. We have some tribes, about 3 that don't get ICWA funding, and so I'm trying to work on that as well. But I just wanted you to know that I'm trying to work with them and have them address things, because when they say the term Indian country, it leaves out 99% of Alaska. We only have 1 reservation. So every time they say something, I tell them Indian country and Alaska, so that they include us and that they're trying to be more inclusive in their budgeting process. The other thing that I've been working on getting funding through, and which funds a lot of our fish and wildlife projects, is that TMDP funding, or Tribal Management Development Program. That one, we're trying to get the funding that we've been working under for some of the organizations to be permanent funding rather than competing funding for the fish and wildlife projects that TCC, Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission, and Otna Intertribal Resource Commission are working on. So just trying to get more money to Alaska. And I wanted you folks to know that that you can contact me with any issues you have with BIA budget, and encourage you to participate in that survey that happens, that ranking tool, and only rank programs that pertain to Alaska, funding that comes to Alaska. Because if you fund or rank the things for the lower 48, more money will go to those tribes in the lower 48. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So in the middle of all this, I want to recognize past President Victor Joseph in the back of the room back there. Trying to hide out, trying to be incognito back there. Okay, so I think to try to keep us on schedule, I believe I need a motion to approve the president's report. We have a motion by Georgianne, second right here. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Now, even though I'm getting 100 people texting and giving me notes of vote on this, don't vote on this, I'm gonna do my best to get us through this. So, break time. We're already an hour behind. I think we can get through these 2 votes fairly quickly, and then we can go on break before we hear from finance. So bear with me. I know we've talked Ambler Road, I feel like, to death. We have a standing resolution currently from 2019. What I want to ask the delegates is, I think we've got 3 options. Supporters of continuing to be against the Ambler Road, you could either reconfirm that resolution, or those who now are for the Ambler Road could push to rescind that resolution. The one I'm not totally clear on, and I apologize, is either one could vote to modify the 2019 resolution, I believe. But as I said before, I'm under the direction of all of you from that resolution saying we oppose the Ambler Road. So what are the wishes of the delegates, so we can get to a vote and find out, I can get clear direction from you guys how you want me to deal with this going forward, keeping in mind pretty much we're just on hold. There really isn't action at this point. We're on hold waiting for the environmental and the feds to make a decision on what they're going to decide to open the road or not open the road based on that environmental. I don't know that there's a whole lot for TCC to do at this point, but what are the wishes of the board? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm on Chief Burn John. I just want to let you know that once the state and federal government make their decision, you're not going to have any say in what happens next. I really want to stress this out to you, that once they make their decision, their environmental decision, you're going to have no say in what happens. It's going to be the government, and TCC or any of us won't have any say. And it's important that you say something before this deadline, they make a decision. Because once they make that decision, you will have no say whatsoever. Thank you.
So is there a motion from either the people against the Ambler Road or anyone that's for the Ambler Road? Is there a motion either way so that we can get to discussion? Or are we just going to stick with the 2019 resolution saying we oppose the Ambler Road? Chief James? Stick with it? Okay.
We already have a resolution, so are you saying we need to rescind it in order for us to come back to discuss it?
No.
I'm asking the legal lawyer, legals about this.
So they
have a standing resolution.
and it sounds like we're gonna stick with that resolution.
So you don't want to rescind it.
Okay, so I think we're good.
Chief
Okay.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Hey, so the other day when we had the discussion, all I really wanted was to see if the tribes that were against it before and had their name on the resolution, Hughes was the only one that didn't have their name in that resolution. So I'll just see if the tribes have an option to pull out of that resolution. That's all I was asking.
Yeah. By all means, they do. And like I said the other day, if I'm going to support your tribal self-determination, then those tribes that pulled out of the lawsuit, I have to support that's their decision to self-determine and choose what they want to do, how you want to run your tribes. That is not my decision by any means. And so I want to make that clear. That's up to you guys. So it sounds like right now we're going to stick with the resolution saying we oppose the Ambler Road. So then the lawyers are very opinionated about our fish situation. And I am going to try to get us to a vote, but it's not on protest fishing. The lawyers have said it wouldn't look good if we had a vote to break the law. So rather, I'm going to ask if we want to get clear direction from all of you. Do we want to accept 40 to 50,000 summer chum from the fish commissioner, knowing full well we're not meeting escapement for the fish to come back? And there is a major concern that I heard from quite a few of you that if we do that, that could wipe out our fish population on the river. I just want to get that direction because the fish commissioner's asking me that. And if it's a resounding yes or no from the body, I feel like I need that direction from you guys while we're here. So do I have a motion either to accept or deny the fish commissioner's offer from any of the delegates? And remember, they did that on the Kuskokwim that was used against us at the Board of Fish. What's that? Huslia denies it or says we should not accept the Fish and Game Commissioner's offer for 40 to 50,000 summer chum, and seconded by Chief Alvey. Any other discussion? Okay, so let me clarify. The motion was to deny the Fish and Game Commissioners offer for some summer chum. So voting yes means we're not going to accept the commissioner's offer and we're going to say, we don't want your darn fish. Sound good? Okay. Oh, somebody's talking.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
So then, so there wouldn't be no fish next year then? There's no protest fishing and there will be no fish distributed to the villages. is what
Well,
you're
I think
saying.
with the protest fishing, again, it's your self-determination. If your tribe feels strong about that, that is not in my control. And the lawyers are saying we shouldn't vote on it at this level, either saying, you know, putting out there in the media that we're agreeing to break the law. I think that's a decision you guys should make among your tribes back home, if that's something you want to do.
Okay, so I just want to say that Hughes was really happy to get that fish.
Mhm.
That's the only salmon we got, you know. I'm not sure what they're really saying here.
Okay, so the Fish and Game Commissioner said, hey, we're not making an escapement. You didn't get what you wanted with Area M, but we might be able to offer you 40 to 50,000 summer chum between AVCP and TCC regions. So it would have to get divvied up between 100 villages or whatever. So the motion on the floor is to say, no, Commissioner, we don't want your summer chum. Any other discussion on that?
Bry.
Chief Olvey?
Chief Ridley, sorry.
Go
Would we
ahead.
still get fish from TCC?
Yes, that's the plan, and we are doing our darndest to get better quality fish out sooner so that you have them during your normal fish camp, smoking, cutting during the summer months. I'm gonna do everything I can to get it out there faster. Any other comments? Carl?
Yeah, I don't agree with the protest fishing. We have to try to make it an escapement goal, but to receiving fish, I mean, I would, as an organization, I'd just reach out to each individual tribe as that period draws closer, so we don't come to, I mean, some tribes will accept, some won't. I mean, that's just a process, but let's not try to kill that process here on the floor. And as it draws closer to receiving the fish, then reach out to the tribes individually, let them make that own decision. So it's not here from the floor.
Okay, is that what you guys want to do? Because that would mean we would then remove the motion from the floor by the maker in the second.
Clarification, I don't even think he was making a motion.
No, we have a motion and a second, correct?
I remove that motion, that motion.
Okay. Then we're good. Everyone's happy? Okay.
Yes.
So I think we're good to go on a break. I'll try to do it like Leo.
Yeah, so if we're not going there to accept the commissioner's offer, so that leave us no alternative to go around to sue the commissioner and the fish board for the fish.
No, we're still gonna go down that road. We're gonna try to partner with as many of our allies as possible. There's an entity, I think, willing to partner with us and foot some of the bill on protecting salmon, basically, one of those entities. And so we're gonna partner with them. We're gonna partner with anyone we can on the lawsuit. That's still gonna happen.
Okay, I just want to make that clear because you got our 100% backing from Kaikuk because seems like it's well overdoable, you know, it should happen a long time ago. But yet here we are still fighting for our fish, trying to get what we need. And that we don't ask for very much, you know, we just take what we need and then we quit, and that's where it's always been in history.
Yeah.
In our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Chief
Brian.
James?
Just clarification, just what we did. You know, your marching orders, just to clarify that. Can you clarify?
So what I heard was, do I need to go back to Ambler Road too, or no? Okay, that resolution stands. And on the fish, we're not gonna take action on the commissioner's offer for some chum for a region, that will be up to each of your tribes to determine if you want to accept that or not. Again, supporting self-determination, that your tribe will need to meet and discuss and make sure that if the commissioner calls up on June 5th, that you guys are prepared to say yes or no if you're willing to accept that offer or not. You all need to be prepared if you want to do that. Is that clear? Okay. I've got a lot more questions coming up, and I'm done with my report, and we've covered the two issues. So the chief of the Nakanaga.
Yes, I got nothing against accepting the fish, but Commissioner must think we're dumb natives or something. Because any native that fish for subsistence knows that the spring chum are rich, the fall chum are rich, over that leaves the summer chum. They're not very rich. So if he wanted to give out spring chum, I take it. If he wanted to take out fall chum, I take that too. But seems like he leaves us no choice but to take the summer chum. A lot of us subsist with our fish. And on the Kaika River, when we get the spring chum, they're rich. You hang them in your smokehouse and they're dripping with oil. And the fall chum, the same thing. The summer chum is utilized to feed your dogs. That's the way I grew up, and that's the way I ended up fishing. So, but I got no objection about taking any kind of fish if it's fresh. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So with that, I hope you guys will be okay. We'll just take a brief 5-minute break. You guys can hit the bathrooms and whatnot, get coffee, and I'll let Ben Schilling transfer to come up and do the finance speech. For the first time in 15 years, I'm not doing it. Yay. Okay, so we'll stand down for 5 minutes.
That's definitely a bit longer. Yeah.
So I think Brian will introduce me and then I'll introduce you and then you.
Yep. I promise I'll go for as quick. I'm sure there's lots of things for people to talk about.
Yeah.
I was gonna get straight to the point. Because it's always new.
schedule. So if the delegates can try to make their way back to the seats. A couple of announcements. The canine dog is here. So if you got anything in your backpack, you shouldn't be warned. Also, Isabel John, who's the last sibling of Chief Andrew Isaac, is having a 101st birthday today, and there's going to be cake in the Tanana room at 5 o'clock. So with that, I think the safest thing, because we're getting very close to lunch, is I've asked past President Will Mayo if he would come up and bless the food, because shortly after these guys, Rampart Room at 5 for birthday cake. So I'll ask past President Will Mayo to bless the food, because I think they'll probably start bringing it out pretty soon.
Please join me as I bless the food, lead in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this food we're going to receive. We do ask that you would bless it on our behalf. We are grateful and we express our thanksgiving with all our heart. And you heard our discussion regarding our traditional food. We pray for your help with that as well. And let us go forward with good hearts and unity. And again, we thank you for this meal we're going to share, and we thank you for your blessing. I ask it in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. So without further ado, I welcome Ben and Max to cover the audit and the financials. And as I said, I'm very excited to sit on the sidelines for the first time in 15 years and not have to present the financials. So take it away.
Let's see, before I get started, Jacqueline's got a quick message for us.
Yes, really quick. Self-governance staff asked me to remind people about the masking because they had, and that was a request from a couple of the delegates to SelfGov. So if someone has been exposed to someone who has COVID, and exposure means close contact for at least 15 minutes in close proximity to mask for 10 days and watch your symptoms. If anyone has had COVID very recently, if you're still within your 10-day window, even if you tested negative on day 6, the CDC guidance is still to mask for the full 10 days. So that was just a friendly reminder at the request from some of the delegates through self-governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. So good morning, chiefs, delegates, and guests. I have to say that it's truly an honor to work for TCC and to be able to present to you here today. You should all have a copy of the financial statements in your backpacks. If you're one of the guests who didn't get a backpack and would like a financial statement, we've got a couple people that can hand them out. Just raise your hand and we'll get one to you. So before I begin, though, going over the financials, I want to give our audit firm an opportunity to discuss their work with you. So we're both going to present and then we'll have questions after that. So here we have Maxim Mamatov from Altman Rogers. We've had Altman Rogers now for 8 years doing our audits. And so I'm going to turn it over to Max. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here again. I've been doing this for multiple years, and this is my first time actually doing this presentation with Ben instead of Brian, so I'm excited. It's going to be a little different, but maybe a lot the same. I wanted to thank you, the board and management, for choosing Altman Rogers to perform your FY22 audit. I have slides to go along with my presentation. I'll try to keep this short because I'm sure there's a lot of grounds to cover for you today. So like I said, I'll do my presentation. You're welcome to ask me questions. I do know quite a bit about the financials and the result of the audit because I worked in this audit for multiple years, and we spend a lot of time and we look at a lot of stuff as we conduct the audit. So I'll begin with my presentation. I always include this slide because I think it's important to mention how little time goes between the end of the fiscal year audit and the issuance of financial statements. And this is true testament to hard work of management and employees at TCC, because there's a lot of work that goes into the financial statements and the audit. And we work closely with TCC during this period. We usually start our audit in November. It takes us about 3 weeks and over 600 hours to perform this work. We work part-time in Fairbanks, and out of 3 weeks, we work 1 week remotely out of Anchorage through online communications management. And again, it takes a lot of effort on behalf of everyone to finish this process and to audit the financials and to issue this report that you have in front of you today. So this year, I want to specifically thank Nicole Devich, who was the first time, I've been working the first time with her on the financials. I worked with her in prior years throughout the audit, and she was a big part in the drafting process of the financial statement. And I just want to recognize her input and skills that went into this document. Again, she primarily worked with me in addition to Ben on the financials, and big thanks goes out to her. Like I said, we spent close to 600 hours over 3 weeks doing the audit. And what's going on as we do this, we look at transactions, we pull samples, we gather sufficient audit documentation to substantiate balances, disclosures in your financial statements, because it's management responsibility to prepare the financial statements. It's our responsibility to audit the number and to opine on the financials. So as a result of the audit that we conducted, and you can find this opinion letter in the financial statements on page 7. This is an excerpt from the opinion letter because the opinion letter is 4 pages, but you can read the letter and if you have any questions, you can ask me about language or anything in the opinion letter. But basically what this says, there are several sections. The first paragraph talks about the opinion, and it says we have audited financial statements of Tanana Chiefs Conference for the year ended September 30th, 2022, which includes the numbers and the disclosures, and collectively that represents the basic financial statements for Tanana Chiefs Conference. In our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Tanana Chiefs Conference as of September 30th, 2022, and they were prepared in conformity with general accepted accounting principles. Once I mentioned this already before, it's management responsibility to establish internal controls that the financial statements are materially correct, and to prepare and to fairly present the financial statements. So management prepares the document, we audit the document, and based on the audit work that we conducted in November, December, we issued our opinion, and it's called unmodified opinion, which is the best one that we can give you, meaning that everything in the financial statements is fairly presented. So basically, that's the main opinion over the basic financial statements. There's going to be 2 more, one over federal compliance and one over state compliance, and I briefly will discuss those in following slides. So as part of the audit, we didn't just look at the numbers and disclosures, but we also audited your federal compliance programs and your state compliance programs. And we have to do this every year because anytime an entity spends over $750,000 in either federal or state funding, they're subject to federal or state single audit. And since you're representing villages, I'm sure most of the villages are going through the same exact process every year if they receive and spend federal funds under a variety of grants. So under federal compliance or federal single audit, TCC spent a total of $164 million for federal funds during fiscal year. We had to select 4 federal programs, and we don't audit every program every year. The selection is based on risk assessment, and the federal government gives us a criteria to follow how to select programs. So this year we selected 4 different programs. One is tribal self-governance, low-income home energy assistance program, tribal BA, tribal self-governance, and coronavirus relief fund. Each of these programs comes with their own set of requirements that we have to review. We have a total of 12 requirements that the program can have, but we typically audit anywhere between 3, 4, and 6, no more than 6 requirements. And majority of these requirements, they have to do with reporting, with allowable costs, and eligibility, procurement, and as part of federal compliance audit, we have to make sure that the entity, in this case TCC, complying in all material respects with the requirements of each program. So like I said, for this year audit, we audited 4 of federal programs. And as a result of the audit, we issued our opinion over federal compliance. And the opinion, if you look in the report, you will find the opinion towards the back of the financial. It says that in our opinion, TCC complied with the compliance requirements that could have a direct material effect on each of its federal program for a year ended September 30th, 2022. So you are receiving unmodified opinion over federal compliance, meaning that management and employees at TCC complied with all direct material compliance requirements for the federal programs. Very similar type of work that we do over state programs. Same exact idea is that you receive state funding and you're required to hire auditors to perform state single audit. This year, FY22, in FY22, TCC spent $6 million, $6.2 million of state funding. We selected 2 state programs out of all the programs that TCC received, and you can see the entire list on page 108. There's going to be a schedule of state financial assistance, and all the programs are listed there. So we selected 2 programs this year. This year was the first year where the state changed the selection process. They decided to mirror how the federal compliance is performed. So we made that change. So instead of auditing 6 to 8 programs, what we typically do this year, we were able to shrink the number of programs to 2 that were the bigger and more important ones by maybe not more important ones, but bigger by dollar value. And this year it was especially housing and VPSO, Village Safety Officer program. We audited those 2 programs. Once again, we reviewed requirements that were direct material, and based on the audit that we performed, we issued our opinion that says that in our opinion, TCC complied with all the direct material requirements to those programs as for a year ended September 30th, 2022. So as part of our state compliance audit, we are also giving you unmodified opinion, meaning that TCC did their job. They satisfied all the requirements, direct material requirements of the programs. And as a result, you're getting unmodified opinion. Again, the best one that we can issue as part of state compliance audit. So as I was saying in the report, if you go to page 108, you can see a listing of state programs, and the schedule before it, you can see all the programs that you received and were in use from the federal government. And this is just a summary. There's a section in the report on page 110 that summarizes all information related to opinions, findings, and the result of the audit. And as part of the audit, again, we're giving you unmodified opinion on all 3 sections, our audit over financial statements, our audit over federal compliance, and our audit over state compliance. And in all 3 sections, we're not giving you, we did not find any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we have to report and disclose in the financials. So you're basically getting clean opinion, and a big testament why it's like that, because again, I'm sure that in your villages, you've seen reports with many findings from either us or our auditors, because there were problems that needed attention and needed to be addressed. At TCC, we spent, again, I mentioned over 600 hours looking at probably 500-600 transactions and different accounts, different requirements of each program, and we were able to complete our work without coming up with findings that had to be disclosed in the financial statements. And that's about it. I do want to tell a joke, because I don't know if I'm going to be presenting next year, but I do want to tell a joke. And I know that Brian, he used to be a banker, so I figured I'll take 30 seconds. What is the difference? I'm sorry. why did the banker and the accountant got divorced? Well, we couldn't reconcile their differences. I don't know if it's funny or not, but I thought it was funny. Thank you so much. Again, if anyone has any questions about either the audit itself, what we do, or the numbers in the report, I know that Ben's gonna do a phenomenal job talking about the results, but you can also ask me questions. I might not know all the answers in regards to individual programs, but I will be able to answer anything related to big numbers or disclosures in the financials, because I work really close with Ben and Nicole to make sure that the balances and disclosure are fairly stated. So, questions?
Questions at the end.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, thank you, Max. So, my presentation here. Let me first tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Ben Schilling, or some of you know me as Bingo Ben. And I am no Brian. Occasionally I get called Brian, but I am not a Brian. So you're gonna have to bear with me today. So I've lived my whole life here in Fairbanks, at least so far. My parents, our kids, and our grandkids are all here. So Fairbanks is truly home for us. My wife and I are both CPAs. We've both have over 30 years of practice here in the interior. Much of that work was for your villages or villages outside of the TCC region. I've been now with the TCC Finance Department for just over 10 years. And I can honestly say here, as I'm approaching the end of my career, that this has definitely been my favorite job through my life. So really appreciate that. And before I begin talking about the financials, I really have to give credit where credit is due. We've got a lot of good news to share, but it's a huge team effort to get there. And it all starts with the finance and program managers out in the communities. A lot of the funding flows through TCC to our villages, and then you guys are responsible for spending that money and doing it in a manner that we can report it correctly and it's in compliance with all the requirements. So if you're a finance person or a program manager in the villages, if you could just stand real quick. And I'd like to just give you guys a big thank you. So thank you. And next, we couldn't do any of this work if we didn't have good facilities. So the facilities department also reports to me. So I don't know if we've got any of the facilities folks here, but I'd also like to give them a big round of applause. So thank you, guys. Next, we've got all the program managers here at TCC. So again, you guys are the ones that are managing the programs, making sure that the activities that you're doing are appropriate, serving our people, and in compliance with the requirements. So I'd like to give a thanks to all of the program managers out there. And then finally, to support all of these activities throughout the organization, we've got a group of people that perform that final check on compliance. They make sure that we're following all the policies and regs. They make sure that everybody gets paid, whether you're an employee or you're a vendor. So I know they're all back at the Chief Peter John building, but I'd like to give a big shout out for the infamous accounting department. So thank you, guys. It's their work that makes my job possible. Okay, I do have a few jokes, but if you happen, I'll hold those off until you see somebody nodding off next to you. So if you see that, just shout out joke time and we'll throw a couple of good gems out there. So let's jump right into the financials. They say that when you're doing a presentation like this, you really only have about 30 seconds to get something across to people. So if I've only got that 30 seconds, the things I want you guys to take away from here is that TCC is financially strong. We've got great financial ratios. We've got an A+ bond rating. That's probably one of the highest, if not the highest, bond rating of an organization such as TCC in the country. Yep. And it's that kind of strength that lets us withstand, difficult financial markets like we've seen this last year. The second thing I want you to take away is the audit opinions that Max just went over. Audit opinions are very wordy, they're hard to understand, they twist things around so you're not sure if they're saying something good or something bad. The key takeaway though is the audit opinions that TCC received this year are as good as it gets. They can't say anything in the audit opinions that's any better than what we received. So we got the highest opinion. So I want you to take that away. And again, after several years of this, we again have another year of 0 findings. So 0 findings, given the size of TCC, the number of programs that we have, it's truly incredible, given the magnitude of the audit work that goes into it, that we came out of it with 0 findings. The auditors have a very low threshold for what they would call a finding. And so it really, that goes to the level of work that your staff and the staff at TCC put into managing the finances of TCC. So finally, if you take away one thing from today, TCC is financially strong, and I want you to really appreciate that. So the organization of the financials, when you pick up the book and want to go through it, I'm not going to go through it in detail today, but it goes from the general to the specific. So the deeper you get into the book, the more details you'll find. These are just the main sections up here. Don't want to go through them all again. But as you take them home and study them, maybe it'll help you go to sleep at night. Just remember, again, the further you go in, the deeper detail you get. If there's only one section that you want to look at, you're wondering which is the most important, I would do what's called the MD&A, or the Management Discussion and Analysis. It's the very first part of the book. It's pages 1 through 6. It gives you a real high-level overview of our operations. It compares them to 2021 and gives you our feedback as to what we thought was important for you to know. So again, that MD&A would be a place to start if you don't do anything else. The next area I want to go over is the net position of TCC. Net position, if you're a private business, or another thing, that's like your owner's equity. It's the one big benchmark of how you value a company. As you can see, we've had significant increases since 2014. The clinic was the main driver in that initial increase. You can't really see the captions of what each of the different colors mean, but I'll go into those individually over these next slides. The biggest component of our net position is called restricted for program use. And the biggest component of the program use is the IHS funding that we receive. So there's also another component that drove the spikes in the last couple of years, and that's COVID. We received over $147 million of COVID funding over the last 3 years. Okay, investment in capital assets. That's a component of net position. And it's a bit confusing because you think that off the cuff that it would just be what's our total capital assets. But because it's the net investment, you have to subtract out the debt you have against those capital assets. So if you think of it, if you took out a $100,000 loan and you went out and bought a $100,000 building, you really have no net asset at that point. You have debt and you've got an asset. So when you're looking at our net position up here, you can see that there are a couple times when we had big jumps. One was in 2016. If you remember, we took out debt to build the clinic expansion. In 2016, we refinanced that debt and paid off a substantial portion of it. So that's why you see that first big jump from 22 million up to 51 million. Then again, in 2019, we actually just paid off all of that remaining debt. And that's where we got another big jump from 52 million up to 86 million. Since then, we've taken out more debt to build the expansion. So that didn't cause any, again, that's kind of a net zero. But we have had other construction that we've been building on that hasn't been debt financed. And so that's why you see the gradual increases over the last few years. Plus, we've been paying down that debt. So as we pay down the debt, the net investment goes up. Restricted for program use. So remember, this is the largest section of our net position. As the title indicates, it's restricted for a specific program. And IHS is that largest program that we have. You can see a couple times when it declined. There in 2016, we dropped from 54 million down to 39 million. But remember, that was the year we paid off a substantial portion of the debt and refinanced the debt. Then you can see we had another decrease in 2019. Wasn't much because we had other things that were increasing, but in 2019, we paid off all of the debt. Then you can see we've got these huge increases as the COVID funding started rolling in these last 3 years. So that top yellow portion, that represents specific of the COVID. Restricted for tribal shares. So this is the funding that's yours. This is your funding that comes specifically for your village, but it flows through TCC. These funds are primarily the BIA shares. So you get more of the portion of the BIA funding that comes in the form of a tribal share as opposed to IHS where there's very little. In fact, I don't know if you can quite see that up there, but of the tribal share money, BIA is double what there is for IHS. You can also see that we've had a significant growth from 2015 through 2022. It's almost 300%. And a large part of that is the COVID funding that's come in these last couple of years. But we have seen gradual increases over this time. Now, the accounting division works very closely with the self-governance staff to make sure that you guys have your budgets so that you know what funding you have sitting at TCC and that you guys can then direct how you want that money spent. Unrestricted. So unrestricted is, it's a great piece to have because that's what gives an organization flexibility. Prior to 2015, we had, you see, it's actually a slight negative unrestricted fund balance. But in 2015 and 2016, we received a couple large settlements from the federal government over their handling of CSC, or contract support costs, pardon the use of acronyms. And that really helped us reestablish an unrestricted fund balance. You'll notice that we had a sharp decrease between 2021 and 2022. And that's that 20.6 million of investment losses that we incurred in 2022. We'll talk more about that as well as Brian's already talked about it a little bit. And it's important to remember as you look at unrestricted that it's not all available for spending. Of that 35.6 million, 25 million of that is tied up in our buildings that we have around the region. The general fund, the really unrestricted part of unrestricted, is only about $10 million. And about half of that, a little over 4 million, is tied up in prior year economic development grants that we've awarded to you all, to the villages, but have remained as unspent yet. So we still carry that on our books in this unrestricted fund balance, but we've got it designated for your use. So it's still there. Investment earnings. So you just heard me say that we had 20 million of investment losses. Brian stole a lot of my thunder in this area, which he likes to do often. But again, TCC is very conservative in our investment strategies. So TCC, we lost the 20 million, but that's about 9% of what our assets were at the end of the year, 9% of our investable assets. But the S&P was down over 20% last year. So we were by far not following the market. Now, when the market turns around this year, I want to warn you that the flip side is true as well. Because we're conservative, if the market shoots up 20%, TCC's investments won't. We're going to have a much more gradual increase to our investments. Our goal is to try to, maintain a kind of a steady flow. We're not going to hit those highs, but we're also not going to hit the lows. As a side note, like Brian had mentioned, we have had a pretty positive first quarter. Earnings so far are about 5 million at this point in the year. So again, it's great to now be able to report back earnings as opposed to losses. All of that goes into what we've been able to provide out as payouts to the villages, support directly to you all. That's That's one of the main reasons that we try to keep TCC financially strong. You can see over this entire period, we've paid out about $44 million to you. And that's from anywhere from an economic development grant, fund balance distributions, and Brian went over a little bit about how the board changed the fund balance distribution this year. Bingo proceeds, rural relief payments. You can see there's a huge spike there in 2020. Again, most of these spikes are COVID related. So that was that $10 million that we were able to push out to you of that IHS COVID funding that we received. And Brian also stole the thunder about the that 1.8 million of 2023. That's the $50,000 economic development grants that we're going to be working with the self-governance staff to roll out to you guys shortly. The board did make a couple minor changes to the program this year, but we'll be getting out all those details to you. Total revenue. So you can see that looking back 2013 to 2015, we had a really steep curve there. Again, that's the new clinic. You know, it can't overstate how beneficial it was that you all, the leadership of TCC, undertook that operation to build that clinic. Since then, there have been steady increases in the total revenues. You see again those spikes, those light orange spikes from COVID. You'll see that there was a slight decline in the non-COVID related funding from 21 to 22. Again, that was our investment losses that caused that slight decline. IHS compact revenue. So you see that we had one big jump there when we got our JV package in place with the opening of the new clinic. But since then, it's been relatively flat with slight increases. Again, you see the huge component there of the yellow, that's the COVID related funding. Health third-party revenue. Now, this is revenue that gets generated by actually having medical services rendered. This has shown steady and significant increases following that opening of the new clinic. Every year, the rev cycle folks are finding more ways to improve our billing and collections, and this is a clear demonstration of that. And we do anticipate that these trends will continue for the foreseeable future as we open up new services with the expansion. And they tell me that they still have more areas that they can improve. So we're really looking forward to that. And I can't overestimate how important that these revenues are to TCC. It's this third-party revenue generation that allowed us to pay off all that debt, saving millions of dollars. That's what's helping us to achieve that A+ bond rating, which is saving us millions of dollars on our current debt, just in lower interest rates. It's funded the construction of new clinics in the villages, bringing better healthcare closer to your home, as well as construction of the expansion, which brings, again, better healthcare closer to home. So this is the BIA compact revenue. Again, similar to the IHS compact, you'll see that it's been relatively flat. Slight increases if you go all the way back to 2013. Huge spike of COVID in the orange area. You'll notice kind of an odd decrease from 2019 through these last few years. And that's because of the way contract support costs were paid out from BIA in 2019. Prior to that time, they'd been paying us the contract support costs after the fact. In 2019, they started forward funding the contract support. So that's why that 2019 actually has kind of a double hit of contract support cost revenue. But since then, again, you see it's just been relatively flat. Revenue by department. So this pie chart tries to show a little bit about how revenue is distributed across the organization. I did have to back out investment losses because with a pie chart, it doesn't really like negative numbers very well. And so it was hard to show a piece of the pie that was missing when you're trying to show an entire pie. So you can see here that the health department makes up about 80% of our revenues, TCS about 16%, and admin about 2%. So total funding by sources. Again, we took out the investment losses just so again, we didn't have that negative pie piece in there. And I do have to apologize. This is one error that we do have in our financial statements. On page 5, this graph or similar graph is presented that had a typo in the underlying data. So I oftentimes throw in errors, and I know Peter likes to find my errors from time to time, so I do that just for him. So let's see. So from this graph, you can see that the federal funding is about 60% of TCC. Third-party revenues, that other 30%. We've got 6% from the state, and then we've got other of about 6%. And Brian's always harping on me that people don't like to see other. They want to know what that is. So in this case, the other is about 8% or $8 million of USAC funding. That funds our broadband service to all of our clinics, our remote clinics. We've got about $2.5 million of TANF money and $1.3 million from the fire crew. State revenue. So you can see we've got a drastic decline in state revenue over this 10-year period. That's not huge surprises to folks who have been watching the state budget over these last few years. We do see slight increase from the last 3 years. At least it's flat to increased. So that at least is nice to see a stop in that downward trend. And we're hopeful that as oil prices remain at that level where the state operating budget is funded, that we might be able to see more increases there. This census data slide we've put in here just to kind of give a basis of looking at these next few slides that'll talk about rural and urban spending. So you can see here that 28% of our region is rural and about 72% of the population is urban. If we look, if we look at our expenses, you can see that this graph is showing that our urban spending is about 66% as compared to what the population for urban would have represented at 72. So it does show that we are spending our dollars more in support of the rural communities than we are spending here in the urban area. Travel is totally flipped the other way. So 84% of our travel dollars are in support of rural operations. And that's anywhere from sending our medical teams out to the villages, bringing in village reps to meetings here in town or to DC for advocacy efforts, patient travel, patients traveling in and out from the communities, the annual boat trip, the advocacy boat trip that we engage in, sub-region meetings when you guys all get together, whether you're here in town or you're meeting in one of your communities, other village trips by admins or village reps doing, like I said, advocacy on the national level. So what have salaries over time looked like? You can see that obviously salaries have increased, our total salaries and benefits spending over the years. That's mainly due to inflation. Also, the growing number of employees. TCC is over 1,000 employees now. You'll see a larger increase there between 2021 and 2022, as would be expected as we're staffing up the new clinic. Salaries rural versus urban, you can see about 78% is urban, again, due to the fact that we've got the main clinic here as well as the administrative center here in Fairbanks. In terms of ethnicity, you can see that 43% of all of our salaries and benefits go to Alaska Native and American Indians. This demonstrates that TCC has really been working with our Native preference and hiring practices. And this demonstrates the success of that. So I tried to keep it really brief. Ryan's always saying chop, chop. So we're to the questions point. But before I open it up for questions from you to us, I have a question for you. If you were to look at the back sections of our financial statements, there's a tab called Administration, Natural and Cultural, Health Services. those are the very detailed financials that we have, and it's at the fund level all the way down to the program level. One of the things that we've been proposing is that we would drop off the program and just have it at the fund level. That would reduce the amount of columns that we have in the back. It would really simplify the way we generate the financial statements. But before I made that kind of a drastic change, I wanted to reach out to the delegates to see, does anybody use those sections in a way that if we change it, that it would impact you or negatively impact you? So I'm just kind of reaching out to you guys. Does anybody have any concerns that we do that? All right, sounds like everybody's in favor. So next year, when you look
I had
at
a
those.
question.
Oh,
I had a question.
yes, Rhonda.
I kind of prefer that level of detail, just so we know like what we're in, like what the decisions are around program changes and things like that. I think it just kind of shows, I guess, how much investment each program has. Because sometimes we get like a broad overview, but not really the detail. And it also shows like how much staff you have in a certain area. And, you know, maybe you need more social workers or something. I think that's kind of what it shows. I appreciate detail, but I don't know about anybody else.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, maybe Rhonda, as we get to doing that, maybe we'll run a draft by you and show you kind of what it would look like. Okay, so now we'll open it up for other questions. I just want to make a note for Rhonda. All right. Yes,
One question before you give up. You showed the percentage of native and non-native hire. Could you also tell us what the dollar amount of those hires are, native, non-native?
Yes, it's like. Tyler? Tyler, they're in the back? Oh, okay. They're working on getting the presentation back.
Ben.
There we go. So there's the salary number. So again, it's showing that 53.4 million was paid out to Alaska Native American Indians and 69.6 to other. In percentage wise, that's 43% Alaska Native and 56% other. Welcome. Thank you for the question. Peter.
Yes, yes, Ben. I don't know anything about Altman and Rogers. I don't know how many employees they have. I don't even know where their office is. But I do notice in your audit report that they spent 600 hours doing the audit for TCC. That's 4 months. I'm curious as to how many clients they have. Is 4 months justifiable for just our organization?
So again, that's total hours. That's not one person spending 600 hours. So anyway, let's have Max talk about that a little.
Sure, and I can answer this. The reason you have to realize how big your organization is, because we audit a lot of entities, governmental entities, nonprofits in the state. So we audit a lot of villages. I just finished working with Northway Native Village. Compared to TCC, Northway is a tiny little place and it takes us probably 2 people, 80 hours of audit time on site to do that audit, because there are a lot of requirements that we have to look at and or review and make sure that you're compliant with them. If you look into your financials, just like Ben was discussing, the back schedules, they represent individual programs that your organization is administering. And a lot of those programs, again, all those programs they come with their own unique requirements. And we have to make sure that you're compliant with them, because just like Ben is saying, the tolerance to a finding or tolerance to something that we have to disclose in the financials is pretty low. For example, I'll take this one because it's something that we did for many, many years now, because the state required us to look at the program, your VPSO program. That program alone has 2 grants that fund that program because it's on state fiscal year. So it goes July through June, but because of your fiscal year, your federal fiscal year, we always audit 2 awards in just that one program. And we have to pull transactions to review to make sure that they are allowable under the program. So we have to pull samples. So we have to pull, in that program alone, we have to pull close to 50 transactions. And that's just allowable costs. In addition to that, there could be procurements, meaning that you are required to go out and solicit bids if you purchase items over a certain threshold. Federal threshold goes 10 to 250 and 250 and above. And each threshold has its own unique requirements as to what TCC or grantee has to do in order to be compliant with that requirement. In addition to that, VPSO has a very extensive reporting requirement. There's a financial side, which are quarterly reports, and they have to be submitted on time. They have to be reviewed, approved, and supported by accounting records. You have monthly reporting, and you have monthly narrative reporting. And all of that has to be done timely. I mean, they cannot take a week off or just because someone takes a vacation. Those things have to be done.
So Max,
what I'm trying to say is that the number of hours that's spent is because your organization is so broad that we have 5 to 6 people working for 3 weeks. And that's why I have that slide to explain how much work goes into this, because you're looking at the final product and it's a piece of document with 100 pages in it. But behind that, the countless hours are ours and TCC staff to make it happen. Because when we're putting our opinion, we're saying that the financial statements are federally presented and the programs, federal compliance and state compliance, you are compliant with direct and material requirements. But when I'm saying that, what that means is that each program that has requirements that we have to review, we review them and determine that TCC is compliant with that. If not, you will get a response in the report. And again, if you've been through an audit at the village site, chances are you've seen 1 to 10 findings that we come up as part of the audit and tell you that they have to be addressed in order for you to be compliant. So that's where the numbers of our hours are coming from. And I'm kind of rushing through this, but there's more to it. I can talk to you individually and explain more.
so you said that we got about 5 or 6 of your staff that work on the engagement.
Sure.
How many staff do you have in the audit department at Alton?
So we have multiple offices. So in Anchorage, we got about 40 accountants and then partners and then support staff. So in total, we probably have 50 to 60 people, depending on the month, on the week, on the year, because again, people quit. We just hired several accountants out of college, and it's going to take us some time to train them, and who knows how many of them will stick around. But typically, we have about 40 auditors and then 6 partners, just accounting audit partners and 1 tax partner in the Anchorage office when we have June and Soldotna. So like I said, we took about, I don't know, 10% of our accounting firm just to audit your organization, and it took us 3 weeks, which is by far one of the longest time we do this.
Did that answer your question, Peter?
Yes, it does. I want to thank I guess your name is Mr. Altman.
No, this is Max.
That would be not me. I just work for them.
Okay, thank you. You clarified.
I'm just a guy in the field and occasionally presenting the financials if you give me the opportunity. But like I said, if you want to talk to me more, I don't want to take any more of this time. Come find me and I'm more than happy to go over everything that we do. I enjoy doing this.
Any other questions? Yes, Eugene.
Okay, Ben. So I wrote some numbers down on the unrestricted. From 2020-21, we're up 56 million. And then you just reported that, well, being on the budget and audit committee, we're down 235 million. And then the president, our chief chairman, just announced 500 or 50,000 unrestricted. And then our investments were down this year, I don't know, 5 million or no, I mean 10 million down or down in investments. Which part of the percentage of the unrestricted we're taking that 5 for the payouts?
For the economic development grant?
Yep.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, for this year, for 2023, we're currently have our investments are up about 5 million. So we've got 5 million of revenue this year. So from that, we're going to use about 1.9 million to do the economic development grants. Is that
Okay. And then when you're talking about our, well, we're not in the, what they call it, the tribal shares. So what percentage are we using? And then the COVID, you know, like the percentage of, you know, the COVID money that we're getting. So I'm trying to say, how much percentage you think that's actually, you know, some of our tribes are in a part where, you know, we have to, like my village, I have to spend over 5.5 million through the COVID monies. So how are we balancing that to like the payouts? I mean, when we talked about it, we talked a little bit, we set some guidelines during the executive board, but you didn't explain in detail how those guidelines are, right?
for the economic development program?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a couple of the tweaks that the e-board asked for this next year is to put a time limit on the economic development grant programs. Like I said, we currently have carrying on our books about $4 million of unspent prior year economic development grants. So one of the things the e-board would like is proposing that we do is we put a 2-year time requirement on it. And anything that doesn't get spent out within those 2 years actually goes into a lapse fund. And that lapse fund would then be managed by the subregions to reallocate towards other projects within their subregions.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hold on, Rhonda. Let me go with Chief Guinness first.
Thank you for your report. I just wanted to try to understand the restricted for tribal shares of 37 million plus. Is that funds that are held within the Canada Chiefs organization on behalf of the villages?
Yes.
And those are unexpended?
Correct.
Wow, that's a lot of money that's sitting there. And you know, we hear from our tribes, you know, some of the challenges they're faced with out there. And here they have 37 million plus sitting in the funds at TCC. And so I guess my question to you is, do you all communicate to the respective villages the shares they have there? And I assume because it says it's unrestricted. Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
I'm assuming if it says it's unrestricted, they can utilize it where their greatest needs are.
So just to clarify, it's not unrestricted. It is restricted for tribal shares. So the tribal
Oh,
shares
it's restricted, I'm sorry. Yeah, so how do you communicate to the tribes here how much they have there in from this total amount of dollars here? And what are the limitations as to how they could utilize it? Because, you know, you hear some people, some of the tribes talking about elder housing, for example, you know, in their respective village or whatever. So if these funds are available to them and they can utilize some of those resources toward that kind of a project, I mean, I would think that would be a benefit to the villages, right?
Yes, for sure. So the tribal shares program, there's actually a number of programs that fall underneath the umbrella of tribal shares. The self-governance staff, there's a number of them, and they each have their own grouping of villages that they work with. They give those the reports that show the villages exactly what their budgets are that they have available at TCC. Self-governance works with the accounting department to make sure that those budget numbers are accurate. So the information is being provided. But again, I believe, especially in these last few years, because of the magnitude of funding that's out there that was largely COVID driven, getting funds spent is a challenge. It's challenge for TCC as well as I know it's a challenge for a number of you. But the reports are out there for people. And if anybody doesn't know what their report is or what their budgets are, please let me know and I'll be sure to work with, my staff as well as self-governance staff to make sure that you are getting those reports. See, I think Rhonda, you were next.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask a question about the investment losses. So it's a $20 million loss this year. And is there any investment strategy to like kind of mitigate those losses? And also, there've been a couple of bank failures in the news in the last couple of weeks. So does that affect Tanana Chief's investments in any way? Thank you.
No, those individual banks are in those communities that has no effect on TCC. Our main banking is with Key Bank and they're a large national bank. We don't have any funds in small banks. The mitigation strategy, is already in place, and that's why our losses weren't as significant as the rest of the market suffered. And it's why we're actually bouncing back now this year. So yeah, we do have a strategy, and we work with an investment firm out of New York that helps us manage the investments.
Who on the e-board sits on those committees for like the investments and
So-
budget? You mentioned a budget committee earlier, I think.
Yep, so we've got the budget and planning, I think is the current term for it. I think we've got Eugene on there, Nancy, and who's our other member right now? Lori, yeah. Chief Baker, sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Rhonda. Here at the center, Mike.
Hi, Tanya Garnett, FNA. I'm recognizing Harold Atla.
Hi, my name is Harold Atla. Been going to the TCC meetings for quite a few years and worked in accounting for a number of years and have a degree in accounting from the university. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's not governmental accounting, but I was briefly going over the financial statements and investments and depending on where maybe folks are with the money, and I see there's maybe 235 million in investments. Under that, there's the mutual funds, domestic corporate bonds. And one of the ways I think possibly organizations, the way they use their money, or if we're for environmentally friendly investments and that sometimes like it's a strategy that folks could use and to invest in if you're for, depending on where you're at and where your position is, I would say 235 million is a fairly large investment. But do we know, is it within our, where we stand? I know we've talked about a lot about the environment and the fish and everything. Are we putting we would ask ourselves, are we putting our money into are we battling against ourselves with this money, basically? That would be a question. And I think it's like a strategy that maybe other companies use to invest in. Say, no, we don't want to invest in this company or this fund because it's against what we're doing. So I was just curious to see if we're in line with our values, I guess you could say.
Great, yeah, thank you, Harold. There are a lot of companies that will apply a social filter to their investment strategies. At this point, TCC doesn't have any social filter per se in place with our investment firms. It's something we could definitely consider going forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tanya, for recognizing me.
I hope I haven't created too much indigestion for you today with this. Let's see. Here's my piece of paper here. Just in case I haven't created enough. So Brian gives me a hard time for taking so much sick leave. But it seems like I'm only sick on the weekdays. And Jacqueline identified my problem. It's just that I have a weakened immune system. I'll have to think about that one for a minute. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Oh, I just had like one more quick
Oh,
one.
yep.
So I was talking about the NARF donation before. Would that cause any problems if it was more than the normal amount?
Would it cause any problems? No.
Yeah,
it's
so when I first started as a chief, I think probably in 2011, 2010, Brian would get up there and give us like 3 slides on how travel changes were causing big problems in the company. And and now I feel like we've gone into a whole different level of issues and things with, stock markets and bonds and things like that to I guess, to really learn about more. So, so I just wanted to make sure that like the donations that we ask for aren't gonna, are coming out of unrestricted, and we're all good. And also maybe we can have a few more in-depth reports about investment strategy and things like that for education purposes. I would appreciate it. I doubt anybody else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. And anything else? All right.
Victor.
I'm sure what these are. Victor?
I just try you.
Oh.
Yes, we're gonna ask questions. Oh, you got notes.
Testing. Okay, had a little problem with the mic. Victor Joseph, I'm alternate delegate to Tanana, and if I'm following the rules, I'd have to ask Lois to.
I think past president, you're good.
Okay, as past president, I can too. But so here's my question. A while back, we started, Tanana Chiefs was authorized to pay for the delegate and the alternate delegate. This year, coming in, the tribes are responsible for paying the alternate delegate again, which is fine if the financial situation at TCC wasn't as great as it is. And so this is an opportunity, an easy opportunity for the TCC to be saying, hey, this is cost we can cover, because I think it's important for the tribes to send both of their delegates in, and some of the tribes may not have the funds to pay for that alternate. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's something that we can consider. Anybody else? All right.
Thanks, guys. Let's see here. Do we have a motion to adopt the finance report? Okay, we have a motion over here and a second by Leo. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thanks, Ben. Oh, and Max too. We thank you too. Now, I do have to say, I thought that was the most exciting presentation. And I hope it's okay to pick on my little mom back here. That during that presentation, I kept checking on my mom, because darn it, if one year I was up here just talking about revenues and expenses, and I thought it was so exciting, and I looked down and my mom was out. So, as a kudos to Ben Schilling, my mom stayed awake during your presentation and not mine, so good job, Ben. Okay, moving on. So we're trying to get back on schedule as best we can. The lunch, we have the Patty Highslop Award that wasn't able to be done on Saturday due to a funeral in Canada. We're gonna allow them some time to come up here and do the Patty Highslop Awards. So I believe we have Donna Folger, and there might be Dana. And I do have, so if you want to come up, in order to save time, I have a gift here for the Donna and Dana from Kaikuk. So you get some books as a thank you for all of your hard work. Can you get her that floor mic and bring it down here?
Would you like to say anything?
Oh, God, good. Anybody else?
My daughter and my granddaughter, sister.
Okay.
College travel. College travel.
I guess I'm ready. I guess I'm not. Here. First of all, I just wanted to thank the TCC for allowing us to join in today and present this 28th year of Patty's Sobriety Award. almost 30 years ago, Patty had a vision. She visioned that our communities would have safe, sober, healthy community people. For the past 28 years, we have been coming up here in honoring Patty's Sobriety Award. And I thank the Tanana tribe also for allowing me to do this again. TCC for giving us a spot. And all you villages out there that place nominees, they're so important. If I took the time to name all the nominees that were nominated, that would be another whole program. I counted 89 sobriety winners since in the past 28 years. And I'm still honored to be here to do this work. I just can't seem to let it die out. Patty was an important person in our community who led us down that path to learn and try to change and be sober. It wasn't an easy road, and it's still not an easy road. So I just wanted to thank those communities who nominated your nominee. It was hard to choose. It's always hard to choose. Mostly the tribe, Canada tribe would say, pick them all. This year's a little different. We were really on a roll before COVID hit in 2020. Was the last time we came in person. 2021, we had no nominees. I dug high and low. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember. I thought for sure there was somebody, but there was nobody nominated. 2021. First time in all those years. 2022, there was a whole bunch of nominees. That year's winners were Faith Peters, Denise Newman, Willie and Judy Evans, James Wright Sr., Natalie Sam. Natalie Sam. So I'm honored to do this year's winner. I'd like to call up Kaikuk Village. Kaikuk put in their nominee. And so while I'm reading this, Bobby, Sherry, march those boys right up here. Okay, this is coming from the community of Kaikuk. We, the community of Kaikuk, would like to nominate these two young men together. They make a good team for Kaikuk. Robert F. Silas, Pilot, sorry, I'm getting mixed up already. And George C. Albert are from Kaikuk. They are the sons of Robert and Sharon Albert. These two young men have been sober and drug-free all their lives. Robert is 22, George is 19. Robert works as a teacher aide at the Ella Vernetti School and recently joined the Emerging Leaders for TCC. George works for the Kaikuk tribes as the tribal court worker. Can't pronounce some words. These young men open the city and tribal office on weekends and evening hours for the Kaikuk youth. They are providing a safe place for our children and for some safe place away from the house parties, especially during the big community events when we have a lot of visitors from other communities. Both are involved with community events, such as circle sensitive, TCC leadership, community meetings, search and rescue. They are always willing to assist the community, most times that it call out for help. They have responded to emergencies and assisted with CPR along with their response team, help at the cemetery or community events as needed. Both young men are kind. Okay, I'm gonna cry, but I'm not gonna cry. Both men are kind and courteous and helpful to their community, especially to our elders and youth. These two young men are pure example of what this award was created for. Kaikuk appreciates these men and would like to recognize them for their work. Robert S. Pilot and George C. Albert.
Oh. Hi, my name is Robert Pilot, and I'm from Kaikuk. And I would like to thank Tanana and my hometown Kaikuk, and Leo Lonitz and my family. That's all I had.
Dointa, Kitla Uza, Ina Sharon Albert, Ita Robert Albert, Satsu Margiatla, Anabasi to all of you, Anabasi to all the family, aunties, uncles, my nephews, my nieces, just everyone in general, and my great teachers, Marie Dayton and Josie Dayton. And I think that's it.
Yeah, well, we were planning a little trip, me and the wife, because our anniversary was on Monday and we left Kaikuk on Friday, but Thursday morning, we got a message that our two boys were selected for the Patty Highslop Award. And to me, this is the highest award that's involved with the TCC meetings. It's pretty hard to get. But, you know, we are so proud of these two young men. They're very respectable. They don't drink, they don't do drugs. They, you know, all my years, I never even hear them said one bad word. And, you know, George is 20, not 19. He'll be 21 in September. But to me, they're the greatest example to this younger generation, the kids down there. They're all look up to them. They listen to them, and it keeps the younger ones out of the mischief, rather than going around, you know, breaking stuff, ruining stuff, and everything else. So I'd also like to thank Shirley, tribal administrator, for allowing them to open the tribal office every night, because that's where to get past their internet and everything. So the kids enjoy it. School nights, they close up at a decent hour so the kids can go to bed by 9:30. And weekends is a little longer. Sometimes we're already in bed when they get home. So, but you know, it's not only that, it's anything I ask of them, they'll do. Whether you know, I hunt for all the elders, most elders down there. So these two are always packing meat. And then recently I lost a good friend of mine, September, and we tried to revive him 2 hours. After first hours, we were getting pretty exhausted. There was 3 of us older guys that were working on him pretty steady.
And our sister-in-law, Darlene, said, do you guys need more help? We said, yeah. And these two came right away without hesitation. But, we eventually lost them. But, it just shows how much heart these two boys have. And I'm just overwhelmed with Kaikook for selecting them. And I just appreciate it so much. And these are two of the most respectable boys I can ever ask for. They're I told them before growing up, I said, you never take money from your elders. They ask you to do something, you go do it. And if you don't ask them for money, even if they offer, maybe ask them if they can tell you a story or something instead. And also, just everything that they do is respectable. They respect the kids, respect the elders, respect the community. I just couldn't be more proud of them. And, it's just, late Patty was a very good friend of mine. And she helped me a lot in my earlier years. So, and I miss her all the time. And, just imagine where Tana would be today if she was still with us. And, but, it's just such an honor for my two boys. And, thank you all so much. And let's see if my wife wants to say anything.
Well, I'm proud of these boys, and they're probably tired of me always pushing them. They either got to work or go to school, but they need to do something. They can't just not do anything. And I'm just proud of you. Love you guys.
Oh, one more thing is our other son started off emerging leaders, but with his job, he was at a training for his job and missed one of the important part of the emerging leaders things. So, but I'm really proud Robert's still sticking in there because I retired December 2021 from all public service, serving since the 80s between Tanana and Kaikook. And I just got real burnt out. I was gone every other week. So I'm just glad my boys are stepping up and hopefully be leading our community sometime soon. But again, I'd like to thank Tana for doing this award, especially Cousin Donna and Cousin Dana. And I think their grandma Margie wanted the little guy that was with us is our grandson, Ramey. My late daughter, Rochelle's boy here. So he's being raised by his grandparents, Percy and Lori Lolnitz. And I guess their grandma, Margie, wanted to say something to you.
Adabasi, Sikoka, Kosho Dos Hadas, Wo H2. So has who do to God of the Adabasi, Kosho North Finance Kodu, Adabasi Tada, and Adabasi Benirasto, and Adabasi Sidaka.
And one other thing is I really drilled their head is never lay your hands on a woman. Okay, thank you. Maybe our chief Leo Lowndes like say something too.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Being first chief of Kaikook, these boys really make me really proud. They're also my nephews, and it makes me triply double proud. These boys, they're a real good example for our emerging leaders or any of our younger generation that's growing up. They can follow. They're kind of a show model for our younger people, how you can progress in life without the substance abuse. It's really a wonderful life too, because I've been sober myself for about 35 plus years, It's one thing that I did right for myself and everybody else. Don't make me any smarter or anything, but it's got a lot of clearer mind, you know. And what I'd like to, on behalf of the Tribal Council of Kaikook, I'd like to present these boys with, seems how they're emerging leaders. We're going to present them with Chief Nicholas that we purchased from Joe Druck Jr. from Chalkeetchik, I think. That's sure. On behalf of that, I would like the rest of my council join me if you could. That's in the building at the present time. And our e-board member from Yukon Kaikook also. Appreciate that. You know, like I said, I'm really proud of these boys, and I really think they really deserve a standing ovation because they're young men and they're leading the right path. And that's showing us that we can all do it if we could and if we try, you know. Thank you for listening to me. And now I will present them with this Chief Nicholas that we bought for them both of them. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
As they're doing this too, I forgot to mention one thing. In 11 days, I'll be celebrating 11 years of sobriety, and my wife is 13 years sober.
In closing here, my name is Charles and I'm representing my family, Patty's family. I'd like to thank the Tribal Council and Chiefs for having this award every year. This is a great year to see these young people lead the way. Young people. But I also like to commend all the people in the villages that work with people that have addiction problems to help them find a better way of life. I myself, I struggle. I'm not ashamed to say that. But also, I like to recommend that no matter which village you're in and you work with people, you give them one chance or you give them 100 chances, sooner or later they'll get it right. But to see young people like this in this capacity start out this way, very encouraging for this time. This time we're having a lot of addiction problems in the villages, not just alcohol, but meth, other drugs. So like I said, in my family, my youngest daughter is here with my two granddaughters, and she has 9 years sobriety. She's adamant about breaking the addiction in her family. So I'm very proud of her to be here. I think she stepped out for a minute. Oh, she's filming me. Very proud of my daughter, Crystal, for leading the way in her family, for helping others. She has a big heart. She's probably very proud of you gentlemen here, younger than her. But you got to start somewhere. So I also like to say thank you again to the Tribal Council for putting this on every year, and thank all the nominees and all the winners. It's good to be here. Those of you who know me, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy for everybody that's involved with Patty's vision, her sobriety movement. And let's all encourage each other and help each other. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Yeah, also like to invite our sub-region director for the next 3 years, Charles Green. You want to say something on behalf of the boys?
Okay, I'd like to congratulate these two young men for being role models. It's one thing that Bobby and Sherry have to be very proud of is it starts in the home. It starts with the parents, and the parents have to have a lot of credit for these boys' success. Because once you have a good home to live in, and you get to see your dad there and mother pushing you guys every day to be what you young guys have accomplished so far in your young lives. And, you know, we all in these villages have to look at people like, you know, Bobby and Sherry and giving these boys a really good home and push them, you know, like we say, push them to be what they've come, you know, have become. And that's what it's going to take in all our villages to, you know, we give these kids good homes and this is what we get. So, you know, and I myself, as I was sitting here today, I thought on some even my accomplishments, my probably biggest accomplishment in my life has broken my circle of violence and alcohol abuse. And, you know, and that's what we're trying to do to give you guys better homes. So, you know, I think everybody should give Bobby and Sherry a big hand for, they're a big part of these boys' success. And this is what it's going to take for lots of our families, is to give these kids good homes. And this is what we get. So congratulations to the family, to these boys for you know, turning out in their young lives. So thank you very much. Okay.
Bob, did you have another word?
This, I just want to thank the audience out there, and also want to thank the Tribal Council, and most especially I want to thank Bobby and Sherry for uplifting the community and showing that this thing of alcoholism and drug addiction can be beat. And I think it's a blessing. There was this lady, her name was Patty, and I got to know her really well. I went to school in 10 and we used to hang out there. They were a little bit younger than us, but they just always want to walk around, do stuff. So her and Monica and another lady, I forget their name, but so we got to know them really well. And I know it's been so many years, but our struggles still continue to be as is. So I think our next job is to watch our younger kids. And it's a big charge we have to go through, but it's something we have to do, because if we don't stand up for them, they can go on a different path. So thank you, Donna and Dana and your tribe. This is so cool. It's really uplifting. And that's my grandson right there, Ramy. He's Bobby's grandson, but we had the opportunity to take him, so I did when he was a small baby, and his mother's gone, but she's probably looking down, smiling and so forth. And I also want to thank Leo and his crew and others in Kaikuk that were so taken by surprise when we heard about this. And I think it's God's gift. It had nothing to do with us sometimes. And God is willing to go to the extremes. And I hope he take these two young boys in his arms and then send them on a really good long journey on earth, because they deserve it. So again, I want to thank all of you for being here. I can't say nothing about myself. I came up here years ago to accept this very award. And since then, it's been a struggle. I'm still doing what I do, trying to lead our tribe. I don't want to follow Leo too much, but he's always seemed to be
doing his own thing. So anyway, I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you guys again.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations, boys. I'm so proud of you guys. I'll be there in the morning to say hi and good morning every day, like on the street. Anyway, I'd like to thank everybody who made this possible for them. Donna, Kenna Tribe, Kai Cook for submitting them, and everybody else. I was sober for 20 years. I fell off 5 and then I'm back on. I hit the year the other day, so I'm back on. I'd like to thank all of you.
On behalf of Tanana Chiefs, we just want to say we're very proud of you. I was sitting with Robert the other day, and it was great to listen to his goals, especially that he wants to continue to fight for protecting our fish and resources. And it's really at the heart of what he's doing. And we really appreciate you boys. We need young men as mentors for the younger ones coming up, and keep doing what you're doing. Masi.
I'm the Tanana Chief's Elder Advisor. I'm a man of few words, but I will say congratulations to Bobby and his wife. I don't know these 2 boys, but I do see them whenever I go to Kaikook. They probably don't know me either. Congratulations.
I would like to say too, when you young guys were coming up to get your awards, all the emerging leaders were coming up. I was sitting there and Leo hollered, he goes, "Charlie, go up with them kids." He goes, "Since you're the youngest chief on our sub-region," he said, "you're just a youth emerging leader. Go with them kids and stand there." So that's how much respect I get from my sub-region. So. Here you go, Leo.
Was just a joke. I'll just joke around with Charlie anyway, and you take it pretty good. It's just humor too, I got to say one last thing. I left out the most important part of my little face over there. I got to thank my wife, Darlene Long. She's the one that nominated these boys. I don't want to leave her out because I've never heard the end of it when I go home. Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it very much for you standing up for the nation. Thank you again.
Oh, you done?
As they're making their way towards the back, let's give another round of applause for Robert and George. All the emerging leaders are crowding around them and greeting them. We're very proud of you both as you continue to move forward in your leadership roles for your community and the interior. Let's see, we have a quick announcement that there's an emergency fundraiser for the family of Ernie Peter of Arctic Village that's happening now at the Chief David Salmon Tribal Hall. There's going to be dinner, live music. It began at 4, but the live music will begin at, I'm sorry, the doors opened at 2 and the music will begin at 4 p.m. with live auctions beginning at 6:30. So head on over and support the family of Ernie Peter. The family very much appreciates your prayers. And moving on with our agenda, how's everybody doing? Awesome. So up next, we have Ashley Powell. If Ashley and her panel can start making their way towards the front, I'll go ahead and introduce Ashley Powell. Many of you might recognize Ashley. She's been involved with many of the traditional healing workshops that we've been holding. And she's with TCC. She's going to be with the wellness panel. And she's been with TCC for 8 years and serves as the Wellness and Prevention Director. As the director, Ashley leads the Wellness and Prevention Division in providing services that focus on the emotional, mental, and cultural well-being within the continuum of the health to the TCC region. She will introduce her panelists. Please welcome Ashley and Chief.
Can you go ahead and get one of the fundraisers, just go around with the hat, and because a lot of us is not going to make it to the fundraiser, but greatly appreciate if somebody went around with the hat and just help out that way.
That's a great suggestion. If one of the TCC staff members could start bringing around a hat for donations to the family of Ernie Peter, because many of us cannot be over there at the fundraiser. Thank you, Chief. Please give a warm welcome to Ashley and crew.
Hello, welcome. I almost was worried I needed a booster seat to stand up here. I'm a little short. Can you guys hear me okay? Thumbs up, yeah? All righty, so hello. Kaagasak, thank you for allowing me to present to you guys today. I see a lot of familiar faces out there, but I also see a lot of unfamiliar faces out there. So I just wanted to quickly introduce myself. My name is Ashley Poe. I'm the Director of Wellness and Prevention. I am an Unangan Agdalyu tribal member of King Cove, Alaska. My grandparents are the late Ernest and Lydia Mack of King Cove. I've had the honor of serving the interior regions for 8 years this month, and I can say it's been one of the best experiences I've ever had. And whenever I travel to any of the communities, there's always a warm welcome and a lot of love and a lot of support. I started with Tanana Chiefs Conference in 2015, and I started out in the behavioral health division. And then in 2018, I transitioned over to wellness and prevention. Okay, there we go. Sorry, new clicker for me. All righty, on this slide, we wanted to share this protractor, and I really appreciate this protractor because it does a really great job at showing how strong and how powerful and how resilient our communities are. I had the opportunity to watch Kwana Potts on Monday as a keynote speaker, and even today, watching the young gentleman get an award, it really re-instilled just how strong and powerful and resilient our communities are, and the ability that they have to create happy and healthy environments and communities for our people. As Indigenous people, we love our people and we love our community, and the energy that is in this room when we support each other and the pride that we have in ourselves, it's so, so healing. The top portion of this protractor represents TCC services. And these services are tools that can be utilized to support individual wellness goals, but also community-driven initiatives and prevention efforts. As you can see on the bottom, community is a large part of this protractor. And as you know, we mentioned community support is so powerful, and in collaboration and partnership, there's so much that we can achieve. Wellness and prevention falls mainly in that blue and gold color under the promotion and prevention, and a little bit into the intervention part of it. But one thing I wanted to mention is over the past year, we've really been looking inward into our services and taking a deep dive. So we can really address some of the things that we've been hearing. We hear the feedback and we hear the frustration and we hear the motivation to do a lot of prevention efforts. And I do truly want to say that, you know, we hear you. And one of the things that we have done over this past year is do a reorganization of our org chart for wellness and prevention to try to address some of those concerns. And we want to continue to listen. That's a really big thing. We want to work collaboratively and in partnership so we can hear the feedback and better our services and enhance our services. Our division is relatively small and we have 5 prevention coordinators to serve all of the subregions. Our long-term goal, which I've been hearing a lot today as well, is our long-term goal is to create prevention positions in the rural communities so that communities have more than just quarterly visits from prevention staff. And we can try to ensure that prevention efforts and prevention services are on a consistent basis so they are sustainable and they are resilient. The current services that we have in wellness and prevention are education, training, and assistance, and that covers a variety of different topics, wellness topics. We have grief and recovery, injury prevention, home care, substance abuse prevention, suicide prevention, tobacco prevention, and community crisis response. I do want to go a little further in depth on the substance abuse prevention and our crisis response services. But we do have handouts that are being passed out. If you have that brochure and you want to know a little bit more about the other services that we provide, there's some more detailed information in there. But on the back of that brochure, we have our program leads that you can reach out to if you want any of these services in your rural communities. Going to go back to that slide. Oh, this is fine. So I wanted to touch on reclaiming our people. I know we heard a lot of mentions of it, but I want to take a little bit of a deeper dive into it. In 2022, TCC revitalized the Reclaiming Our People initiative, where we focus on the prevention of substance abuse and the improvement in overall health among our people. This initiative is guided by the Tribal Advisory Council, which I'll refer to as TAC today. And this is comprised of tribal leaders, youth delegates, and community members throughout the region. After TAC's original 5-year strategic plan ended in 2022, we brought together various divisions and community members, the health board and the e-board, to gather input from the tribal leaders and develop new objectives and initiatives that can be carried out through 2027. The group is currently in the process of getting those objectives and initiatives approved by the executive board and the health board. The current goals are to perpetuate cultural identity within the interior, coordinate, create opportunities for personal healing and community wellness, combat public health barriers to wellness in the interior, and support interior tribes to protect their communities. Our next Tribal Advisory Council meeting and Reclaiming Our People meeting is on June 14th of 2023 in Fairbanks. And I want to extend an invitation to all of the delegates here if you are wanting to attend and be a part of this discussion in these work groups. We would also like to have prevention staff attend your sub-regional meetings so that we can increase communication and support and ensure that we are listening and hearing the services that you guys are wanting to have for your communities. We can also work with communities in incorporating wellness projects into your community plans. And another thing that we would like to do is actually take Reclaiming Our People on a sub-regional level as well. So not only coming together as a group as a one, big group in a community, but then taking it to each subregion so we can address each particular need and what they have. And then moving on to our community crisis response, this is something that we've been paying a lot of attention to over the past year, especially with going through COVID and a lot of the hardships and tragedy and grief that we have all been experiencing. It's something that we want to make a high priority. So in partnership with Behavioral Health and the Tribal Development and Division, our Justice Division, we are wanting to build a crisis response work group or crisis response team. And a part of that is inviting a delegate or a tribal arm or tribal representative from each community to work with us very closely on developing the process for streamlining crisis. How are we triaging crisis? How are we responding to crisis? So to ensure that we can have the best possible outcome and also be responding in a timely manner. We do have an opportunity to invite everyone, a delegate from each community, to a community crisis response workshop, which will be held in Fairbanks, April 17th to the 19th. And we can pay for one tribal arm or tribal representative to come up and we can coordinate that travel with you. The workshop will include some of the foundations for community crisis response. So that can include introduction to community crisis response, coordinated community crisis response team and protocol, training manual. We will have presentations from the BPSO program, tribal development and justice, behavioral health, wellness and prevention, along with the Alaska crisis response team, to kind of get a better understanding on how we all work together in community crisis response, but then also hearing back from the communities on what's really needed for crisis response. So when we do further training or activities, we are able to provide what's necessary and needed. All right, so throughout our services, we really strive to include these frameworks following a strategic prevention framework. And so that would be promoting the development of core transferable prevention and wellness skills, and really focusing on our emotional, mental, and cultural well-being across the continuum of health. We know how powerful our traditions are and our cultures are, and we want to make sure that we are supporting that and promoting that as a means to prevention. We also want to provide services that are rooted in the understanding and importance of empowerment, responsibility, and an early commitment to prevention and wellness, but also creating really strong partnerships with tribal communities to provide support and technical assistance that extend existing programs and structures. It's really important that we're looking and we're communicating and we're supporting communities that have initiatives and have these goals that they want to achieve, and that we are tailoring our services around that. We find that we do have the most success and positive outcomes when we work with a strong partnership with the tribes. And the outcome also ends up being really sustainable and resilient. On this next slide, we're going to talk about a pretty heavy topic and something that's really been touching a lot of us in a lot of our communities. I know that I've been personally in touch with losing family members to the opioid crisis. And so we wanted to take some time today to really focus on that. We will be handing out little cards that have a QR link. And so if you take your phones, you can access a request to either order naloxone nasal spray, which we'll talk a little bit more about today. And also access a short training video. We'll go over the training today too, but I know in times of an emergency, it's nice to have that on hand. So that is available. And before I move forward, I do want to mention that we do have staff in room 108. So if you are interested with leaving with naloxone nasal spray today, as a delegate, you can go in there and you can receive it. We do have about 100 here today. And if we run out, you can order that and we can mail it to you. If you don't want to physically take one home today, we can also mail that to you as well. And then we also have behavioral health staff in that room. If there's questions during our panel today that you'd rather ask in private than in a public setting, that's also possible. Oh, and then the most exciting part, for each delegate, we have a first responder kit in room 108 that you can take home that's meant to kind of stay in the tribal buildings and use for your first responders. And so if you wanted to pick up that bag and identify somebody today that you would like to attend our crisis response workshop, that's available as well. Her name is Rita Eaglehead, and we have, is it Cesar Sam? And Cesar Sam, Agnes, Cesar Agnes. Thank you, Teresa. Alrighty, so TCC is using a multi-pronged approach to dealing with the opioid epidemic. And this includes strategies to keep drugs out of the wrong hands, treating those with opioid use disorder, and using tools to prevent fatal overdoses. And so as you can see on this diagram, prevention and wellness really is the prevention, awareness, and education. So this means coming out to the rural communities and providing education on the dangers and the risks of using these substances, or working with parents on how to talk to their children about these substances. But then also, if there's a need to do it on a school level or a community level, we can also do that too. And then on the harm reduction portion, we have the naloxone nasal spray that you can use as a life-saving measure if someone is experiencing an overdose. But there's also things like Deterra for safe medication disposal that will deactivate the medication so you can dispose of it safely. And using medication lockbox, that's another big thing. If we have medication that shouldn't be in somebody else's hands, it's important that we lock that up and keep that there for safe usage. And then if anybody is needing fentanyl testing strips, we can also provide that too, but that is on request. And so today during our panel, we will have somebody representing our medication-assisted treatment through Chief Under Isaac. We will have Janessa Sams here with behavioral health, who can cover some more topics on evidence-based treatment and how it pertains to fighting the opioid crisis together. And then we will have Brittany Madros, she's right over there, if you want to wave your hand, who can cover some more of the tribal sovereignty portion of it on how we can actually maybe keep these drugs out of our communities. And then we also have Perry. Can you say your last name so I don't butcher it?
Asoel.
Thank you. And he is from FNA. Oh, and we will have Dan Nelson with Pharmacy, who can answer a little bit more questions if you have specific questions about naloxone. On this next slide here, we wanted to highlight some data for you guys. So looking at this, it starts from 2018 and goes to 2021. We do not have the 2022 data just yet because we don't have it all. So we didn't want to put it on here and make it look like inaccurate. We wanted it to be as accurate as possible. And so right now, from 2018 to 2021, over 4 years, there has been an increase of over 200% of emergency room visits for opioids. And this is at a rate of 1,000. So for every 1,000 emergency room visits, 15 of those were because of opioid related emergencies. And these are specific to the TCC villages and does not include Fairbanks. On this next data side, we have the rate of treatment for opioids, which has also dramatically increased over the past 5 years. This one is at a rate of every 100 treatment admissions, and so the numbers are continuing to go drastically up. Alrighty, so on this last slide, we wanted to briefly go over the instructions for naloxone nasal spray, which is a life-saving nasal spray in the event that someone is overdosing. So we will quickly go over that, and then I will pass the mic to Janessa to start the behavioral health portion of this presentation. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to check for any signs of an overdose. And so what that might look like is a failure to respond. So maybe you're trying to wake them up and talk to them and they're not responding, they can't hear you. Maybe you're shaking them and they can't hear you. Or they have slow or no breathing at all. They might also have tiny pupils. Some people also refer them to as pinpoint pupils. And one thing to know about naloxone, if you suspect that there might be a potential overdose, please administer naloxone nasal spray. There is no adverse side effects of using it. So we would rather be safe and save somebody's life so they can get into the services that they need to recover and continue on to a healthy lifestyle versus kind of questioning it and potentially losing that person. And so step 2, if you are seeing those signs and symptoms, we need to administer the naloxone. And what you'll do is you'll remove it from the box and you will turn the person onto their back, tilt their head back and support their neck with your hand and insert the nozzle into either nostril. And then you will press the plunger firmly to deliver the dose. You may have heard Narcan or Cloxedo. They both have naloxone as the main ingredient. Narcan has 4 milligrams of naloxone and Cloxidil has 8 milligrams of the naloxone. For the purpose of this, we kind of go off the 4 milligrams. And so if they are not responding at all, you can go ahead and deliver a second dose. But during step 2, after you deliver, you can start CPR if you are trained at any time. And naloxone nasal spray is not the end of the treatment that this person needs. And so we're gonna actually need to call for emergency help, evaluate the person, and also support the person. So after you deliver the nasal spray, do not leave them alone and watch them to make sure that they're okay. And then you're gonna watch closely for a response and give it about 2 to 3 minutes. And if they do not respond, you can go ahead and deliver a second dose. And by responding, that means maybe they're waking up, they're responding to your voice or touch, and they're breathing normally. And one thing to note, we had this come up on a few of our trainings. If they are responsive, please do not put it in their nose and try to do it again, because they probably won't be very happy about that. So Ka'agasak, and thank you for allowing me to share this safe space with you guys all today. I'm gonna pass the mic over to Jessa.
Shalaknai Shichanaiha, Janessa Shojik Oji. Welcome, I'm Janessa Sams. I'm originally from Fort Yukon. My parents are Tony and Michelle Peter. My grandparents are the late Jim and Charlotte Peter of Fort Yukon and Les and Regina Varner, who live in Fairbanks. My great grandparents were the late Paul and Hannah Salmon. I mostly grew up here in Fairbanks, and we spent summers in Fort Yukon with my family. I went to UAF here in town, where I earned my bachelor's, my master's. And then I've been the behavioral health director for a couple of years. I started right before the pandemic. And prior to that, I was a deputy for 5 years. So I want to recognize that we heard all of the concerns from everyone here today and over the last few days. Concerns about not being able to get into the services that you need, not having enough outreach and prevention in our villages, and all of the pain, trauma, and heartache that our communities are suffering from. I want to let you know that we hear you and we're doing everything we can to improve our system. So right now, next, I was asked originally to provide some brief updates. In 2019, we had a special convention with behavioral health delegates, and this was a follow-up from the 2019 convention. And at that time, we had people get together and we had a whole 2-day summit. So the first day was behavioral health services and prevention, and the second day was the hunting and fishing task force. The first day was focused on behavioral health. We had the goal to provide the delegates with each subregion the opportunity to learn about progress, challenges, current and potential expansions and projects. We shared the common questions that we received in behavioral health and provided data to help drive conversation. When we left this meeting, we had 12 primary objectives that you can see on the next slide. And so you have a handout. The emerging leaders helped hand out all of our handouts that we had for behavioral health. But this handout right here outlines the 12 and a brief summary of the special convention and the 12 objectives that came from it. So I want to quickly touch on a few of these initiatives. So we've developed a child and family mental health program. Prior to the pandemic, we had a couple of counselors that focused on child services, and we've substantially grown this program. We have expanded our psychiatry program. We're more staff than we've ever been at TCC. We have 3 full-time psychiatrists, a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and 2 case managers, one of whom is a nurse. We also have substantially expanded our behavioral health aid program. So we have vacancies posted for our behavioral health aid program region-wide. We have changed the way we utilize our behavioral health aides to ensure that we have service coverage across the region and across the division. The behavioral health aides not only work in their community and perform community intervention activity, they also provide critical clinical care, including screenings, referrals, crisis stabilization, case management, talking circles, grief groups, and they have to do a lot of individual clinical care so they can achieve and maintain their certification. We've established a behavioral health communication strategy where we post articles regularly in the council newsletter, and we provide updates on our programs on social media. We have slowly started to increase our outpatient group availability while we're working hard to promote group work. Group work is why programs like AA and Al-Anon are successful. Working in group of peers who've had similar challenges and they help build community, supporting each other and doing the work together. This is a regular part of our addictions program, but not as common in our mental health program, which we are working on. We've also established a clinical outcomes program. This is to evaluate the quality of care and communication between the provider and their patients so we can improve services from an identifiable software. TCC is in the early stages of developing a reentry program. The program is currently housed in the Tribal Government and Justice Division under the leadership of Brittany Madrose and Bobby Dorton. We just applied for a grant to support hiring additional specialty staff in behavioral health to provide reentry services. We currently treat survivors and perpetrators of domestic violence via telehealth. This is already a part of our clinical program. However, at this time, we're not currently a court approved program. We are working with the Tribal Government and Justice Division to fund patient participation in LEAP, which is available on telehealth and is a court approved program here in Fairbanks. We've been doing a lot of work to really promote holistic programming. We've made efforts to include traditional practices in our work, including the implementation of traditional talking circles, supporting and working on hiring additional traditional counselor out at Old Minto, including drumming and utilizing the legacy of our elders to engage patients in our addictions program. And then we met with Janakanaga elders last fall to learn and get more advice and more instruction from them on things that might improve our care. For crisis response, we've been partnering with the Division of Wellness and Prevention. Currently, we have a weekly schedule, staff are assigned to that, and then we work with them on a case-by-case basis when crisis may occur and village travel is needed. And then we've moved the develop an interdisciplinary methamphetamine treatment strategy to the Reclaim Our People initiative. This is a strategy that we'll need to work together across our organization. And we already work with all of these staff at Reclaim Our People, so that sounded like the perfect opportunity. And then the last one isn't necessarily behavioral health, but it was to establish a system to support data collection and wellness and prevention. So besides the 2019 summit, these are a lot of the things that we're already working on behavioral health on a regular basis. So primarily same-day access to service. We know this is a challenge. We hear it, we see it, we understand the frustration both from patients and from providers. It's frustrating. We've done a number of things to work on this. This is an always project. This tends to be our most important goal, and the bulk of our work is dedicated towards this. We've redone our intake process. We've been recruiting for additional staff. We've tried to shorten our assessment process, and we currently have staff assigned for walk-ins and crisis intervention on a daily schedule. However, this is brief intervention and screening and not necessarily assessment and therapy. We continue to have a lot of challenges with access to care, and while improvements are made, we know it's not enough to meet the growing demand. On the right, you can see a brief summary of 2 of the resolutions that we've gotten over the last decade. So the first is we're doing a feasibility study of need and the costs to build and maintain a new residential treatment program. So this is the first steps where we get a better idea of what it'll cost to operate and build and staff a additional substance use treatment program. Right now we have Old Minto Family Recovery Camp, but that's a 35-day program. And a lot of our patients need a lot longer than 30 days to maintain their recovery. So we're looking at a 90-day program. And then we're also working with the village of Tanana to discuss the treatment center resolution. So feasibility was completed a number of years ago, and there's a small work group identified right now, which will work together on the next steps. And then I also wanted to list here again that same protractor that you saw earlier. I wanted to share this because while we provide a lot of services at TCC in prevention and outreach and treatment, referral, and continued care, the community is really where the bulk of the work happens. This is the whole bottom part of the protractor. Partnering with our communities to build capacity and enhance social supports is the key to the recovery and the well-being of those we serve. We provide services within the health continuum of care, but we need to enhance our partnership with our communities and promote activities and events intended to promote cultural values and bring people together. This ultimately promotes resiliency and the ability to manage under challenging conditions. This is my last slide. So I wanted to outline a few of the challenges. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of challenges in behavioral health, but these are a few or things that we wanted to bring here and then hopefully get advice and recommendations of what we can do better. Any ideas of how we can improve on these specific things. But we struggle a lot with recruitment and retention. It's something that we're always working on. We have a really good, solid group of staff that have been at TCC Behavioral Health for a long time. We have behavioral health aides that have been with us for a long time. And then we have some communities where we never receive any applicants. So that's something that we're always working on. And then we have a large growing demand for assessment and ongoing therapy. So if you look at the graph up here on the right, you'll see the green is referrals in the Fairbanks North Star Borough, and then the blue is referrals from the village. So this is pretty similar to the population in Fairbanks versus our villages of our beneficiaries. So while we focus, our number one priority is serving our villages where the majority of people who are accessing services from the wait list from our villages are not placed on a wait list. The people who do get placed on a wait list are generally in Fairbanks. So we really need to expand services to continue to meet the clinical needs here in Fairbanks. We do work in partnership with Fairbanks State Association and other organizations here in town, but it's just not enough. And then last, like Steve Guinness mentioned on Monday, and it's come up a lot, especially during the sub-regional meetings, is the need for space. So in behavioral health right now, we have enough space, but that's because we have 30 vacancies. So we have a lot of vacancies in behavioral health that impact our ability to see enough patients. And so if we had more space, we'd have more, if we had more office space, we'd have more space for telehealth appointments, more space for group work. And until then, we're making it work. So last, I wanted to keep this short. So I think I had 5 slides. And then I wanted to introduce Perry Osawak, the Behavioral Health Director at Fairbanks State Association.
Bavanga Atakak, Tigotalk, Inyapel from Ukayavik. Born here in Fairbanks, raised in Fairbanks, as was in Ukayavik. My mother is the late Carol Kayas. My grandparents are the late Horace and Gertrude Osoyat. Good afternoon. It's been a long time since I've been in front of convention. I see a lot of familiar faces. For those that don't know, I worked for TCC for 14 years as the Director of Community and Natural Resources. So I'm pretty familiar with working with a lot of the villages. I've been to some of the villages, so it is great to see all of you here today. FNA Behavioral Health is a rather large division within FNA. Over 60% of FNA is behavioral health. We have grown over the years to where we're at today, to providing not only residential treatment services, but prevention services as well. With over 170 staff in 7 different locations right here in Fairbanks. As part of our services, we also provide mental health services, not only with mental health clinicians, but with telepsych, telebehavioral health. We serve the Fairbanks community with all of our programs. With our residential programs, we serve the entire state of Alaska. As the director, as I indicated, I'm the Director of Behavioral Health for FNA, but I'm also the Vice Chair for the Alaska Native Health Board Tribal Behavioral Health Directors. So at FNA, we focus on a lot of issues that affect not only substance use, but mental health as well. One of the things that we're really focused on right now is the DOJ investigation on the system of behavioral health for our children. For those that have seen the report, you've seen the comments made by our children that are being sent out of state instead of being taken care of here in our own state, in our own communities, in our own villages. When you hear the comments made by the kids, by the children that are taken away from their parents, that are taken away from their siblings, that are taken away from their communities, the people that they care about, not only their families, but the rest of the community that has been a key part of them growing up. When I read this report, it had a major impact on me because I know what these children went through. I understand what they went through, being away from their parents. I am a boarding school student. I was sent away from my village, from the village of Barrow to Mount Edgecombe for 2 years, away from my parents, away from my uncles that were training me or teaching me how to hunt and fish, how to do subsistence. And then right after that, I went into the military. I am a Vietnam veteran. I served in Vietnam. So coming back to Alaska with all, the boarding school and being in the military changed who I am. I cannot stress enough that we really need to make sure that the state steps up to the plate to take care of our children, not only here in Fairbanks, but in our villages as well. As we are coming out of the pandemic, COVID, the public health emergency is going to be ending. There's going to be some major challenges for Janessa and I as we look at how we have to now provide services. During the pandemic, we had waivers to where we could do things differently. Telebehavioral health was one of those. Redetermination is coming up on the window too. What this means is that those individuals that were applying for Medicaid were automatically enrolled. Starting in April, the state is going to be looking at all the applications, everybody that is on Medicaid, and making sure that they are eligible for Medicaid. That means that we're going to have a lot of our people coming off of Medicaid because they are not eligible. So it's really important that we get the word out to our people to make sure that their applications are in place, that their addresses are current, and making sure that we work with our people to stay on Medicaid. We are state approved, we are Medicaid approved, and we recently received our CARF accreditation. So we are very proud of our programs maintaining the highest standards of care for the people we serve. During the pandemic, we did not have the option to work remotely. With residential programs, you have to have staff in those facilities providing 24/7 care. And our staff did that. They stepped up to the plate and provided those services. Even with the pandemic, with everything that's going on with their families, they stayed there and provided. On an average, every week, we receive 20 new applications of people wanting treatment. On a weekly basis, we serve over 120 consumers on any given day. With our programs, when they are 4 to 6 months, with only 12 beds, we have limited bed capacity here in Fairbanks to serve our people. I have a huge wait list of people wanting services, wanting treatment. And in order to do that, we have to look at new facilities. We are currently looking at designing two new treatment facilities here in Fairbanks to be able to add additional beds. With a wait list of over 50 people wanting to come to our treatment programs, it will take up to 2 years for some of them to get into treatment. That is way too long for people wanting treatment. But on the other hand, with other resources throughout the state, with other beds throughout the state, people want to come to our programs because they have heard from word of mouth how we treat our people that we serve. We provide individualized treatment, focusing on you, not necessarily on your substance use, but the reason why you use substance to the extent that you do. Why do you drink so much? Why do you use drugs? It's not because of the pleasure of doing that. It is because there are certain circumstances that affect your life, such as housing, education, employment, family, all those kinds of things that cause you to drink to the excess we focus on. Like Janessa said, we also have the same problem of hiring people to serve our programs. We've had to reduce beds. We've had to limit people coming to our programs because we do not have enough staff. We do not have enough counselors or clinicians to be able to provide those services. So we partner with the university. We try to work with them to provide educational opportunities for our people so that they can come into the behavioral health field. Even though we have limited resources right now, we're focused on what services we provide. We know that there is a gap in services here in Fairbanks for the people that we serve. We continue to look at opportunities to provide additional behavioral health services. Not only do we serve the adults, but we also serve our children. We have programs from 0 to senior citizen. We're looking at enhancing our opioid treatment by providing day treatment services. We're looking at outpatient services to help those that are in our criminal justice system, those that are in FCC. When they get out, we want to make sure that we try to get them the treatment services that they have. Just because they're in FCC and they've been sober for how long they've been there doesn't mean that it has addressed their problem. So we want to look at providing outpatient services and looking at those other services that what our people need as they come out of the criminal justice system. We want to expand our mental health services for children. As I indicated, the DOJ report shows how the state has not stepped up to providing those services for our children. We want to look at enhancing mental health services and substance use services for our veterans, specifically focused on providing services for our veterans. In addition to that, suicide prevention for our veterans is also on the table. As you hear, a lot of our veterans have had a lot of trauma during their lives. Being a Vietnam veteran, I understand that. We want to look at the increase in suicide here among our Native veterans. It is the highest here in the state. We're looking at rapid rehousing projects for our consumers. Right now, when they come out of treatment, they have no place to go. They have no homes. They have no place to go. So we want to look at trying to provide additional housing services for our consumers that don't have a place to go. We're really focused on substance use. We have 3 residential programs throughout Purdue, which has two types of treatment, as well as an outpatient program. We have the Women and Children's Center, as well as we contract with TCC to provide residential substance use services for our Native youth. As Janessa indicated, we partner very closely on all the programs that we provide here in the community. We meet once a quarter with not only Janessa and I, but the program directors and our clinical staff to look at the services that we provide to make sure that we're providing quality services, to identify those gaps, to answer any questions or address any issues. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and start showing you the videos that we have.
My name is Rita Eaglehead. I'm from the interior of Alaska. I'm Athabascan, and I teach here at FNA Graf. Graf Rainier Haji is the treatment center for Native American teens and Alaska Natives so that they can get off alcohol and drugs and have healthy lives. When students get here, oftentimes the first 2 weeks are a blur for them. They're ambivalent about their condition and their issues, but over time, as they put effort into their treatment, you see changes in their attitude. It's all about getting students to be active. You know, these activities help the student grow emotionally, but they're also fun. They play basketball outside. We go for trail walks. The purpose of the challenge course is to find your limitations and where you need help and assistance and how you can help and assist others. Students learn their traditional values for their area. They become mindful to bring those values back into their lives on a daily basis. In counseling sessions, counselors work with students to unveil past traumas and to get them to process so that it's not as painful and that they don't use drugs and alcohol to lessen those painful traumas. I think the biggest challenge students have is to realize that it was their choices that got them here. And when they realize their choices and they have the power to make a difference in their life. You see the joy on students' faces and you see that peace, the rest they have within their heart, their mind. We want them to think beyond where they are at now, and that living sober is just the beginning of having a productive and enjoyable life. I see it a lot in school when they are making strides in their education and that they are gaining credits. A door of hope opens up for them and they become empowered, and then they begin to dream. Helping students get to a point where they see the results of their hard work and continue with that, and it becomes part of themselves, and then it becomes part of their life, working and seeing the results, and then working and seeing the results, that they can do anything. And that's what makes my job valuable and fulfilling. FNA to me means hope. There's hope in this community.
The Ralph Purdue Center is for adults 18 and older. We see people for all types of addictions in terms of substances. We're one of 2 residential programs in the interior. The first step is to see our administrative secretary. She kind of helps them get started. Then they come to me to get an assessment to determine what exactly do they need for treatment. The more information that they can give us, the better that we can create a treatment plan that's unique for their particular situation. We get a sense of their family history, their significant relationships, maybe significant events in their lives. If they are eligible for our services, we try to get them in as quickly as we can. The residential treatment is kind of one of the first phases.
I just graduated Ralph Purdue inpatient treatment. I kind of had some doubts, but once I got here, I realized how much compassion and empathy the staff had for people in my situation. They become a friend in a way. There's somebody that I can trust, and that's something that I don't really have a whole lot of in my life at this time.
My goal is to just go into a counseling session and really meet the consumer where they're at. We also tend to get into a lot of mental health issues that are also co-occurring with the addiction issue.
I'd gotten to the end of my rope to where I was trying to get into treatment, but I'd been to all these other ones, I knew they didn't work, and I didn't want to waste my time, and it just spiraled out of control. When I walked out of my first class, I was blown away. I'm like, oh my gosh, now I know why I'm here.
Probably the most rewarding thing about my job is having those moments where you can see it in their facial expression and in their body language that finally someone has helped me understand something that I've spent a great deal of my life trying to figure out.
Women and Children's is a place for moms to come when they're pregnant or they have children and they're facing substance abuse problems. Women get to go to residential treatment without the risk of losing their children, and they learn essentially how to be a sober parent. We have a mental health clinician on site. We have individual counselors, alcohol and drug education, relapse prevention, workforce development, which teaches them how to be employable in the community, scream-free parenting, and how to have a relationship without the domestic violence. And then strengthening families, which could be an outing, it could be as just parents playing on the floor with kids and learning how to let kids be kids. You can't learn to be a parent if you don't have a child present. As moms go through the process of getting clean and sober, kids go through the process of adjusting to have a mom who's clean and sober.
In the beginning, it was really, really hard to stay here. It was really hard trying to come off my drug. When I started gaining momentum and stopped being angry was probably when I started realizing that I really did have a problem. I wasn't being the parent that I needed to be. I wasn't spending time with him. I wasn't properly teaching him. No kid should ever have to go through their mom sitting in the bathroom doing drugs more than they're taking care of their child. We are required to do one-on-one session a week with our counselors. You have to make 20 group hours a week. You have to tear everything apart that you've kind of been through and just talk about why you started using and what you need to do in order to deal and cope with your addiction. My son came in and he was 18 months old and he just wasn't learning any words because I just wasn't sitting down and talking to him very much. So I really have to thank the daycare here for helping me with that because he just didn't know how to communicate with me, and that really helped with my patience. My relationship has changed with him dramatically. He comes to me more. I can see that he wants me more. Without this place, it wouldn't have happened that way.
We are a wraparound service. We offer support as they transition into here and out of here. F&A is great about making sure our consumers get what they need. When people come to treatment, something in their life is broken. And then they leave treatment somewhere different. Being in love with being a parent. I won't lie to you, it's work. People come here to work. And you can't make someone grow. Just know that you gave them the chance. And sometimes you gotta do that more than once. What we do is maybe shine a light down that path to say this is where we think you should go. But if you don't want to go down that way, that's okay, because I'll walk on the path with you. We're the place that families reconnect.
So this gives you an idea of our residential treatment programs. In addition to not only doing substance use residential, we also do prevention. We have over 16 programs that provide prevention services, not only on suicide, substance use, mental health, but for the adult population as well as for the youth. Usually when you're up here, I've been listening to you guys telling jokes, and it's like, okay, what kind of joke can I tell? And I can't think of any right now. But I introduced myself as, in my Inupiaq name, as Tivutak, which in the English translation means jailhouse. I have no idea how my mother came up with that for me. But as a proud parent of 2 beautiful daughters with 4 grandchildren, and being the firstborn in my family of 8, my mother being a single parent, I can surely understand how your life totally changes with your firstborn. No more going dancing tonight, Daisy. Sorry. So that's all I can assume is, you know, being the firstborn, her life totally changed at a young age. I want to thank TCC for allowing me to present to you, all of you today. I hope that there was information here that benefits you, and
Leslie Cho Perry, thank you so much. So we really appreciate our partnership with Perry and Steve and Fairbanks Native Association. Like Perry said, we meet often, we talk a lot often, we facilitate a lot of referrals back and forth to our organizations. As we know, a lot of our patients travel back and forth from their home communities to Fairbanks and vice versa. And we want to make sure we can meet them where they're at. So I was actually instructed that we're going to go on a break, and then following that, we're opening the floor up for discussion. Thank you.
We're not going to be able to go over there. So Tanya Garnett is going to take this over to the family. If Tanya can come up real quick, I'd appreciate it. And Chief Galen. Oh yeah, come on up. Yeah. Did you say something real quick? Or you're good? Oh, wow. 628, it's still coming in. 648, it's still coming in. Thank you, everyone. This is Ernie's niece, Roxanne, and she's very appreciative of everyone contributing. Masi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Ernie had so many friends everywhere, and we really, really appreciate this so much. Thank you. Must see.
We will call back to order. Oh, more money is given. More money. Awesome. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 now. Thank you, everyone. Clara's been involved with wellness for a long time. It's really good to see everyone coming back to their seats. Brittany Madras is going to introduce the resource panel. If we can give a warm applause for the emerging leaders who has been passing out goodies for the past few days, that'd be great. Let's give them a applause of appreciation. We appreciate all that you guys are doing for us and our regions. Everybody's making it back to their seats. Brittany Madras. Here you are. Brittany Madras, as she makes her way towards the front. Brittany's been with TCC for about 5 years now, and she's the Tribal Government and Justice Division Director. Let's give her a warm welcome, as well as the resource panel who's joining the wellness panel.
Oh, okay. Can I have a paper?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So the rest of the afternoon, we really want to have question and answers and dialogue with the delegates. So we've added a few folks to the panel. You've heard earlier from Ashley, Janessa, and Perry, and we've added representation from Tribal Client Services. So we have Brittany who joined us, and we also have Dr. Odegaard, who is one of our primary care physicians who does medication-assisted treatment, as well as Dan Nelson, our pharmacy director. So they're all part of the panel. They're not necessarily going to present, but they're here as a resource for you. And so that's kind of like why we called the break when we did. Because then we can have the rest of the afternoon for questions and dialogue in regards to wellness prevention, behavioral health, and all the other challenges that go with that. So I'm going to just kind of turn it over to, I think, Janessa to start moderating, but I'll kind of like help moderate and just try to keep an eye on all the hands that are up, because that can be kind of challenging when you're up here and you have to see it from all sides and take notes. So that was the intent of the resource panel. And I don't know if we want to have like Dan and maybe Dr. Odegaard do like a quick introduction about themselves so people get to know you a little bit better.
Hi, everyone. My name is Steve Odegaard. I am a primary care doctor at Chief Andrew Isaac. I've worked at TCC since 2019. I'm very grateful for the chance to be here and to answer any questions that you may have. As a primary care doctor, one of the parts of my practice includes treating people with substance use disorders, including medication-assisted treatment. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Dan Nelson. I'm the director of pharmacy here at Tanana Chiefs Conference. I've been with TCC for about 20 years now, and I've great to see lots of familiar faces in the audience, and hope to help support the panel up here and answering any questions that you have, particularly regarding medications for substance use disorder, including medication-assisted therapy. So that's hopefully what I'm here for, and also any questions about naloxone and opioid reversal or any of that sort of stuff. I'm really passionate about helping people in the community with some really challenging issues in that arena. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Madras. I'm the Tribal Government and Justice Division Director at TCC. I've been here for about 5 years. However, my whole workforce time has been working with tribal governments and tribal courts, and we'll hopefully be able to share or answer any questions related to how our tribes can help be a part of responding to the drug epidemic.
Thank you. And then I'd also like to mention that we have a number of behavioral health staff present here. So in case anyone brings up any concerns that are very specific to that individual and you'd like to talk to a provider about the status of a referral or anything like that, we do have staff present. If you wouldn't mind standing if you're behavioral health. So just on this side and this side. So thank you so much for being here and I appreciate you. So now we'd like to open the floor up for discussion and questions. Victor?
Thank you. Well, Victor Joseph, past president, also alternate delegate for Tanana. One of the reasons why I'm here today is because of a situation that happened in Tanana. And Julie Roberts, who would have been here, was not able to be here because of family. With that being said, she's asked me to say a few things, and I think it's really important that her words are said. But before I start in all that, first of all, I do want to thank TCC. Immediately after the incident, I contacted Jacqueline and we started talking about what can we do to support Tanana. And immediately, everybody started working on how do we get people out to Tanana to support Tanana. And so I want to thank you, but I also want to thank Kyle and Kate for being able to come out and stay for a period of time. And I hope they're doing okay. But it ain't over with yet. And so we're also talking about maybe we need to get them back out there to continue to work with people as it really impacted the community a lot. You know, there's a lot of things about behavioral health that really, when I'm looking at it as a whole, there's a few things I'm really thankful for. One, I'm thankful for this right here, right now, because we're getting to get together. We're getting to talk about what's happened over the last couple of years with each other. We're sharing stories and I'm hearing laughter. That's part of why we needed to come together this year. I'm watching the kids play basketball at JOM, and that's a good thing. And kids are coming back together. That means their mental health is improving, because we've seen a lot of things over the last couple of years really downward spiral, and we're needing to do everything we can to pick them up. And so that's why I'm really appreciative of this. I also appreciate the group that's assembled. This group and working together collaboratively with FNA and TCC is important to us, but we need to make sure we're collaborating with everyone that we can. So as I'm also looking at this, the question that, as I'm looking at what Julie wanted to indicate, and she really apologizes that she can't be here, and she has so much to say. But the thing is, she don't know how to really put that out there because the pain is still real and it's there. And so she asked me to come up and ask a question. And that question is we know out in our communities who may be having mental health problems. And we can identify them and we can point them out. But as we already also know, that if they don't want services, they can just tell us no, and that's it. I think we're short-sighted when we allow that to happen, though, because we need to go a little bit further than just saying, okay, they don't want to come in, because that's a real answer and it's a real fact, but we got to take it a step further. You know, as we were talking about presentations today, one of the things Perry was showing was one of his programs, and the lady indicated that sometimes it takes more than once to come in and to get help. And we know that there's people in recovery that had to go to treatment programs 20 times before they got the aha moment and it clicked. So we need to be looking at, okay, so we have these people and they're identified. How are we going to work together collaboratively so that we can be doing more than just saying they don't want to come in? And I know that we really have to sit down and have those hard discussions, because we don't ever want to see anything happen that's unnecessary. That being said, I also just want to bring up the resolution that Tanana has had in for years. I want everybody to know here that TCC worked really hard, health services and behavioral health worked really hard to get together with Tanana this year to start really discussing that resolution about a treatment program in Tanana. And I think we came a long way with that discussion, but we still have a long ways to go to get that resolution satisfied. So what we agreed to is that we would work together to look at a program for follow-up care. And I think this is really important. And we're seeing it as a very major gap in providing behavioral health services, especially people leaving substance abuse treatment and they just end a 30, 60-day program and then they go home, what's next? And there is some follow-up care, but there isn't enough. And so we're thinking a longer-term program in one of our rural communities that could help also teach life skills would be very beneficial. Now, we also talked about the need to have a shared mental health clinician. And I think that's good. And that's going to be good for Canada. But we have a lot of other communities that need that same type of help, because mental health ain't going away. And it's going to just keep on continuing. And we need to figure out a way to get those people help when they need help. It's an access issue. It's an issue that we have to address. And I just think it's important that we come together collaboratively with everybody that needs to be there and start talking about behavioral health as a real issue, and that we have to help people with mental illness so that we can take care of them in a good way and stop any negative things that's happening in our community. I know it's easy to say I do, but it's really hard to take it from a planning point, a discussion point, a planning point, and then actually get to where we're seeing real results in the community. I'll close with this. I know for years, behavioral health has always been one of the top 3 to 5 issues. We need to start making sure that we're thinking beyond just what's right in front of us to try to come to real life solutions so that we can be helping one another. With that, I'll close and thank you, Janessa. That's it.
Thank you, Victor.
I'm waiting for her.
So I can provide a bit of a response. So we have been working with FMH. So FMH actually has a child psychiatric summit next month. And we've been working with them to see how we can admit patients that maybe feel like they don't want services, but we know they need services. So they may not be homicidal, they may not be suicidal, but they may be grossly disorganized, psychotic, manic, and not able to take care of themselves. And so we've had a couple of instances where patients were not admitted, even though we felt like they should have been admitted and kept under a title. They've had challenges with the court system approving the titles. So there is a history of those titles being approved differently in Anchorage than they are here in Fairbanks. And so right now we're working with FMH, and then we'll be meeting with our legal department to see what we can do to help educate our court system in Fairbanks so our patients are treated like they would be in Anchorage, so we can get people the services they need, like with API.
I also want to add, as the vice chair for the tribal behavioral health directors, we have really been focused on trying to get those services in the villages themselves, providing the funding resources so that a child, I talked about the child getting treatment, getting the resources to the family so that they can take care of the child, using the resources in the community, not limiting it to just clinicians or counselors or anything like that, but trying to find those resources in the villages that can help that family take care of that child. Not only are we focused on the children, but we're also looking at the adult population. We have quite a few adults out of state when they could be in their own community. So we are advocating on trying to get the state to step up to the plate to make sure that it's not just the urban areas that are getting the services, but that the villages themselves are actually getting the services. We need to make sure that the state and the legislature follows through on that. I am very proactive in trying to make sure, even though I'm with FNA, that our villages are not left out. When we look at the crisis response, they focused on Anchorage, Fairbanks, and Wasilla. They did not focus on the villages. So that's one of the things that we are really working on, is trying to make sure that we get those resources out there in the communities, not just here in Fairbanks and Anchorage.
So I also want to respond on some areas that our tribes do have some authority and room that can help support. If you've seen when Ashley and Janessa were both doing their presentations with that protractor, half of the bottom was community. We're working on helping support tribes in developing healing to wellness courts. This is a really intensive process that's kind of like the follow-up care that Chief Joseph was mentioning in the community, that brings people through a phase 1 and a phase 2 and a phase 3. And there's a lot of incentives throughout that phasing process that can help support people. And it doesn't require clinicians. It just really requires people in the community that care, your tribal judges, but depending on the way our tribes are writing their codes, we can have areas of citing people for lesser things. That's like, hey, because we care, we want to bring you into the court and support you. It doesn't have to always be these authoritarian, like we're citing you for being bad. It can be like, we have concerns, we want to bring you into court and have you part of this program that can help support you through these processes. We are also working with the state court system so that we can hopefully allow cases that are state cases related to drugs and alcohol be diverted to tribal court cases, where our tribes are again empowered to support those tribal members and prevent them from getting criminal charges in the same time. Separately, I wanted just to mention, we have brought on Bobby Dorton, our new reentry manager, and he was a part of helping create the traditional peer support program, which is state accredited through the Alaska Mental Health Board, I believe is where it's accredited from. And so we're now working between our division and behavioral health on how we can create peer support positions in the villages and get staff trained in peer support. Again, peer support is not related to clinician leveled criterias. It can be a person in the village that's had these same lived experiences and gone through recovery that is able to then turn around and support other people in the village that are needing support during their recovery and getting sober. So I think there are some resources that our tribes can utilize and get that support and capacity building from TCC or other resources.
Thank you.
Rampart would like to recognize Janet Woods.
Thank you, Mike. Janet Woods, tribal member of Rampart. Along the same lines as Victor had talked about, there was a family member the mother, knowing that her family member had mental issues, but in her mind, when they're troubled and in their mind, they don't think they have a problem. They don't think there's an issue. But because this individual was over the age of 18, there was not much that her mother could do to help her. So I know because she was a threat to her own life, not so much anybody, but just herself. So my question to you is, when they're over the age of 18 and this mother even tried to go to get a court order to try to get her help, but because she was over that age, she wasn't able to. So with our tribal courts, is there something that we can do to help these individuals that are over the age of 18, knowing that, yes, they do have some mental issues? So that's my question to you. How do we help these parents knowing that their kids are over the age of 18, but still need that help?
Thank you, Janet.
Can our tribal courts do anything?
Thank you, Janet. So I mentioned that's something that we're working on. This is something that came up recently that I had firsthand knowledge of, maybe not that situation, but something where there was a young adult that really needed support and really needed to be admitted and stabilized on medication because, but they did get released from FMH. They they wouldn't do a 30-day hold, and they're released back to the community. So some cases we're really lucky, and there's family members and parents who are willing and able to take over them. So this person that I'm thinking of had somebody with them all the time, and they were getting a lot of support. But if they didn't have that support, they would probably be homeless. And so this is something that we struggle with frequently. And this is something that we're considering how we can utilize our tribal courts, because maybe the community has a better, the community definitely has a better, they have eyes on those patients, and they have family members and friends that have been with them. And so sometimes there's court documents you can submit to the state court, like an MC 100, that is something to help them and see if the court would approve them being admitted, or there's always options to try with tribal court too. And Brittany can explain that.
But how much help would the health, the mental health, TCC mental health would help an individual like right now?
So we have right now we have staff available for crisis services. So we have one vacancy, but one person on full-time that lives at a toke. And then we also have staff assigned on a regular basis. So these are mental health clinicians that are available for crisis situations. They can treat the individuals. So if that child that you mentioned is an adult that wants to come in and is willing to come in to see us. So sometimes, some cases we just meet with them and let them know who we are, let them know that they can talk to us. Sometimes they choose to continue services and sometimes not. And if not, we can also work with the parent, because lots of times it's just a lot of stress and a lot of frustration and a lot of heartache being a parent of a child, your child that needs help and isn't getting it.
The other question I have was, through the health service budget, how much money is actually spent on patient? The percentage of dollars, physical and mental health funds, with the physical and mental health funds per patient, how much money is actually spent per patient? Or does it vary?
So that would vary depending on the patient's need.
And that would also be the physical therapy, et cetera?
Yes, all programs under health services are funded one way or another under health services, and some patients, clients are higher utilizers than others. So it would vary.
Is there a dollar amount for each patient?
Not really. No, it's not that you cap out. no, it's. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure, Jana, that your question, what the tribal courts can do.
Yeah, that was.
I think that was part of your question, and I don't think that part got answered. So I was gonna ask Brittany to answer that part.
So there are many tribal courts in our region who already have codes that cover the ability to protect vulnerable adults. I don't think many of our tribal courts necessarily implement that tribal law, and we do have that template available for tribes that may not have a law currently. The law does allow, if a tribe had a tribal member that needs to protect an adult that has mental illness or disabilities that, you know, are something that we feel they can't make decisions on their own, or they need some sort of legal support, that a tribe could, our tribal member could petition the tribal court for a protection of that adult. And if the tribe granted it, that would ultimately leave that petitioner as the guardian, the legal guardian of that individual. But I still think part of your question still remains a little unanswered, solely because if someone in the village does end up becoming that guardian, what then? What, you know, so I do think if they have the supports like Janessa mentioned, that can be a really great tool for our tribes to utilize in those circumstances. But you still need family support or people that are going to be able to take on that guardianship role, or else we kind of are still looking for where does that person go or who's going to help provide the support. But our tribes definitely have that authority. Tribes without those codes still technically have that authority as well, but it helps to support your court by having specific language. And TCC does have codes that tribes can use if that's something that you don't have currently.
Thank you. That really helps. I appreciate that. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm wondering what law enforcement is doing, and does anybody consider large rewards to catch these people that are dealing in the drugs? Because it seems like they're quite readily available, and whoever is dispensing them doesn't seem to be prosecuted.
We'll get to you. I'm sorry. You got it? Okay. So I think I think that I can't fully speak on behalf of all law enforcement. However, I do think through the meetings and partnerships that we've been creating with the Alaska State Troopers, that the Commissioner of Public Safety has made this a priority. He's committed to going to multiple communities to have these discussions. Drug enforcement is one area that we continue to see large increments of bust happening around the state of Alaska. For our region specifically, we have kind of taken this into our own hands. I think as the tribes in the region they passed a full board resolution in 2020 to establish a tribal peace officer program. We have multiple tribes that are creating their own law enforcement individual programs. The drug canine dog is actually here that TCC was able to secure through the TPO program, which is one way that our tribes had felt that law enforcement wasn't doing enough. So we wanted to start intercepting ourselves and getting involved in stopping the influx of drugs into communities. And in October of this year, the Violence Against Women Act of Reauthorization Act of 2022 went into effect. And all of our tribes in this room, as well as every other tribe in Alaska, has affirmed inherent criminal and civil authority over all Native people within our communities. And so our tribes are fully empowered to start addressing that drug crimes within our community. There's nothing stopping us, or there's nobody going to be getting in our tribe's way. It's really just building that foundation so our tribes have strong tribal courts and are comfortable addressing these issues, that the judges, tribal court judges, feel trained to understand how these new drugs work, what they look like, what behaviors, when people are coming into their community. And then separately, we really need our full communities to take the stance that we don't tolerate drug dealers, we don't want them in our communities, and we are going to report them. Because until we know clearly who these dealers are, there's no way for our tribal police or even state police to be able to come in and intercept those drugs.
Lisa. Nulato Tribe recognizes Clara Peters.
Madam Chair. Okay, go ahead.
We'll get to you
Good
next.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Claire Peters. I'm from Nulato. I was a behavioral health aide in Nulato for 20 years. I'm also a recovering alcoholic, 34 years. But every day is one day at a time. I did what I did because I wanted the people to have better services with less rotation. I enjoyed what I did. It was tough, and I retired. Now I'm an elder. Something happened. I was young. I look in the mirror and all of a sudden I'm an elder. So what I want to tell young people, enjoy your life, do the best you can, reach for your dreams, and help your people. I really believe that the community is the one that should take care of their own people. They call outside resources, that's good, but the people within the community know each other. I'm going through a tough time with my spouse. I don't know where to turn. I've been jumping around, hollering, screaming fire, but everywhere I go, they say, he have to ask for help. I do not want what happened in Tanana to happen in Nulato. I know that there's all these things in this world that we're looking at and a lot of changes. My grandma and grandpa say later on in life, it's going to be harder. So you listen to one another, you love one another, you take care of one another, you take care of the land, and have a higher spirit. I've lived in an alcohol home, but I don't blame them. I know now that I can make that change. I'm just trying to find help for a human being that I love 43 years. Still a human being, no matter what the situation is. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I recognize Faith Gimmel? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I saw from the previous slide that there's an initiative to develop an interdisciplinary meth treatment strategy. And that issue is the primary reason that I'm coming to the floor today. I'd like to know what is actually being done. We are having a crisis with this issue. And heroin, fentanyl, all of it. But meth is a huge crisis here in the city of Fairbanks and out into our communities. We are seeing things we've never seen before. Just like the previous speaker said, it's devastating. It's causing violence, death, harm, and I raised my kids here in Fairbanks. Coming back to Fairbanks a year ago, I literally see for myself every day what's happening. Just driving down the road. And it's our people that are on this substance on the streets. And I've been looking into the issue. I worked for Arctic Village Tribal Courts for 3 years, so I was looking into this issue and writing a grant. I researched the meth epidemic. And with the pandemic that we're still in the COVID pandemic, by the way. Mental health issues rose. Drug abuse rose. Alcoholism, all of the negative statistics that impact our people rose. And I don't see an urgency to help our people. Right now, we need help. It's sad what's happening. And this issue, I want to say a couple of the statistics that I learned about. Currently, right now, what product is in Alaska? They're calling it super meth. The cartels are creating it, sending it up here. That's what our people are using. And if they're using that, it's very, very hard for them to stop using it. Another thing, we did TCC did a summit regarding this issue a few years ago. There was a doctor that spoke on a panel, and I specifically asked him if meth was causing schizophrenia among users. And the answer was yes. So that's an offshoot of the crisis, more mental health crisis. And the previous speaker that talked about a way to get someone health, that's an issue, that's a big issue. We've sent community members to Fairbanks when I was living in the village and I was on council. And they were sent to the emergency room and they were having a mental health crisis. The emergency room released them into the street. They never went home to this day. They did not take them and give them the care that they needed while they were in crisis. And the state passed an initiative this year where someone can involuntarily be taken to a mental health facility, right? But it ain't easy. It should be easier with what's happening. One of the things that I promoted is our own healing. We have the capacity to heal our own people. Why do our people use drugs and drink? What's the root cause? Trauma. Trauma. And we're trying to medicate ourselves to address our trauma. If we go to the land and we promote healing for ourselves, real healing camps, I'm not talking about wellness camps, I'm talking about healing. We have people that can come in and do healing work with clients. We also have clinicians, Western clinicians, bring both, work with the clients. And my dad's side, I'm also Pitt River and Wintu from California. When we do healing, we call it fixing the mind. That's what we need to do for our people. This issue is urgent for me because I worked fighting for our land, fighting for our self-determination rights, our sovereignty, protecting our environment so we could have our subsistence. What good is it if our people are not using their mind to live out there on the land in our way of life? So it's an urgent issue for me. And I've seen family members trying to get help. There is nothing right away, just like the previous speaker spoke. I echo that. If someone wants to sober up today, right now, there should be a place to do intake right there. Instead, there's this long waiting list, and they're here in town with nowhere to live. What are they supposed to do? So we're in crisis, and I really call on our people to do something, all the leaders. And another thing, grief, we're all grieving. We've lost so many during the pandemic and now to alcohol and drugs. We need serious work on grieving for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can address a couple of pieces. So first is that we did have that behavioral health summit that I mentioned in my presentation we had in November 2019. At that time, we had providers from FMH come and present and share information. We also did a data poll around that time, which was a number of years ago around, and there was substantially fewer meth referrals for treatment. And Ashley also had a slide in her presentation about that. And then at that time, though, we did provide specific training. There was 2 curricula in the world that we found, and one was UCLA, and they have a treatment specifically around meth treatment, and we trained all of our providers at that time. We do see a lot of different behaviors in patients that have meth use problems comparatively to opioids or alcohol. A lot of the patients that we do see at Old Minto Family Recovery Camp and our outpatient program have a number of substances. And then we also work with the MAT program and our medical providers to provide medication-assisted treatment for patients that have that are interested in doing medication-assisted treatment along with our program. Could you mind providing a little bit about MAT and how it works?
Sure. So when we refer to MAT, we're typically talking about medications that are useful to treat patients who have an opioid use disorder. And sometimes those patients also use meth or use other drugs or use alcohol as well. But the medicines that we use when we talk about MAT or medication-assisted treatment are specifically for opioids. And one of the big ones that we are seeing more and more in our communities is fentanyl. And fentanyl is showing up in places where we don't expect an opioid to be. So somebody who is not expecting to use an opioid at all might find that their meth is laced with fentanyl. And that obviously can be very, very dangerous and is leading to, overdoses that are happening to people who we don't expect to see them. The brief process for medication-assisted treatment can begin both for a patient who lives in the village or who lives in Fairbanks. Sure, can you hear me better now? So medication-assisted treatment can begin for a patient who lives in the village or who lives in Fairbanks. We have a couple of nurse case managers who can begin kind of to assess someone's needs. And the next step is that they would meet with a doctor or a PA or a nurse practitioner who can prescribe the medicine, which is buprenorphine or Suboxone, which is the cornerstone of medication-assisted treatment. It usually takes a couple of days or weeks to get someone on a stable dose where their symptoms are controlled. And then we, can continue that medication as long as we need to kind of build momentum behind someone's sobriety, to build momentum as part of their whole person focused treatment, which often also includes behavioral health counseling, sometimes inpatient or residential treatment as well. We have a couple of other ways to give medicine besides just buprenorphine, and I won't get into too many details there, but we can also do an injected version of buprenorphine that's given 1 time a month instead of a strip that is given once or twice a day. Yeah. And this is something that, you know, the data behind medication-assisted treatment for opioids are very strong. We know that these medicines can save people's lives. They protect people from overdosing, even when they're not expecting to. And they make people feel better and allow them to do the things that they want to do, both in their life, at their work, for their family, for their community.
Thank you. And then we also work in partnership with our medical providers because we have a medication-assisted treatment program that's specific in behavioral health in our outpatient addictions program. And so we strongly encourage our patients to participate in that program, which is offered primarily via telehealth. And then the last thing I did want to mention is that behavioral health, or TCC, recently has started working on the gateway to recovery and working on opening detox. So they reopened today for the next 10 days, and they've currently added enough staff to be open for 10 days every 2 weeks. Their capacity is not set right now, and it's really determined by the patient complexity and the workload. However, all of the patients that have been served so far have been referred to a bed-to-bed referral. And then we also have an easier time seeing how we can partner to get patients into Old Minto Family Recovery Camp. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was the request for additional healing opportunities in our communities. So Chief Chairman Brian Ridley mentioned, I think earlier this morning, about the traditional healing gathering that happened last October in Fairbanks. So I was also able to attend that. It was an amazing gathering. I've been working in behavioral health for over 10 years now, and I haven't attended an event like that, where people actually got an opportunity to use their hands and practice traditional activities in a group and talk about how this contributes to healing. So that was a really moving activity. And then right now we're actually working with CISA Agnes, the behavioral health aid in Huslia, and Huslia, the tribe, so we can do a traditional healing gathering at the end of next week. So we're really looking forward to that, and we're really looking forward to growing that program.
Can I, this is Steve, can I make comment?
Chief, Ashley was going to make one additional comment in regards to the previous speaker, one additional answer.
What's that now?
Ashley was going to mention one more thing in regards to
sure.
the previous speaker, if that's okay. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to briefly mention and touch on the. Is that better? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
And I'll try to talk slower. I know I talk really fast sometimes. So I wanted to briefly touch on the coordinated community crisis response and how applicable it is to fighting the epidemic that we're currently experiencing. And so that will be in April 17th to the 19th. But what Dr. Odegaard, said is that fentanyl is really showing up in a lot of places that we wouldn't expect it, and especially for our youth and our children. And the risk that they have, your youth might be thinking they're taking something that is a pain reliever, but it's a fake pressed pill and it has fentanyl in it, or maybe in their marijuana and things like that. So we really want to make sure that in our community crisis response that we also have training in that capacity to be able to identify those risks and what we need to do. And that includes the harm reduction that we kind of talked about today, the naloxone and the doTERRA and the lock boxes, but then also on a community level, what do we do after a crisis and how do we pull together as a community, whether that's talking circles or touching bases with the family and making sure that we are connecting again and bonding again and kind of recovering together through resiliency. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a really heartfelt issue that people are talking about here. And it's really impacting our people's lives in a big way. Now, just personally, I've had my struggles with alcohol. And I've been in three treatments in the state of Alaska. And the fourth one I went to Lakeside Milam down in Seattle. And from that day forth, that's when I started to on my journey of sobriety. And what really got my attention was the man that was my counselor. He, when I went into the program there, they had this young man who was assigned to be my counselor. The first thing I asked him if he ever had alcohol or drug problem. He said no. I said, okay, fine. So I went to the guy that runs the facility and asked for a change in the counselor. So I got this guy. He was 20 years on a skid row in Seattle. And the first thing he said to me, and he pointed right at me like this, and he said, remember, Steve, you're the problem. It's not your wife, it's not your kids, it's not your job or whatever it is that you want to point at. And that's the first counselor that ever said that to me. Because prior to that, that's exactly what I was doing. Doing it for my kids, doing it for my wife, my job, whatever. And so that really resonated with me. So I'm proud to say this month, I've been clean and sober 27 years. And that's not what I came up here to talk about. But what I'm trying to convey to folks is that you can do it. You can tackle the issue. But you need help along the way. And I like what the previous speaker was speaking about from Arctic Village. I think we need to kind of take a look at how we're delivering these services. Because I think, you know, we always talk about cultural relevant program. And, you know, so what's that going to look like? And I think we need to maybe refocus our effort around that notion of culturally relevant program. Now, you know, one thing I know, having been head of F&A and running the detox at the time, many of the people that came through that program, just like a previous speaker spoke to, had trauma in their life. And we address the alcohol problem, or we address their drug problem, but we don't go far enough to address their trauma. And so what happens to them is a relapse, because we're not really getting to the root of the problem, is their trauma. And what I found also is that a lot of these folks that came through had mental health issues. That wasn't addressed. So we're just addressing just their alcohol or their drug problem. And we got to treat them as a whole, from my perspective. But you know, when they do those assessments, people have to be honest. In order for the programs or whoever it is that's going to be interacting with them, know what are the issues that this individual is faced with. But a lot of times that doesn't happen. They're not really truthful about what it is that they're going through, other than saying, maybe I got an alcohol problem or I got a drug problem. But it goes deeper than that. It goes much, much more deeper than that. And so I think we got to find a way to try to, when we're doing assessment of individuals, try to get out of them as much information as we can from them in order to do what we need to do to try to help that individual out. But I think this whole idea of a cultural relevant program could go a long way around our cultural values. You know, incorporating those into their treatment. Because when you lose your way, when you're losing your way, and I know about it, you lose that cultural side of you. And that's where our real strength comes from, of who we are. So I really appreciate the comments that were being made. And, you know, I think, again, I think we, TANA chiefs and FNA, I think we need to have a good discussion about maybe taking a look at what we're currently doing and how we might streamline that for, make it a little easier for people to get the help they need. You know, maybe talk about how we might want to refocus these programs around our cultures. I think that would be very helpful. That's just my view. But I've been with FNA 14 years, and I see people coming through. And some of them were successful. They're sober today. But some of them, they go back. And the sad thing about it is they have nowhere to go. They do all they can to go through a program, but where would they go? So some kind of a facility where we can put these people in so they can continue their sobriety, I think is something that we really need to take a look at as well. I know we have aftercare, but I'm talking about those are folks that come in from the villages, come out of the program, and they're right back where they started. It really doesn't help them. But if they had some kind of facility where they can continue a long-term program, then I think there'll be some success to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. Transitional housing is something we've been advocating for years, and TCC has been looking into how we can make that a reality. I agree the housing costs are so expensive. Affordable housing is so hard to find if people have bad credit or if they don't have a full-time job or they have other challenges. It definitely makes it even more difficult. And that was something that came up with the discussions with TANA on their treatment center that we've been talking about. Thank you.
I also want to share as a resource for all tribes. Shout out to Faith. She's a tribal court clerk, so I was excited to see her speak. And she did write an Office of Victims of Crime grant from the Department of Justice. That is a grant that is non-competitive. It's available for all of our tribes to apply for. We currently have 15 tribes that have their own grants and 13 that have grants under TCC. So there's only a few tribes that actually don't have this funding currently within the region. And as what has been mentioned, a lot of substance abuse comes from trauma. And trauma is often happens to a person in the form of a crime, whether that's child abuse, elder abuse, sexual assault, all of those things that we know happen in our communities. the people that experience those things are trauma victims, and they are eligible for services under these OVC grants. And that's where the funding came to be able to hold that traditional healing gathering. That's where Janessa mentioning Huslia hosting one. Those are coming from those OVC grants. We have a grant application template that tribes can utilize if they like to apply for them. For those that already have them and maybe didn't budget for that type of thing in their original budget, TCC can assist you in helping you do a budget modification so that you could change and have things like that in your budget. And through creating that gathering that we held in October, we've kind of created a list of traditional healers within the interior. We've created list supplies, and we're working on ways so that we can help share that for tribes wanting to do that for themselves right then and now, like Faith was talking about, instead of having to wait and make a call and set a date and do things with TCC. If tribes are interested in just holding something on their own, that they have the funding and they have the resources to be able to do that for their tribal members. And if you're interested in that grant application or a template or any of those things, Constance Reimer Ely, our Tribal Protective Services Manager, has those resources available for tribes.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Margaret. You know, when they do these take.
Sorry, I'd like to recognize Margaret Henry John, our elder.
Okay, start over again. When you do these assessment tests, it takes 4 hours to fill out an application just to get some help. On top of things, you sit there for 4 hours and answer all the questions truthfully. Then they turn around and ask you for criminal background check, dental, physical. This person is asking for help. They should get help right there. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's two different assessments that we have. We have the integrated assessment, which is mental health and substance use. That's the one that can be lengthy. We have a lot of required documentation. This is for both Medicaid and for our different accreditors. So accreditation has specific requirements for some of these, some of the assessments. So that's where they may ask more detailed questions than even Medicaid requires, which is something like, have you experienced any trauma? If that's a question that's in there. And then, so typically the interview itself takes 1 hour to 2 hours, and then the staff write it up separately on their admin time, and that can take like 3 hours or so at least. So that is a big commitment. So that's why we really spend a lot of time in the screening and the intake process. So we know that we're meeting the patient where they're at, because not every patient needs an assessment and wants ongoing therapy. Some people have a specific thing and they know they want to talk about it, and maybe they'll come in a handful of times. So we really try to meet them where they're at and their specific need, and not push everyone to the same product. And then we also have the substance use assessment. So we have Old Mental Family Recovery Camp. We don't have a wait list. We never have a wait list, but we only have 2 trips a week. And this is because the challenges we've had with the airlines. We have looked into how we can charter quickly and get people out faster, but the availability of flights has been really challenging. For Old Minto, we've made some changes during the pandemic to make it faster. So we no longer require the dental exam. We no longer require, it's a bit shorter of the physical screening. It's really a screening just to make sure that the patients are safe or they're healthy enough to go to Old Minto, because Old Minto, you pack your own wood, you help with cooking, you manage your children. We don't have daycare services there. And so there's a little bit of a different expectations. We don't have ramps, and it's on a gravel layout during those summertime. And then the substance use assessment is substantially shorter. It does have some longer parts, but chemical dependency counselors can complete those. Behavioral health aid 2 can complete a substance use assessment, and only master's levels providers can complete the integrated assessment. But I agree, that is something that we're working on, to try to make it as fast as we can, and advocating to lessen some of those requirements, so it's more patient friendly and people are not uncomfortable or put off by just completing the assessment.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can someone recognize you? Which tribe are you from? Yes.
I'm originally from Eagle.
Okay.
I
Chief
recognize
Carmen?
Adeline.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Adeline Potts, originally from Eagle. I live in Arizona part-time. And I occasionally come home for the meetings here, conventions. And I'm also a recovered alcoholic. It's been 37 years. And I understand what Faith was talking about. I live in Arizona. I know what goes on down there. The drugs are coming through that border. They need to close that border. Fentanyl, meth, drugs of all kinds are coming through there. They got busloads of unaccompanied minors coming through there. Now they're bringing the drugs in submarine landing in California. And there's the people who work at the border are tired. They don't, cartels had taken over. And drugs, fentanyl, drugs, it's killing our people. Not only drugs, but alcohol is killing our people. It's going to have to take some action from people to get rid of it. Try to do something up here to keep those drug addicts out of here. Not drug addicts, but the dealers. What I know about Arizona is that the cartels get it across. It's the Americans that they have problem with bringing it into Phoenix and distributing it. Like, I'll use the Navajos. They're selling it to their own people. It's big money, you know. So I think something like that needs to happen. Close that border and get control of, as a community, get control of the situation and bust these drug dealers. When I first sobered up in Eagle 37 years ago, I was so sick. I tell you, I was so sick. I turned myself into the detox. And I was so guilty in my heart where I almost died from the guilt, not the hangover. That's when the Lord got a hold of me. I got delivered in the detox. I was healed instantly. It doesn't always happen that way for a lot of people. I tried and tried to stay sober. It didn't work. I worked at it and worked at it. Finally, one day something happened. The Lord delivered me. And I live in, down in Arizona. It's really bad. It's killing those school children. Kids are bringing it home. Sometimes the younger siblings will get a hold of the drugs and they die from that. If you guys don't do anything up here about it, get tough. I had to get tough in Eagle when I sobered up. I busted 4 bootleggers. It got to the point to where one of the native guys was selling it for the non-native in Eagle. So I stepped it up and I gave the people who helped me bust those bootleggers, they helped me with it. And I gave them the money. I never did get my money back, but I probably saved a life. So you gotta really get down there and get tough with them. You may lose some friends. I did. But it was my husband who got me out of there and I started healing. Sometimes it'll take a long time. It's not easy getting off alcohol. I know. I tried and tried. I always failed.
But the people need help to get it. It takes somebody like me to understand what they're going through. Right now, my husband and I work with gangs down there in Phoenix. They're delivered from their lifestyle. So anyway, you want to save lives, close that border. Next time you go to the poll, read what each people stand for. It's terrible down there. It's not even safe for me to live down there anymore. I had to get a security into my house. So that's just where I'm at. And I just want to give you a little message about just stay sober and be happy and live a good life. And I last night I got up there and I talked about it, and later on a guy came by and stopped me and he said, "Hey, I like what you had to say. I've been sober 3 days." And today I saw him again. He said, "It's my 4th day." And I also told him I will be praying for him. So thank you.
Thank you. A lot of the work that we do, that we're working on, is encouraging people to apply and recruiting people for behavioral health that have some sort of lived experience. A lot of our staff that we have may have some sort of lived experience that brought them to the field and why they have an interest. And there's also a peer support program we've been working on implementing. This is employing people that come in, understanding they have peer experience and lived experience, and that they're going to use that kind of skills to connect to the patients they work with, and then be a motivation and encouragement for patients that are in different services. Thank you. Okay, Brenda.
Hi, I was just wondering if you could outline some of the grief counseling services that you offer and like how many clinicians there are, because I think most of the people in this room honestly are grieving right now someone. We've had a really heavy year of a lot of losses, and we've had some services with CHEG and we continue to use those services, but what is available and how do people utilize that? Thank you.
So we have, in behavioral health, we have almost 70 staff. This includes a number of clinicians. I want to say we have about 12 clinicians that are master's level, if not licensed. And then we have some clinical supervisors, and then we have a good number of paraprofessional staff. This is certified behavioral health aides. This is case managers, clinical associates, and staff that have training where they can help hosting traditional talking circles. So we have done a number of, we've also been working with Roxanne Frank from the Division of Wellness and Prevention, and she has training on the Grief Recovery Program. So it's a curriculum intended to provide grief recovery services on a curriculum. A lot of the other services we have are open-ended, and they're really intended to meet the individual service. And we've provided a number of talking circles in a number of communities. Our clinicians travel out on a quarterly basis. Some do more outreach and may do more grief work than others. That's something that we're working on making a regular part of practice. So on average, we have each of those providers, so say we have about 50 acting providers, they each see anywhere from 20 to 25 people a week or so. And that's not including walk-ins and screens and things like that. So last year we served about 1,800 unique patients in our region.
Thank you.
You too.
We were talking about this incident that happened here recently. We were kind of talking about this individual who had passed, and I guess that person went to the clinic about 6 to 9 times He was at the ER a few times. But they just kept releasing that person and he eventually died. Or that person eventually died. And I think that I've been encouraging the family to write a letter because it just doesn't set well with me. I don't know if people are complaining, about health-related problems. How come things aren't done and followed through? It seemed like I had family members of my own. We've been to the clinic and sometimes we were told that nothing was wrong. I think sometimes it's whenever there's a problem, I don't think we're complaining because we want to get on a medevac, we want to go into town. I think we're complaining because we actually have a physical problem. And that part kind of bothers me, that why isn't that individual maybe sent to Anchorage or Seattle, because it was related to heart problems.
Thank you. So for patients that have, so I'm thinking of some instances that we've had in behavioral health where patients have chronic substance use issues and maybe they have talked to family members and they've tried to reach out. Lots of times what we struggle with as behavioral health providers is the consistency of trying to reach them. So say they stop by one day and then we start doing the intake paperwork, we do the application packet, and then they're supposed to come back the next day to do the assessment and then they don't come back and then we can't reach them. One thing that we can do is to start working maybe with family members. So if a family member of that individual is willing to help them and support them in completing this application. So say it's Old Minto Family Recovery Camp. Old Minto requires the physical screening, the substance use assessment, the application, and a criminal history. So lots of times if you're struggling with substance use so bad, you can't get all those materials together. You can't find your driver's license to go get your criminal history. There's a lot of little barriers that people may not take into consideration that just delays the process. And so if they have a supportive family member who's willing to work with them and that they're willing to complete like a release information, that would be helpful where we can maintain communication with additional people who are supports to that individual. And that's something that we can offer in behavioral health.
And then if I can make an additional comment, Patty, for individual situations, if we can get the name kind of like in a sidebar, then I can request that a medical review is done. And so that's how we usually work those situations to see if anything should have been done differently, if there's anything that we should put in place to prevent that from happening.
Okay, thank you. We should do that.
Chief James.
First of all, Janessa and the staff, thank you for collaboration. That's the key. I see you're doing really good here with Fairbanks Native Association and also TCC and collaborating. I think it's starting out good. But you heard the people out here, our tribal members, crying out for help. The question is, how long from the villages? How long? How long while we're building up? How long when we say we have quantity versus quality? In our budget presentation today, we go back to 93,638. Tanana chiefs cannot survive without our tribe. We're losing our tribes. We're losing our community. We're losing our population to justify consortium if we don't watch it. Not only that, how long must our people keep crying out for help when we come together and we give all these reports and all these grants? I heard my elder just yesterday say, all that money doesn't make any difference if we don't have the people. My dear friends, that is what's happening within our community. We live in the rural villages. We see what's happening on the roads. We hear about the justice. But when we ask for justice, we don't get it. The response period takes a long time. The services that we ask for, you heard that the last 2 days, it takes longer for some reason or another. I don't know why. But could it just imagine how it is? I think it's about time that we exercise within our Tanana Chiefs region and start answering and be accountable for why we're here. We're accountable for the resources about what's happening and what's happening to our tribes, because we're all chiefs. But I also firmly believe in 93-638 to exercise that. If we have the funds, which I just saw in the presentation, I think it's about time that we give this back like Tanana is doing, like that Arkuchaja tribe is doing, is to fight the issue of drug and alcohol, mental health. That's going to be a big issue because you don't know the drugs are just rampaging on the East Ramp. It's terrible. So I don't want to labor this fact because we did have a special meeting a couple months ago on this drug and alcohol. But I think today, I'm going to make a motion. I think it's take it back to the sub-region. We in the Yukon Flats have decided as a tribe, we going to come together just on that one issue. What can we do together? How could we fight the issue together? And only when we, as a tribe together, we could do so much. But we also need support from TCC to combat this issue and whatever plant, whether let us plant ourselves for our people and our community on this issue. I think it's about time that we put it back on the table and say, okay, we're here, but you tell us what you want us to do. Because every village is different. But imagine what we could do if, like FNA in their report I saw, it's really good if you could collaborate together. And that's what's missing in a lot of these meetings, is that our tribal chiefs, you know, you're jack of all trades when you're a chief in the village. Let me tell you. And I commend anyone that wants to be a chief. That's a big responsibility. But today, I don't think we could afford to continue. We will, but we need to be strong warriors and to remember the plat that was approved by Tanana Chiefs elders. And that was 1986, I believe. It's still on the wall of Tanana Chiefs, fight drug and alcohol, it says. Unfortunately, today, we have to add different things, mental health. And I'd like to make a motion to support the 6th sub-regional within the Tanana Chiefs region on drug and alcohol summit.
There's a motion by Chief James, second by Chief Beatus. Question called for. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
question on that?
Chief Paul.
No, I didn't have no question on that. I was just gonna let, I think Nancy said a little bit about what maybe I was gonna talk about was, well, anyway, thank you both up there. Thank you for doing what you guys are doing. Thank you for all the behavioral health clinicians, behavioral health aides. You know, like I said before, my mom was a health aide. She was there where she had to take tests and didn't pass the math test, but she was our health aide for, I could say, almost 10 years there. But it, you know, just being there, that, you know, they have to see patients that their diet needs, they're vulnerable. So it's really hard, you know, when you sit there, because I'm not a psychiatrist or a counselor, but I have to sit with people that are in their saddest times. And our behavioral health clinicians have to do the same thing. So I just want to say thank you to all what they're doing. Keep it up. But one of the things I wanted to see more of for TCC, to get out to our villages, don't ask us to ask for an invite. Make your promise that you would, our staff clinicians, go to each one of our villages, go to our schools, go to our gatherings, and let's talk about what's impacting our villages. I don't know all the drugs that are coming into my village. I don't know the effects of meth. I don't know effects of fentanyl, but I have to come across it. I don't know. I could deal with guns, I could deal with alcohol, I could deal with violence. But this new pandemic that I'm dealing with now is it's meth and it's fentanyl. You know, it's really sad that I have to do this, but I have to stand up to it because I don't want my children to be going across it. I don't want my kids to come and be able to maybe use it. But if we're to go there in our communities and talk about this, and let you guys be there before the fact that something happens. I know a lot of times that we ask for sadness, that we ask for people to come in and talk to us, but we should be there before it happens. We should be there in the schools. We should be there on the streets. We should be there in our communities. When all our behavioral clinicians stand up, there's a lot of them. There are a lot of good people, and I know for a fact that our chief chairman and our executive board will support anything, travel, housing. I mean, every one of our villages will be thankful that you come to our villages and talk to our children, talk to our adults, talk to even young family members that maybe come across something like this, that there's consequences when they do take some of these drugs. Maybe they don't know it, but we should be out there. We should be out there doing this before something bad. I mean, it's already happening. We have bad news every couple of days. We're starting to hear bad news in every one of our villages. So if we're there on the streets and letting our people know these are people here to help you. These are people that could teach you what's really happening to our people. So that's what I wanted to let you know. We need it, and we need it before the fact. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief James. So the young lady at the mic has been waiting patiently. Which tribe are you from? Okay, you're recognized by Chief Baker. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ayana Earhart. I'm from the villages of Tanana and Minto. I just wanted to come up here and say that as a young Indigenous woman, that it's really hard to see my fellow Indigenous youth be affected by the opioid crisis and alcoholism. And I just want to say that we need to educate our youth about this. I didn't know much about the opioid crisis until I started seeing people that I personally knew be affected by it. And it's a struggle, and it's really hard to watch. And also, I also wanted to comment about the mental health portion of this. I actually went into Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center a while ago, as I was struggling with depression and anxiety, and they had me fill out a questionnaire. It was a few questions. How strongly do you agree, or how strongly do you disagree? And I filled that out, and basically all that was done for me is I got given depression medication, and that was it. And it took months and months until I was able to go to the behavioral health and get a therapist and be able to talk about the things that I was feeling. And that's something that I feel should also be looked at. I felt very discarded, and it took a lot for me to go to the clinic. I felt very vulnerable, and to be treated in the way that I did, of just kind of, here's some medication, hopefully it helps, really hurt. And I think that is something that we should look at. Thank you.
Chief Huntington.
One more time.
Yes. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. If you push it, it takes a little bit before it turns red. There you go.
I want to thank everybody up there, all the behavioral health. That's what we need to hear. We need help. And everybody answered the questions I wanted to hear. My concern is the travel for these people that send up to 4th floor. I just happened to be at Wright's Air Service going home, and this young guy came in, and I thought, they told him he was late, and he was saying, I have no place to go. He said, where am I going to walk to? And I knew he came from Canada, and he had little mental issues, and I didn't know how bad. So he just stood there, and they said, well, you're late. And so I quietly went up there, and I explained to the lady, I said, he needs to go back to Canada. I said, he was medevaced. And I said, he's not healthy. And she said, hold on. So she went in the back, and they put him on. And all he said, all I have is my little backpack. And so I'm wondering, if we have travel problems for just medical, what do we do with these people that have mental issues that can't handle things that they don't understand?
I think you were talking after a discharge from the hospital, right?
Yes.
4th floor, yes. Yep.
So in behavioral health, if someone gets admitted, so if someone does not get admitted, they're typically referred to urgent care over at Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center. If somebody is admitted to the 4th floor in behavioral health with FMH, then we have staff that are assigned to go participate in discharge planning, because then if they leave there with medications, we want to make sure that we can get them in with the providers, they can continue their medications, because usually they leave with like a few days or maybe like a week. And then we can get them a referral to behavioral health to come see a crisis clinician or somebody else about additional services. Occasionally we do a bed-to-bed referral from someone that's admitted to FMH 4th floor behavioral health, and then they get evaluated like a functional assessment by one of our staff at the Paul Williams House. Paul Williams House is the program that we have here in Fairbanks for patients with serious mental illness. These may be issues that prevent them or make it extremely challenging for them to live independently, and they can potentially do a bed-to-bed referral. We have a couple of vacant beds right now, and then we also have a respite bed, which is there for emergency patients.
Another question, do a lot of people just walk out and just end up paired on the streets till they find a way to go home?
So if somebody gets, there have been instances where people got medevac to Fairbanks and they are not admitted to FMH for whatever reason. In that case, they typically would call TCC travel to make sure that we can set them up with a room. And then they can also put referrals in. We don't always get the referrals for behavioral health if they don't get admitted. But do you want to answer more about the patient travel piece?
Yes, so I mean, patient travel should be able to accommodate the travel, and if there's not a flight home right away, then someone should be put up in a hotel, either Willow House or one of the other hotels. And so we have, I know it's not always totally without hurdles, and so we're working on streamlining that a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then Chief Holcheese had his hand up.
Yes, you know, a lot of people get medevac like she was talking about. And some of them have mental issues and some of them are suicidal. So they all get referred to the 4th floor. And I don't see how come 10 chiefs don't look into this to have a patient advocate there on the 4th floor to help our people, because a lot of people can't speak there for themselves. And they're mentally ill. And after I think they're required to stay there for 4 days. And after that 4th day is up, they let them loose. And what if they're so bad off that they get out and they commit murder? And then, do you people feel guilty about that? I mean, you know, you should be there advocating for our people. If they're seeking help and they want to get better, I think Canada Chief should have an advocate there to help them fill out all the paperwork. Because nobody wants to sit there and answer a whole bunch of questions. Do you feel depressed? Do you feel safe at home? You know, I mean, they'd probably lie, you know, just to get done with all the paperwork and get out of there. But that's something that I was always looking forward to, for somebody to be up there to help the people. We talk about it, we worry about it, and we're worrying before the fact, before anything actually happens. So you have to think ahead. You can't wait for it to happen. You have to have a solution. And couldn't you, if you're short-staffed, couldn't you refer a patient to another place? That's the question I wanted to ask. Because you're always saying you're short-staffed and be put on hold. Sorry, but some people don't have the patience to wait for an hour to get answered back. You know? And it makes them more depressed. You're working under a conscience. You're getting them just more depressed to where they want to give up the system, to where they don't trust the system. So we're going to have to get more organized and try to get more staff to help our people. I'm not worried about me no more, because I live my life. But now I want to make sure that the younger people live their life. Well, thank you.
Yes, so we currently don't have any staff located at FMH that are TCC or behavioral health staff, but I can advocate for that. And then we have staff that go to FMH and participate in the discharge planning. So they get them in for an appointment with their medical provider, a referral at least, or an intake with psychiatry, and then a referral to behavioral health outpatient services if they're interested. Sometimes there's interest and sometimes they're not. And then also all of the individuals that are on our current wait list for integrated assessment or substance use assessment have gotten a screening and a brief intervention. And then we have actually a couple of other resources. So we have referred patients a few times to ANTHC's behavioral health. They actually provide outpatient telehealth service where they do integrated assessment and substance use assessment. So the individuals, so there's a few people who have decided to do that and they can do it via telehealth. And it's not much different than the process we have. And then we have other patients that have decided to wait on our wait list because they'd rather just stay through behavioral health since they're already familiar. There are varying reasons. And then we're actually also have changed the way we provide services with behavioral health. So we have a couple of staff members that we have that don't actually live in Fairbanks. They do the majority of their service via telehealth. And this has helped us to retain staff and hire additional staff that don't live in Fairbanks. I mean, when I finished school, there were 12 people in my graduating class. So there's not a lot, and that's in Fairbanks. And so there's not a lot of students graduating every year, but we do our best to recruit directly from school because we have internships and we have people complete their practicum with us. And then we also advertise through NTHC and other recruiting agencies. And then we also have a mini group that's been looking at other ways to recruit because student loan repayments, salaries, clinical supervision, CEUs, those aren't all enough. And I would say that behavioral health recruitment is a lot like the medical nursing challenges that have been occurring, especially since the beginning of the pandemic. And this has always been how it is to recruit in behavioral health. And I do agree that the needs are only growing and we need to do more to recruit. So thank you.
Yep. So the young lady over at the mic, yes, you'll need to get recognized by okay, recognized by Vinatai. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Ian. I actually work within behavioral health. I work under family services. My job is healthy transitions. I am actually a youth and young adult coordinator. And what I like to be able to do, I actually work with your youth. I work with 16 to 25-year-olds. And I travel to your villages. And right now I'm trying to bring meeting groups to your villages. And I'm trying to bring more cultural activities. And the thing that I kind of need help with more than anything is with all these issues that we've heard and talked about is getting more help from the villages itself. I think when I was growing up in my own reservation with my family, my father was an alcoholic. He abused drugs. He's not been in my life. And the thing is, we have to hold our own accountable. And if we don't, that's when it kind of falls beneath the cracks where we don't know where to start and rebuild. And that is something I think a lot of us have trouble with. We see our loved ones go through this stuff and we don't know what to do. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. But just know that if we can really tell each other and support one another and not just rely on other services, it's really within us, our people. And that's why I try to bring these cultural activities to us, because I know how healing that is for all of us. And I've been creating this survey that I want to send to the villages that I want to visit and go to and see change in on what we can do, on what we need to do, because not every village is the same. It's never been that way. And I want to have you guys report to me what the issues are and what we can do, what I can do. And of course, my job is to help our youth find resources if I can't find it myself. We provide counseling. If they need help with job applications, they don't know what a healthy relationship looks like, then we can help with that. And I want to work with you guys and build that relationship where I can provide these cultural activities. We have drum kits that I want to bring for our young men and give them these things where growing up, they have something to lean back on, because, being colonized and having these things ripped apart from us has created these issues. And I know that it's hard to see our people go through this and we feel helpless, but I just know that if we work together and really try to hold each other accountable and work as a community, hold activities that provide the youth with other things to do and show our support to our loved ones, I know that we can fight all of this pain and we can grow from our trauma. Because my mom had her trauma, my grandma had her trauma. What I've come to realize is that we all were given tools from our parents and they only had so much to give themselves. And once we can kind of see that we have more tools than they did and we can give our youth even more, we start to grow from that trauma and we start to heal. And I think just recognizing that as just natives all over, we can really start to do this. And I fully believe in not just us, but just tell your family, your friends that behavioral health has openings. And me, myself, and I can see your kids, bring them to me. We can be together, we can make drums, we can sing, we can do whatever that you guys feel that needs to be healed. And just know that there are people in this that really do care and that want to see change. And I'm very proud of that we can come here and have these discussions and talk about the issues because it's what community is and it's what's important. And if we can do this in our own homes and villages with our own people, we can grow even further and heal. Thank you.
Chief Huntington.
I got a message from my health center in Tanana, and their question they wanted to know is, they're worried about patients that come here to ER and released and no place to go.
So we can take the sidebar with them and provide them the information. But if we have patients who are released from the ER and it's in the wee hours of the night, because we've heard those situations, and they shouldn't release anyone without knowing that someone has a place to go. But if it happens, our patient travel is on call after hours, and they can find a place at that point.
Thank you.
And we'll make sure that we have someone send the phone numbers to Tanana. Thank you. Cesar, you'll need to get recognized. Okay, you are. Go ahead. You're good. Yes. Nalato. There's a button that slides up.
There?
You got it.
So I heard a lot of good things today. My name is Cesar Agnes. I'm a behavioral health aide in Highslop, and I've been doing that job for quite a number of years now. It's something that I'm really passionate about, helping our people. And I've heard a lot of really good things in here, just sitting here. The first thing that I want to mention was what I saw up there on the screen. It said over 200 opioid increase people use the emergency room. So that was, it kind of clicked for me when I saw that, because I know like a lot of the behavioral health is overwhelmed with everything that's happening for all of us across the villages and here in Fairbanks. And the next thing I heard was Chief Guinness said, we need to refocus these programs around our cultures. And then the next thing I heard was Chief James said, all the money don't make a difference if we don't use it. And one thing we were talking about throughout this whole thing, also what Chelsea was just talking about, was the services that she can do with individuals. And I kept thinking about, how can we think outside the box? How can we like try to help behavioral health to be able to do the job that we want done? And it kept coming back to the same thing for me, which was one of the things I probably harp on pretty often, but it's personal growth. We have to start with people when they're really young and help build them up and teach them all these resilient tools they need, how to have positive self-esteem for themselves, how to make good choices, and bless you. And all of these things that we see as someone who's healthy and doing well. We want to put these in these young people so that they have these set of skills when they're growing, and then continue to keep feeding that. Now, when they're already at an age where they've learned a lot of things and they're having troubles, we have to kind of gather around, find something like Chief Guinness said, refocus these programs so that it fits our culture. And one thing in October, I was so super happy I happened to be here, was I went to that traditional healing gathering. And it was a program where people learned how to make paddles, make birch bark baskets. We had some conversations and discussions. We had a lot of large group gatherings like this where we learned about trauma. And so when I was there, I was thinking to myself, oh man, this is what we need out in our villages. We need the people who don't travel, because everybody in this room, we're the travelers. We come to the meetings, but all the people we want to get services, they don't travel to meetings like we do. So we need to bring it to them. So the next thing was, I was so happy when TCC Behavioral Health said, we'll help make it happen. And the Husa tribe said, okay, we're supporting it. Let's go for it. And when I heard Chief James talk about, the money being there and we got to use it, because I'll tell you what, this is really an awesome program we're putting together, but it's expensive. And I think every dollar is worth it for what I think is going to come of it. We have probably the whole adult population signed up for it. Everybody is excited. We invited 6th grade on up to be a part of this. And I'm just, we have to think outside the box for those people who are not coming to us for services, because it's their choice. But if we can get them interested in something else and get their minds and hands busy doing things that they enjoy, that's a step in right there. That's our foot in the door with them. We can build from there, but we have to be able to get them to the door. Do it in a different way, but I'm just saying, put up the money. Don't be afraid to spend that big money to get something like this done. Thank you.
The gentleman over there at the mic, you'll need to get recognized, and you're recognized by Ernest. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank all of you for all your work you do at Behavioral Health. My first question is going to be in regards to meth. We all know it's increasing. We all know we have lots of users. My question for you guys specifically is, what are you guys doing to reach those people? The hardest barrier to reach is to know that meth heads never judge each other. How are you getting their trust? How are you advocating to these people? We all see them come in here during lunch. They're all here. They all come here. So how do you advocate and reach these people? These people are the people we need to help.
So we do a lot of work with our partnerships. So we have a lot of partnerships here in Fairbanks. We also get referrals from other organizations, like CTG gets us referrals. And it's because that people have established relationships with people that they know are going through a hard time. So for instance, when CISA shared, who's a behavioral health aide out in Huslia, when she shared doing these different community events, that helps to build trust where people need help, then they're more likely to contact somebody they know that they trust, that they feel that they can talk to. We don't necessarily have one way or the right way for behavioral health. A lot of people slowly approach behavioral health or slowly approach their medical provider with their concerns because they don't want to be judged. They're not sure they're ready. They want to know what the expectation is before they get engaged. And so we really do, a lot of the work is slow and a lot of the work is depending upon the specific patient.
Correct. Of course, know how long the process is. So I'd like to encourage to never miss the chance to let somebody know you care. Every opportunity, let them know. That includes here, everywhere, anywhere.
Thank you.
Hi. You'll need to get recognized as well, the lady at the mic.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I'm Inanna
Ninana,
from the Lord family.
okay. Victor, do you recognize the lady at the mic? Yes, okay, thank you.
Hi, so I'm sorry, this is a little bit off topic. I just wanted to state it because I think today is the last day we can do Q&A. This is more for the chiefs. I'm part of the Lord and the Manano family. One of the big issues that we have in the interior from the villages to the city are missing people. And we don't have any dogs for a search and rescue that I think that we need to have just for tribal members and for the villages that are trained and search and rescue people who are trained for it. And that could be something also that would help with wellness where we would have training sessions where we teach tribal members how to do search and rescue, how to do grid searches, how to do these types of things, and especially to have the dogs because the state troopers control the dogs. It doesn't matter if you have $1 million and you want to hire private dogs to go searching, you cannot do that. So I would highly, I don't know who would be the one who would do this, but this is to all the chiefs who are present, and that I hope that they take this seriously. One of the biggest issues that we had when we were searching for Frank was getting people to listen and getting people to help, and not being labeled just as a drunk and down on Second Avenue, and the police not wanting to help. So that also is kind of is related to health, and I'm sorry to bring it to you guys, but I wanted to say it before the closing of today's meetings.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. We are currently working on an MMIP grant to improve those efforts, and dogs was one of the areas that we're actually looking at. And then separately, I just want to remind, we did mention on Tuesday, but I want to remind everyone that there is going to be a listening session here in person, April 6th, actually here in the Gold Room, as well as virtual sessions on April 7th in the morning and the afternoon, and information will be going out to all chiefs. That information is going to be heard not only by our own region, but the Department of Justice, the state of Alaska. And so those types of comments are really vital and important. So please plan to be there for all tribal leaders.
So we'll switch back and forth. So Tanana?
Stevens Village.
Stevens Village, okay, let's see. I don't see Chief Priska. Can anyone?
Anyone?
Yeah, recognized by, okay, yeah, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. There were some good comments, some good suggestions. And my first one is going to be on drugs. Americans have an insatiable taste for drugs, and that's where it begins, are the Americans, young, old, they're the ones that want the drugs. And so these cartels are supplying them. Not only are the fentanyl is coming from Mexico, it's coming from China. And so right behind this fentanyl pandemic, there's another one coming up. There's a new drug that's already hitting the streets. I forgot the name of the drug, but it's replacing fentanyl. And this drug is a flesh-eating drug. People are getting amputations. They can't stop it. So that's another epidemic that's coming behind the fentanyl. And now back to mental health. And this is just my belief. Everything goes back to our childhood. Everything. Well, it has for me. But the home, growing up. So I think We need to start with the young children. Sexual abuse, there's a good book out. It's called Tell Somebody. FNA, even the village councils could buy these books off of Amazon, teach it to the young kids. Sexual assault, what happens in home is kept behind closed doors. People know about it, but they don't want to talk about it. It's a real hard subject because it involves your family, your friends. So my belief is that it all goes back to your childhood, our trauma, intergenerational, our parents, our grandparents. And so that should be the basis of getting mental health services, not just touching the top of the surface. Oh, I'm an alcoholic. Oh, I'm a drug addict. Well, why are you? Why am I? Why am I an alcoholic? Why do I use drugs? And for me, myself, and I'm only speaking for myself, it goes back to my childhood. And I believe that's where, your trauma begins. And I worked at FMH. I didn't work in a nursing capacity, but I worked on the 4th floor. And it was pretty intense. We'd have patients waiting from ICU, ER, waiting for a bed. And they would have to stay in ICU or the ER till a bed came open. And they do have a 72-hour hold. I know they have social workers up there. I worked up there for over a year on the 4th floor. I wasn't in a nursing capacity, but it was pretty stressful. And their days are real structured from the time they get up, breakfast, whatever, lunch. I don't know what it was like in the evening for dinner, but it was pretty stressful. And I do hear stories about people falling through the cracks that come to town on medical. And they, want a ticket to go back home, but they show up drunk or alcohol on their breath, and they go, we're not giving you a ticket because you're drunk. And so they end up on the street, homeless, just wandering around, walking. And that's, they get treated very badly just by the white public in the stores and stuff like that. And so, and I know some patients that need to travel to ANMC, sometimes they won't go because they don't have an escort. I've been an escort. I'm going, I don't need one. But, and that's another thing that needs to be worked on so people don't fall through the cracks, that have serious medical, eyesight, whatever, surgery, but they don't have an escort for them to go down there. So they just go, oh, I'm not worried about it. But then I myself, just wonder, is there someone that can escort them or whatever? But anyway, a lot of good comments and a lot of good ideas. So, and I'm, behavioral health has come a long way. You do have to jump through some hoops. When I first got sick, what I had to do for myself with Chief Andrew was to self-educate myself. I had to self-educate myself, ask questions. I got printouts. And so when I went to my doctors, I was able to ask the right questions to get an answer. And so it took me 2 years to get my disability, but There's no disability lawyers in Fairbanks. So what I did was I wrote everything down for 2 years. And I sat there and talked for a whole hour for when the judge comes up from Seattle. And so that took about 4 months for me to get 2 years and 4 months for me to get my disability. But I did it myself. And that was through self-education, writing everything down, doctors' names, dates, times, word for word. If I didn't know what the word meant, I'm going, wait, how do you spell that? Write it down. And so, yeah, a lot of people that have health problems, I just tell everybody to self-educate themselves so they can be more knowledgeable. I know a lot of natives will just say, yeah, oh, okay. But I myself stood up for myself and just wrote everything down, and so I could ask the right questions and get the right answers. And if I didn't get the answers that I wanted, I just kept going and going and going. And I had a lot of no's every time I asked for help. No, okay. And so I kept going and going till I found that one person. And I always tell everybody that's having, that are on the verge of falling through the cracks, at Chief Andrew, just to keep going. You'll find that one person. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing all of that. Shirley, you were already recognized by Chief Roman Nalato.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon. Yes, my name is Shirley Kruger. I'm from Nalato. And thank you all for what you're doing. We're sitting back listening, and there's a lot of need. You guys are short-staffed, and there's a lot of need out there. It could be due to the pandemic that we had. A lot of our kids are trapped in their homes, and I went over to the hospital yesterday, and that lady asked me, how come I was dressed in regalia? And I told her, we're here for a TCC convention. And I asked her, what's the need for over there at the hospital? And she said, the biggest need in the state of Alaska is with mental health, suicide, and there's no reason that young kids should be in these little rooms for 20 days at a time. And I was thinking about it, we have to work with our kids, work with our elders. I always listen to the elders in every meeting that I come to like this. In 2008, Reverend David Salmon said, young men and women, go back to your village, learn the subsistence way of life, because if you don't, you're not going to survive, because it's going to come back to old time. In 2013, Walter Sobolov said, put that technology away, it's going to crash. Use your mind and your hands and your paper. We heard the Honorable Chief Trimble say, this is a different kind of age, and our kids is growing up in different kind of age. Our kids got to be involved with us daily. And the thing they're taking away from us is fishing. So the kids are not working with us, from the beginning. And a lot of the technology, that's what they're doing now. But I see the biggest thing for mental health throughout, we have subregions. Why don't we have a Mento, the recovery camp is in the Mento subregion. Why don't we have those in each subregion, and not only for drugs and alcohol? It could be, used for mental health. We have so much mental health now due to the pandemic in the last several years, because we were to our homes. Everybody had to be to their homes, and more domestic violence, sexual assault came out, and neglection of kids and stuff. So this is just some kind of suggestions that I'm putting out there. Maybe we need to put more in our subregions, and we have partnerships with different agencies, that can help us. It could be our brothers and sisters in the lower 48. We have to start partnership because TCC can't do it alone, and us as each communities and our chiefs right here, we bring this stuff back. We go to our communities and have a general meeting. These are the issues that was brought up to TAN and the chiefs. How can we help our village in these important issues? What can we do? Let's start documenting and seeing what we're doing in our villages. We need our villages to survive. It's not only the fish, it's the kids ain't gonna have a way of life, their traditional values. If we don't step up and start doing something, us that's sitting at the plates and us that's on our tribes running, and thank you all for what you're doing because you're doing a good job, but there's not enough of you. Thank you.
Thank you for those suggestions, Shirley. And some of that work is actually being done as far as looking at like the sub-regional needs. So thank you for that.
My delegation isn't here, so I'm hoping somebody could.
Maybe
Okay.
Lori, could you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, recognized by Lori.
Thank you, Janet Woods, tribal member of Rampart. I was thinking about looking at the financial budget that came out. And I thought about our chiefs that came before us. They would meet in Tanana or wherever, and then go to their villages and govern their tribes. It seems like right now we have built an empire here in Fairbanks. And so I was very happy to know that we are going to start to get the internet access into each of our villages. So how right now, we're always doing reactive, but I think we can start doing proactive work, knowing that the technology is going to be in our villages. So how do we start preparing now, knowing that technology is going to be in each of our villages, and start taking some of this empire that we've built here and bring to the villages so our economy can survive, that we can teach our children, not only the subsistence, but the financial, the business aspect of what's happening here. So as chiefs, delegation, e-board, I think, like I said, we need to start being proactive in how we start getting some of this to the villages. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those suggestions. And I know that our chiefs were taking notes. We'll need to get someone to recognize you. Yeah, you're recognized by Chief Baker.
Thank you, everyone. I am so proud of everything that I've heard today, but in particular, one thing. I am deaf here, I have interpreters, but there's not exactly enough to have the full picture. We do need the interpreters translating, but also providing explanations to have the full understanding, so that the interpreters are more aware and knowledgeable of the issues that are being discussed. It is a difficult time to relay this information, to have that access. I certainly appreciate the interpreters here, but we need another interpreter who's familiar with Native issues, and that would create an easier way for me to access this information. And it's not so different between hearing natives and deaf natives. It's the same concept of just having that total fluid communication with the cultural side as well. So perhaps with a deaf interpreter, that would make for an easier accessibility to this information. Just a thought. So thank you and blessings to everyone.
Thank you. This is going to be the last question. And could you introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Kathy Atla, and I'm from Hughes.
Okay.
And
You'll need to get recognized.
okay,
I
my person is not here.
I-
Uncle Wilmer.
anyone can. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Recognized by multiple chiefs. Go ahead.
One idea I had for I encountered. I'm a recovering addict, and took me quite a while to get clean, and what I did was, well, first, my dad asked for Canada Chiefs for help quite a few years ago, and he didn't want to lose somebody to addiction, and so he talked to Paul Beals, and Paul Beals was a clinician with Canada Chiefs at the time, and what Paul Beals presented to me was I could do assessment and apply for Medicaid. So they did emergency Medicaid just for treatment. And so 3 days later, I was at treatment in Kotzebue. And so Paul said, the way you could do it is anytime you need to go to treatment, he said, because you're gonna relapse, you're in pretty bad addiction. And so get on the computer, look up the website of the place you want to go, and download the application, bring it to me. I'll help you do the assessment. A couple of days later, you'll be back in treatment. So we did that. I didn't have addiction to alcohol, but I had severe addiction to cocaine. And, so I went through that, for a while. Then he also presented, there's a lot of 12-step meetings and all over the world. And that's how people connect. Not everybody has counseling center to go to. So just addict to addict, one another meet every day. If there's AA, that's Alcoholics Anonymous. There's NA, that's Narcotics Anonymous. All you do is if you have 25 cents, or even if you don't have no money, you could go in that Alana Club. Around the world, they have it. And there's Celebrate Recovery, and that one at that one church is RU. And what I had a hard time was I was okay in Fairbanks. When I went back to the village, there was none of that. And so I struggled and felt alone. But when I would come back, that safety net would be here. So I also suffer from mental illness. And my dad, asked Paul to try to look out for me. So him, Al Stevens, and I forgot his name, but anyway, they looked out for me. So they made sure, I stayed within that safety net. And even my mental illness was bad enough, I stayed at Paul Williams' house, which is very helpful. And that's a place for people with mental health problems, and I went to 7.5 years of college before I became so bad in my mental health. So I had that medical knowledge. So I just keep advocate for myself, mess up, my friends say, well, pray for you, go back to treatment. And finally I start going to church and kind of stayed away from there. I had one relapse in 2013 for 4 days, but I went right back to treatment, and that Medicaid really helped out, because Indian Health Service can't help with everything. And there's treatment center all over the Alaska. There's Manilik, there's Rainforest at Bartlett Hospital in Juneau. There's Manilik in Kotzebue, and Anchorage, there's Clitheroe, and there's Old Minto. How much times I went to Old Minto, and they helped me out, and Dad didn't want me to die, so I thought I better make a go for it. And this 12-step meetings is what I really thought might help in the village. And because I used to go to AA, even though alcohol was not my drug of choice, but they welcomed me, because if I would go to NA, I would go there to get everybody in trouble, get my peers in trouble, try to go use again. So I didn't go there and too much. And so they would say, Kathy, volunteer and chair the meeting. And this was after like 3 weeks clean. And they would say the most important person in the room is the person with just today. And so in that way, you make people feel so welcome to come in. They could come in drunk. They could come in high. You welcome them. They're the most important person in the room. And that safety net is around them. So that's how I got clean. And to this day, I still get services at the counseling center. And you just have to ask for services. And sometimes you gotta wait, but it's okay. You're still gonna be alive, And I think that might be all I have to say, but this 12-step meetings, don't cost money to put it in place. You get some paperworks, and you get a script where you actually, 5 minutes, you follow it. People go around the room, we sit in the room, you got coffee, tea, and each day it's held here in Fairbanks, and there's probably about, I'd say 7 locations a day. So, doctors, psychiatrists, lawyers, everybody included with the addict that's on a street, everybody. So it's like, it's all inclusive, because all of us have our problems. None of us, is just born not having nothing wrong with us. So, yeah, so I just thought that might be an idea. I talked to Leanne on Facebook, because she was kind of nervous in the village about, that's my niece in Hooslish. She was a little bit nervous in the village having talking circle. And I thought, maybe this might be something to go with. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
No, thank you for sharing the importance of safety net and peer support, because that is what you're speaking to, and that is very important. Thank you so much. Our final question is.
It's not a question,
Rebecca, or
it's just a
suggestion.
statement of sorts. 9 years ago, if it wasn't for this person's intervention, I probably wouldn't be here today. So thank you, Brittany. I didn't forget.
Chief James.
Yesterday and today also, I think I'd like to make a motion that would be in order, because I don't think it's in a resolution form. but there was a request to provide interpreter at conventions. So that would take, I'd like to make that motion.
I second it.
It's seconded by our elder advisor. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Excellent panel and discussion. And on behalf of Tanana Chiefs Conference, we appreciate our employees, especially Dr. Bergstrom, for all she does in the medical area and in the mental health area. Thank you to Ashley Powell, Janessa Sams, Brittany Madras, Dan Nelson, and Dr. Stephen Odegaard. And also Peria Sogiak, I have a gift for you, but the other TCC employees, we value very much. I don't have a gift for you, but we appreciate you, okay? Let's give them a round of applause, please. Perry, we have a gift for you of a birch bark basket with a jar of salmon. Run. While Brian is making his way up here, thank you all very much. We appreciate you. And thank you for all the great discussion. We definitely hear all these concerns. We have the same discussion at the e-board level, and you've given us a lot of input and ideas in how we can implement better services to our people in urban and rural areas. We value you and appreciate you. We also want to give a big shout out to everyone online. At any one moment, we have 1.3 thousand to 2,000 viewers that are viewing at any moment during convention. So hello to everyone watching. Here's Brian.
Thank you. So let me see. I got to make sure I don't forget anything. I guess we'll start with the fun one first. They are getting Grandma Isabel John, who turned 101 today, and she should be making her way in the room. She's the last sibling of Chief Andrew Isaac. They're having cake for her at 5. I think that was a couple minutes ago, but it's still there, I'm sure, in the Rampart room, kind of right across the hall. So we'll need to, after she comes in, she's in here?
Yeah, and then I wanted to say, last year on TV,
Oh.
and she activated.
Okay.
100 years old.
Okay. It's Doran Sanford's grandma. Here she comes right there. And she's got Doran's missing. So if we can all sing happy birthday to Grandma Isabel. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And I have Sharon, our VP, gifting her a beaded necklace and earrings by Corrine Ely.
Thank you, Nancy, for making all those motions. Hey, you know, nobody ever stepped up like you. I always look up to you for that. I know.
Yes, birthday cake in the Rampart Room. Let me see. Last announcements real quick. They told me to remind people that I believe today and tomorrow in the Harper Room, which is on the other side of the restaurant, they have people that can answer land questions about D1 BLM land issues. Also remember, after you fill up on cake, there's still a fundraiser going on for Ernie Peter and of Arctic Village. Dinner, live music at 4 with Mark Brown, and live auctions starting at 6:30. I think with that, we can recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. Remember, we're doing resolutions and elections.
See, Galen posted, he couldn't believe it.